We are all good to go on YouTube.
Perfect. Sounds great.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the conference. We received a lot of positive feedback yesterday from all of you guys, so we hope that today is as successful as yesterday. And now I will read the disclaimer before we get started. Let me share. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Lexi. So the information provided by the National Pre-Health Conference through the following webinar is for general informational purposes only. All information on the webinar is provided in good faith. However, students should seek competent advice for issues related to their specific circumstances. We make no warranty, as express or implied, regarding the accuracy, reliability, or completeness of any information. Now, please welcome our co-president for the introduction.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Alejandra, for the introduction. My name is Alexia Childress, and I am the co-president of the National Pre-Health Conference. I'm a third-year pre-medical student in Berkeley Honors College at Arizona State University, and I'm studying medical microbiology with a minor in Spanish. We are so excited today to introduce you to the first annual National Pre-Health Conference, Day 2. Our goal for this innovative event is for you to take away something that will make a positive impact in your life, in your career. We are providing you with the tools, advice, and guidance that you need in order to go out there and change the world for the better. The time is now more than ever to utilize this upcoming virtual age to our advantage to better prepare the next generation of healthcare professionals. We have top experts in the health sector speaking with us today, and for the next on Saturday, tomorrow. There will be a topic for every single one of you, such as nursing, pharmacy, academic medicine, medical research, healthcare technology, and much more. Today, I have the great honor of sharing with you that joining us today is Jackie Trudeau from the Perelman School of Medicine at Mount Sinai, Dr. Carolyn Wilkie and Dr. Ariana Xalander from UPenn, Anthony Iannelli from University of South Florida, Yentli Soto Albrecht from UPenn, Melanie Martin from UPenn, Didi Ogbogu from Cal State and East Bay and General Intelligence, Dr. Anne Vernon-Garay from UPenn, and Ken Tao from Med School Coach. We are so excited to have you all here today. We are so grateful that you are joining us. We have a theme for every single day, and today we are focusing on exploring the different career paths you could take, learning how to be better academic professionals in our careers at college and high school, wherever you are, and learning how to be better students. So thank you so much for joining us today. Now, let's transition into event details.
Now I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen. Oh. Lexi, can you enable me to share it, please? Thank you.
You're all good.
Okay, great. So as Alexia mentioned, we're very excited about today, and I want to thank all of you guys for being here this time in the morning, especially for people in the West. It's pretty early over there, so thank you again for being here. So now we'll go over some webinar logistics and things that you need to know to make your experience in the conference exceptional. So we have a Q&A feature, which is where all of you guys can ask questions during the speaker presentations. We will not answer the questions live, like the students won't ask the questions live, but rather they will ask the questions on the Q&A chat, and the host will pick the best questions or the questions that are the most upvoted. So you can vote for questions so that they flow to the top of the Q&A chat. So feel free to answer that during the presentation and towards the end, and we will answer all the questions during the Q&A session of each presentation. There's also a polling feature which allows to make some presentations more interactive, and some of our speakers chose to use this feature. And there are also other apps that we've been using. So Paradeck is one that some of our speakers are gonna use. So for that, you'll be able to go to a website through your phone and then answer some questions. And I really like this feature, so we're gonna use that in some presentations. Feel free to also raise your hand whenever you wanna sympathize with maybe a point that the speaker made, and perhaps if you have a question, but we do recommend that you use the Q&A feature for the questions so that it's easier for the host to manage them. And also feel free to make any comments or any remarks or to thank the speakers using the chat. But we do ask that you keep your comments straightforward and simple and no long paragraphs so that we can read through those pretty quickly. And now we want to thank all of our sponsors who supported this event and allowed us to reach many of you guys. Special thanks to the PEN Program for Diversity and Inclusion for providing exceptional help for us to have this platform of Zoom. And we also have SNMA, AMWA, APSA, Consensus Health, General Intelligences, Pre the MCAT, and SHOW, who have been amazing sponsors, and we're really grateful for their support.
All right, so this is one of my favorite parts of the entire conference is the social media, especially with our age, our age range for pre-health. We love to be involved in the network. And so we are on 4 social media platforms in addition to the YouTube channel where we are live streaming from. We are on Instagram at National Pre-Health Conference, Twitter at MD-PhD 2020, Facebook at National Pre-Health Conference Virtual, and LinkedIn at National Pre-Health Conference. On any of these social media platforms, please feel free to tag us and use the hashtag MD-PhD 2020. Also, if you tag us and use this hashtag, you are eligible to enter for a chance to win a $50 Amazon gift card in our first annual social media contest. Here are the rules. So, we know many of you are probably very social media savvy. We want you to be able to show off your skills and enter to win this amazing prize. First step, post your participation at MD-PhD. This can be you sitting in front of your computer, having a friend or a family member sit across from you and take a picture of you, being all involved in the amazing sessions that we have available today, or watching the YouTube live stream as well, posting any comments, anything like that. Be creative. It can be a blog post, a video, or other media to bring your post to life. Also, follow us on at least one of our 4 social media platforms. Tag us on one of our social media platforms and use the hashtag NPHC2020. If you need to find these handles online, you can go to www.nationalprehealthconf.org/social-media. And we have our second day of our special event Research Expo tonight at 6 to 7 p.m. Eastern Time. A select number of students will give digital presentations of their remarkable research projects from all over the country. And at the end of day 3, our team will have a consensus for 4 amazing awards that we will award to these amazing groups of students. The first award is Best Presentation, the most engaging presentation during both days. Second is Audience's Favorite. There will be 2 awards, one for each day. And today, if you join us during the Research Expo, you will be able to vote for your favorite presentation at the end of the expo. And lastly, Most Innovative Award. As an ASU student, we're really big about innovation. And what that means to me and our team is something that we haven't really seen or engaged with in our society, something that's making a big impact of population health and making a difference in our community. So we will award this award to the most innovative research project at the end of day 3. And lastly, the Research Expo Virtual Gallery. Our students have put an immense amount of work and effort and have worked so hard on these awesome research projects. Go check out the results and conclusions of their work at www.nationalprehealthconf.org/research-expo.
All right, and for any of you guys who haven't checked out the program guide yet, feel free to look at it. It's on our website, and we also sent it on the emails that we sent to everyone who registered and our panelists. And it's a very great summary of everything that we've been working on and what our goals are. We include information from all of our speakers, including their background, and how their skills and experiences are relevant to their presentations. And we also include all of our students who are participating in the Research Expo. And also, if you would like to learn more about each of the students who put this conference together, you can learn more about us there. So feel free to check it out. And coming soon, we have this exciting way to stay connected with you after the conference is over, where we will give you information about future events, next year's conference. So it's the MD-PhD monthly newsletter, which you can find on our website. And you will find three main forms. The first one is the form for submissions for the newsletter. So if you have any information about expert advice, opportunities, scholarships, application timelines, anything that you think would be useful to other students and you would like to share it, please submit it there, and we will make sure to include this information on our newsletter, which we will send continuously during the months after the conference. The second form is a special form that we made for our students to highlight other exceptional students who have been outstanding in either research, community service, jobs, leadership, anything that is relevant to the theme of MD-PhD, and anything you would like to display in a student's performance, either, like I mentioned, academically or research. Please submit this here because we really want to learn about you and connect and hear your amazing stories. So feel free to share them with us, and we will share it to everyone who is subscribed to our newsletter. And the last form that you will find on this tab on our website is for anyone who did not sign up for the conference and we don't have your emails nor information yet. So you can fill that out. And this goes mainly to the people who are watching this on the YouTube live stream. So since we don't have your information, we want to stay connected with you in some way. So if you're interested in learning more about our events and what we're all about, feel free to sign up and you will receive our emails in the future. And you can find this at our website, like I mentioned, is www.nationalprehealthconf.com/newsletter. And now I want to make an important announcement. Not only is today our day 2 of the conference, but it is also the birthday of our co-president. So I am extremely grateful for Alexia. She has been a friend of mine since high school. And just having her on our team for the conference has been amazing. She has exceptional leadership skills, innovative ideas, and without her, this event would not be what it is today. So I just wanted to put this out there. So happy birthday, Alexia.
Oh, thank you so much. That means so much. Thank you. I'm so proud to be your friend. You are one of the best friends I could ever ask for, and an amazing president and founder. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you, Alexia. Already, I think this is it for now. It's time for us to transition to our first presentation. Give me 1 second. So I'm gonna put Ayub. Where's Ayub?
He's not on.
Technical difficulties. I think he might be on the audience. Ayub, could you raise your hand if you're in the audience? We will promote you to panelist. Sorry. And at this point, I will stop sharing my screen so that we can switch to Ayub. All right, feel free to share your screen now, Ayub.
Alrighty, I think we can get started. So our first guest speaker of the day two is going to be Jackie Chudo, and her session is going to be what is an early assurance program. Jackie Chudo is an assistant director of admissions for medical education and special programs at the Icahn School of Medicine at Mount Sinai. For more than 5 years, Jackie has been an integral member of the admissions team by spearheading both the admissions and advising components of the early assurance program. She's also the program coordinator of the FlexMed program, which is something that we're going to learn more about in her session. So with that, I'll stop screen sharing. And then, let's see.
Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. All right, so thank you, everybody. So today's theme is the different and unique pathways to healthcare and the healthcare field. So we'll be talking specifically about early assurance programs to medical school. So I'll provide a brief overview of early assurance programs as well as an early assurance program collaborative. And then we'll talk specifically about the Icahn School of Medicine at Mount Sinai's FlexMed program. So the definition of an early assurance program and how that differs from the traditional application process to medical school is the timeline in which applicants would apply. So it takes place earlier in college. Typically for early assurance programs, it varies by program, but typically students apply either in their second or third year of medical school. There are specific eligibility requirements that students need to fulfill in order to be eligible to apply to these programs, and they include some of the traditional preparation courses for medical school. And then they also offer a conditional guaranteed admissions to a medical school, and some are linked specifically to an undergraduate institution. So overall, some of the benefits of early assurance programs are that it allows students to bypass some of the traditional medical school requirements, whether that's coursework or the MCAT. It allows students to save time and money that would otherwise be spent on applying to medical schools broadly through the traditional medical school application process. And so students are allowed that freedom to become lifelong learners and really maximize their undergraduate experience and take those experiences with them to their medical education. So now I'm going to tell you a little bit about an early assurance program collaborative, which was established in the spring of 2016. At this current time, that this program has folded into the AAMC's BA/MD affiliate group. But there is representation in that group of both BA/MD as well as early assurance programs. So through this EAPC collaborative, there were 11 schools that were represented, which this slide shows you the schools that were a part of the EAPC, 2 of whom were BA/MD programs. Some of this slide is to show you the long history of early assurance programs in the country, which varies from the 70s all the way to the early 2000s when these programs have been established. Each program differs in the number of students accepted and matriculating to that institution. So as you can see on this slide, it varies from about 3 to 50 per medical school. Some of these programs have a specific state-focused mission. So really, it depends on the early assurance program. All of these programs, however, do mention a mission about highly qualified applicants. They mention it in various verbiage. 3 schools have a mission of broadening and sustaining diversity, and I'll talk specifically about the Icahn School of Medicine's FlexMed program later on. And all but 2 of those programs do not require the MCAT. So some of the similarities of these programs include, as I mentioned, applicants apply earlier than their senior year of college. So the application process takes place earlier in the college experience. All of these programs do discuss providing students, highly qualified students, the flexibility and time and freedom to broaden their college experience. It is a conditional admissions to medical school that it's contingent upon a student's successful completion of the program requirements. And it allows for students from diverse backgrounds in terms of educational backgrounds, socioeconomic status, passion for clinical medicine, whether that's urban medicine or rural health. So it really depends on the specific program. And how do these programs differ? In terms of eligibility requirements, so about 64% of the 11 schools in that EAPC required students to have a GPA above a 3.0. The number of science courses in which students need to have in order to be eligible differs from program to program. The pre-matriculation requirements, 100% require students to maintain a specific GPA. 36% of the schools offer some sort of summer enrichment program. And most of the schools are affiliated with an undergraduate college or require applicants to be residents of a specific geographic location. And as we looked at earlier, the size of the early assurance matriculants differs from program to program. So now we're going to talk about the Icahn School of Medicine's FlexMed program specifically. So we created the HUMED program, or Humanities and Medicine program, in 1987 to allow college sophomores who were specifically majoring in the humanities and social sciences a unique pathway into our medical school. So in its early stages, there were about 5 affiliated undergraduate institutions in which students could apply to the HUMED program. With FlexMed, that has changed, and I'll talk a little bit about that later on. 25% of our entering class were HUMED students, and we did research to see how the HUMED students did compared to their traditionally trained peers. And there really was no statistically, there was no difference, and they were just as successful in medical school. So specifically with that research, they performed as well in school, receiving honors and awards. They did not have, there was not a difference in course failures or dismissal. There was a little increase in non-scholarly leaves. However, really the board scores were equivalent as traditionally trained peers. Students, HUMED students did tend to go into internal medicine, pediatrics, and psychiatry. They were, most of the students pursued careers in academic medicine, but really given the success of the HUMED program, we established the FlexMed program in 2013 to allow any college sophomore an early assurance program, early assurance to our medical school. So in order to be eligible to apply to FlexMed specifically, students must be college sophomores. They must have taken the SAT or ACT. And at the time of application, they must complete either a full year of biology, chemistry, or physics. So the FlexMed mission is to attract a more diverse and more diversely prepared cohort of students to medical school and allow students to make the most of their undergraduate years in order to foster their intellectual growth and lifelong learning unencumbered by the traditional science requirements and MCAT. So we really want students to use the time afforded by this program to pursue what they're passionate about during their undergraduate experience. They already know that there's a spot in medical school waiting for them. So if they have an academic major that intersects with a career in medicine, how to use that time that they might otherwise need to study for the MCAT or prepare for the interview trail in applying to 10 to 20 different medical schools. So some of the highlights of the program for FlexMed, we do not require students who are admitted, who accept their offer, are not permitted to take the MCAT. We send out decision notifications in July, so students know that there's a spot in medical school waiting for them at the end of their sophomore year in college. We do not require students who are accepted into this program to complete organic chemistry as one of our pre-matriculation requirements. And really the purpose of this program is to allow students the opportunity to become lifelong learners and change agents. So these are the requirements upon acceptance and before matriculation. So like I mentioned, students are only required to complete a year of chemistry that could be fulfilled with general chemistry and or organic chemistry, but we don't necessarily require students to complete organic chemistry as one of our pre-matriculation requirements. A year of biology, a year of English, a semester of physics, a year in lab in either biology or chemistry, a semester of health policy and ethics and statistics. We come together as a committee, pre-med requirements committee every year to look at these requirements. And we feel that these are the critical components that students in this early assurance program must have in order to be successful in our medical school curriculum. In addition, students must maintain a cumulative GPA of 3.5 or higher for each semester that they're in the program. Students need to fulfill certain experiences as part of the program, and that includes a senior thesis and 100 hours of clinical experience. And like we mentioned earlier about some of the early assurance programs offer a summer enrichment program. Icahn School of Medicine does for the FlexMed students. So if students do not take advanced science coursework specifically in orgo or biochem, they would be required to participate in our summer enrichment program, which is the 4 weeks before starting medical school, where we provide students with the basic competency in cell bio, orgo, biochem, and embryology. So what do we look for in a FlexMed candidate? So we're really looking for a student who has an academic passion with a clear intersection for a career in medicine. As well as intangibles. So really academic excellence, but also how the student has used their time outside of the classroom to pursue what they're passionate about. So this shows the past admission cycle. So it is a very small program at this point in time. We received around 760 applications. We interviewed 125 students. Given the pandemic, our interview process was a virtual process where we interviewed 125 students virtually. And 40 students were admitted into the program. 14 of the 40 self-identify as underrepresented in medicine, 7 of whom are male, 7 are female. But in total, the breakdown between male to female for FlexMed, there are 19 students who are male and 21 that are female. And this shows you the breakdown in majors that students who were admitted to FlexMed. So there were about 6 who majored in computational science and engineering, 13 in humanities and social sciences, and about 21 in biomedical science. And I do just want to draw attention that's it's kind of incomplete data because you don't see the application numbers, while the CSE, the computational science, looks low. That's just given that traditionally the number of students majoring in those areas is low to begin with. So for FlexMed, students admitted to the program, the average SAT is over 700 in each section, and the ACT is about a 33, as well as the GPA being 3.86. But we do look at applications holistically. So we are looking for students who, in addition to demonstrating academic excellence, have really demonstrated a commitment to a career in medicine, who are advocates and activists, who are change agents on their campus. So we do look at applications holistically. So this is, it's not qualitative data of the students admitted to this program. And this just is to show you, while 40 students were admitted to FlexMed this past cycle, the time in which they will be, the earliest point in which they can matriculate is 2022. So not all students will be matriculating at that time, as we encourage students to take some time off before starting medical school with us. And that the number of students who decide to take a gap year varies from year to year. But for the incoming class, our first year class is comprised of 140 students. 76 were admitted through the traditional pathway. 52 are early assurance students. There are 12 MD-PhD students, 2 of whom are FlexMed students, and FlexMed students are eligible to apply to the MD-PhD if they are passionate about a career as a physician scientist. We do offer dual degree and specialty programs, 2 of whom are a primary care scholars program and a global health scholars program. And 6 students in the incoming class are primary care scholars, and 2 of whom are global health scholars. So that's just to give you a sense of what our incoming class looks like. So that concludes my presentation, and now I guess we'll open it up to any questions you may have.
Yep. So we do have one question from the audience. So we'll get started with that before we get on to some other questions. What type of interview process does the Mount Sinai use? Is it the traditional type?
So I'm not sure if you're referencing the traditional pathway or FlexMed, but basically it's the same for both programs, as we really tailored the FlexMed interview process from that of the traditional. But really, it's our expectation that the interviewers have, it's an open file interview process where we expect our interviewers to have reviewed the applicant's file before meeting with them on their interview day. It's 2 half-hour interviews with current faculty, senior staff, and fourth-year students. In addition, we do, well, I guess because this year we will be interviewing virtually. We started with FlexMed and we're continuing on for the traditional pathway. But during this virtual interview experience, in addition to the 2 half-hour interviews, students will be meeting with current students to learn about their experience. They'll be meeting with staff from the admissions office. They will be having a virtual host where they can reach out to students before their interview day. So that's pretty much what the interview process looks like. So it's open file. It's really, I would say it's more of an informal conversation where the interviewers have reviewed the application, so they've gotten to know you a little bit through your application, and the interview day is really for us to get to know you better, to see if you're a good fit with Icahn School of Medicine, but more importantly, for you to know, to see if we're a good fit for what you're looking for in a medical school.
All right, thank you so much for that. Question 2, let's see. How would a student know if an early assurance program is one for them?
That's a good question. So a few things. So first of all, like we discussed today, there are a lot of early assurance programs out there. So I think it really depends on what the student's passionate about and to see which programs they would be the best fit for specifically. But I think if you already know that you have a deep-seated commitment to a career in medicine, that would perhaps be one of the reasons why you would want to apply to an early assurance program, because it does then alleviate some of the perhaps time and pressure you might otherwise experience applying to medical school through the traditional track. I've personally, applying to FlexMed, there is no harm, no foul in not being admitted, because we still, we have heard from students who aren't admitted to FlexMed who then applied through the traditional track that it was a very informative experience for them, that they had to prepare an application for medical school early on in their education. So they really had to reflect on why they are committed to this field. And so I think overall, like we mentioned, early assurance programs are for students who are deeply passionate about a career in medicine.
Thank you. Let's see, some clarifying questions. So for one, the FlexMed program does not require an MCAT, correct?
That's correct. So
Okay.
so should students decide to accept their spot in the program, they agree that they will not take the MCATs and apply to other medical schools. Should they decide to do so, they would need to inform us, and then we would withdraw them from our incoming class. But they would still be eligible to apply to us traditionally.
Yeah. Okay. And then another clarifying question: can a sophomore apply if they're completing their first year of science courses in their spring semester?
Yeah. So we really base it off of a student's expected year of graduation, because we want students to have 2 years of college remaining at the time that we send out decisions in July, because we still want students to have enough time left remaining in their undergraduate experience to maximize the benefits of the program. So we base it off of expected year of graduation. So for this upcoming cycle, it's our expectation students would be graduating in the spring of 2023.
All right. Next question we have here: are are all early assurance program applicants required to already be part of the undergraduate institution the medical school is attached to, or can we apply to like any general ones?
Right. So that's a program specific question. For FlexMed, since Icahn School of Medicine is a medical school housed within affiliated with a hospital, we don't have an affiliation with a larger academic institution. So there is no sort of link between FlexMed and specific undergraduate institutions. For other early assurance programs out there, it really depends on the specific program that you're looking into.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. Let's see. Next question we have here. What do you think is different when you're trying to compare a traditional applicant to that of a FlexMed applicant?
So I think really all of the attributes that we're looking for in traditional medical school applicants are the same attributes that we're looking for in FlexMed applicants. It's really just earlier on in the student's educational plan that those attributes should be demonstrated. So for FlexMed, we look at high school experiences and college experiences. So it's very hard for the FlexMed program to be granted an interview invitation if you have had no clinical exposure. So it's really important for the FlexMed program, specifically for the application process, to really have a demonstrated passion for this career path and to know that you are 100% committed to this career path is really important.
All right, thank you so much. Next question. Do you think early assurance programs are on the rise? On the rise as a way for students to enter medical school?
Yeah, yes. And our hope is that, like with the HUMED program, how we conducted research on how the HUMED students did in medical school compared to the traditionally trained peers, we haven't yet, our first class of FlexMed students recently graduated. So while we have some data, we haven't really looked at the comprehensive data of FlexMed students. But our hope is that more and more medical institutions establish early assurance programs as a unique pathway into medical school. Something else, given the pandemic, there has been discussions at medical schools given MCATs, what to do, whether or not to waive the MCATs. And we already have a foundation for FlexMed at looking at SAT, ACTs. So hopefully, long story short, there will be more and more early assurance programs that on the rise in the future.
Absolutely. Yep. Okay. Let's see. So it is 9:48. We'll have one last question. So kind of learning more about you and your career path. Would you like to tell us a little bit more about how you got to the spot that you're in today?
Yeah, for sure. So I think for your application to medical school, it's really important for you to think about your narrative and what's unique, what's your story and what's drawing you to the field. So I think for my narrative, I always knew that I wanted to have a career working with students. So after pursuing my college education in communications at NYU, I did have an idea that I wanted to work with students, but at that time I just didn't know what that looked like. So I did gain some industry experience working at a company specifically for their summer internship program. And I really enjoyed working with the summer interns. So I decided to pursue my master's in higher and secondary education at Teachers College to pursue a career in advising. And so fortunately, at the time of graduating, I found this opportunity at Icahn School of Medicine, and it just really, I didn't really know the background of the HUMED program or FlexMed. And so doing research on Icahn School of Medicine's philosophy and how this was really a cutting edge program, it really drew me to this position. But in addition to that, the fact that it's a combination of advising and admissions and working with students is really what I love about it.
Thank you. All right. Let's see. It's 9:51. I believe we answered the majority of the questions.
Okay. If I can put in my contact information in the chat room if there are other questions or one-on-one questions, I'd be happy to answer.
All right. Thank you so much. So as you guys heard, if you have any further questions, just make sure get Jackie's contact information in the chat below. And besides that, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Jackie. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Jackie. That was a very enlightening presentation about early assurance programs. And now we will take a short break before our next presentation. So hang tight and take a snack, walk around a little bit, and we will be back in a few minutes at exactly 10 o'clock. So I'm gonna go and screen share while we wait. Hello, everyone, and thank you for being here again. Now we will hear from two amazing guest speakers who work at the Career Services Office at the University of Pennsylvania. They work as associate directors with the graduate and professional team, a school advising team, Dr. Ariana Alexander and Dr. Carolyn Wilkie. Dr. Alexander advises Penn undergraduates and alumni pursuing law school and medical school. Her professional experiences include program development, student success coaching, and pre-health advising. And Dr. Wilkie advises Penn undergraduates and alumni applying to graduate and professional schools, especially health profession schools. Please welcome Dr. Alexander and Dr. Wilkie as they discuss timelines for applying to medical school. And I just want to remind everyone to please ask any questions you may have on the Q&A chat, and I'll make sure to ask those questions to our speakers during the Q&A session. So at this point, I will stop sharing. And hello.
Hi.
All right, so whichever one of you wants to share your screen, you can do so at this time. And thank you so much for being here again.
Okay.
Hello, everyone.
All right. Thank you so much to you, Alejandra, and all the conference organizers for inviting us to participate in this conference. So what Ariana and I are going to be talking about today is application logistics, essentially. So we're going to walk you through what the application process looks like and when ideally you should time the specific components of the application. This presentation is going to be most useful for people who are applying in future cycles. So if you're planning to apply to medical school in the 2022 cycle or for next summer, or if you're early in your pre-med journey and you just want to understand sort of what to expect during that period, I think this will provide a lot of useful information. If you are currently applying, so if you are aiming to start medical school next fall, you will have already completed most of these steps ideally, so this might be less useful for you. All right, so let's begin. So we're going to cover 5 basic topics. The first is application components. Medical school application is not sort of a one and done thing. You don't just submit your application and then medical school see it the next day. It's a complex sequential process that you need to complete over a series of essentially months. And all of those application components need to be timed correctly. So first we're going to walk through what those components are. Then we're going to talk about the ideal timelines with which to complete those specific components. Then we're going to move on to the question of a gap year. So when do you want to apply? Thinking about timing your application as part of your larger academic plan or post-academic plan if you're taking multiple gap years or one. Then Ariana is going to talk a little bit about changes to this process due to COVID-19. And she'll walk you through sort of what's different about this application cycle and what we think might be different about upcoming application cycles. And then finally, we'll just conclude with some general tips and things to think about as you approach your application and as you complete all of the steps that are necessary. Okay, so I'm going to start with the application components. And so as I mentioned at the beginning of this presentation, the application is essentially divided into 3 steps. And so I'm going to walk you through what is required of those 3 steps so that you can get an understanding of what you need to do when. Okay. The first part of the application is obviously rightly called the primary. This refers to the web-based common application that you're going to submit to sort of start the application process. This is a common application, so that means that all the medical schools that you apply to will receive the same application. The components of the primary are pretty straightforward, and so this is what you need to have prepared and ready before you submit the primary. The first is demographic information, so and contact information, so a little bit about who you are, where you're from, a little bit about your family background, things like that. The next big component is academic information, rightfully so. They're going to ask you where you went to high school. They're going to ask you all of the colleges and universities that you attended, any graduate school, if you've done that. And then they're going to require that you enter all of the college courses that you've taken into the application and then classify them based on whether they were an English course or a biology course and so forth. Then they're going to ask for you to describe all of your extracurricular activities. So everything that you've done outside of the academic realm, outside of individual courses and academic programs. And so for the AMCAS, for example, what they require is that, you have 15 spaces to talk about, the research component or the research activity that you did, or your clinical volunteering at the hospice, or, the conference that you organized about, about pre-health issues. And so that's a space for you to describe what you did and how long you did it, how many hours, that kind of thing. The other major component of the primary, which is one that you should spend a lot of time making sure it's well crafted and strong, is your personal statement. And if you're applying to MD schools, your personal statement is really just going to talk about why you want to be a physician. So the prompt is essentially, why do you want to be a doctor? If you're applying to MD programs, you're going to have to complete additional essays describing your research and addressing why specifically you want to be a physician scientist. But for the MD or the DO, you're just going to be doing that personal statement. The MCAT score is also part of your primary application. You don't have to have an MCAT score completed when you submit, although we recommend at Penn that you do, or that you at least have taken it before you submit that primary. And then finally, there's a section in the primary application where you can indicate and provide the contact information for the letters of evaluation that you are sending to medical schools. If your school offers a committee letter, there's specific ways to enter that. If it doesn't, then you want to look at what each medical school requires in terms of letters from science or non-science letters, and make sure that you have those ready to go. All right. Depending on what your school list looks like, you could be applying to essentially you could be submitting 3 primary applications through 3 separate application services. And so I'm just going to run through kind of what those different services are and why you would apply through them. So the first and the biggest is AMCAS, and that's the American Medical Colleges Application Service. That is the application service for nearly all of the MD or allopathic medical schools in the US. So most people applying to a medical school will apply through the AMCAS. The second major application service is ACOMAS, and that is the American Association for Colleges of Osteopathic Medicine application service. And so that is for applicants who are applying to osteopathic schools who will be earning the DO medical degree. And so many of our applicants apply to both types of schools, and so we'll submit both. And then finally, if you're a Texas resident or someone who is interested in applying to Texas public schools, you'll apply through their specific application service. And that's for all the medical school, dental school, as well as veterinary public schools in Texas. The good news about these is they all are very similar in structure. So what I talked about in the previous slide about the components of the application, it's remarkably the same over AMCAS, ACOMAS, and the Texas application service. So if you prepare for one, you should be reasonably able to complete the other 2. They also are on similar timelines, with the caveat being that the Texas application process is slightly earlier than AMCAS or ACOMAS. So if you are applying to both, say, AMCAS and the Texas schools, you might want to prioritize doing the Texas schools first. Okay. The second part of the application process is your secondaries. And so this is just a term that we in our office use to refer to a number of things. First is going to be the school-specific essays. So since medical schools are receiving a common application as the primary component, all of them want to ask you certain things. So they want you to discuss why you're specifically interested in that school. And so that is where how they do that. So the vast majority of schools send secondaries out to everyone who applies. So as you're preparing, if you're applying to 35 schools, you're going to need to make time to do 35 school-specific essay applications. We consider the letters of recommendation, which includes our committee letter for our students, as part of the secondary. So, it doesn't need to be, your letters don't need to be in on June 1st, but you want them coming in at the same time that those school-specific essays are. And then the final component of the secondary is these newer evaluation tools, such as Casper and this cycle Vita. And Casper is an online test asking you situational questions similar to things that you might experience in an MMI. And the Vita is a new service that allows you to answer some pre-recorded interview questions that the medical schools can then evaluate. And we recommend that you do all of these three things. This is kind of the busiest part of the application during this secondary phase. And then finally is interviews. Medical schools typically do two types of interview. The traditional interview, which is commonly like a 30-minute one-on-one interview about your background with a faculty member at the medical school and or with students at the medical school. And then the MMI interview is an increasingly popular interview format where medical schools will ask you, will have different stations essentially where they ask you short interview questions that are often situational about what you would do in a certain scenario rather than, what was your research, or things that are more personal that what the traditional interviews will ask. And so that's the third and final component of the application, and that one stretches out typically through into the academic year. All right, so now that we kind of understand what the application components are, I'm going to walk you through what we recommend our students do to be in the best position to apply early and on time and make enough time to really take care with each application component, because they're all very important. Okay, so first I want to talk a little bit why timing is so important in this process. First is that many schools, not all schools, but many schools have a rolling admissions policy. So that means that they evaluate complete medical school applications as they see them, and they offer interview invites and acceptances as they review them. So that means that if you submit your application in November, most of those interview slots and many of those acceptances will have already been given out. So it makes the process much more difficult and much more challenging if you're late, so to speak. And because the application is common, even for the schools that are not rolling, typically, you still want to be early and be done essentially with the process by the end of the summer. It's also important, timing is also important because of the nature of the process. So verification is something that takes time, and I'm going to talk about that in more depth in a second. But it's also, as I pointed out, there's three parts of the application, and they can't all be done at the same time. They need to be spaced out. And so it's something that is lengthy and you need to time correctly. Okay, so this is the application that, this is the general application timeline that we recommend for all of our applicants. So we recommend that by mid-June, they have submitted their primaries. So that's going to be all those three common apps, depending on their school list, as well as those transcripts are in the hands of medical schools. And you're going to be required to send transcripts from all of the college courses that you've taken. So obviously your undergraduate degree granting institution, you'll need a transcript from them, as well as from any schools that you may have taken, or sorry, courses that you may have taken, even as an undergrad, if you did like a dual enrollment or college credit. All that needs to be accounted for with all the transcripts. And we also recommend that if you're currently taking courses, or if you took courses in the spring semester, that you wait until those grades post before you submit the transcript. We recommend that applicants submit the secondaries, in July and have them completed essentially by mid-August. So that means your school-specific essays, your letters of recommendation are received by the medical schools, and you've completed Casper or Vita or anything else. And then typically not most applicants, but applicants will start receiving invitations to interviews. We see the earliest typically in late August. That's very early, so don't be concerned if you haven't had an interview invite by then. But you can expect those to come late August all the way through into April. but the majority of them will come in the fall semester or in the early parts of the spring semester. Okay, so now not only is there an overall timeline for the individual components, but there's also certain steps that you have to do in the primary. And so I'm going to walk you through what that looks like using the example of the AMCAS application for this cycle, for the 2021 cycle. So as I mentioned, you can't just submit an application and then it immediately goes to medical school. It's a process that takes time. So this is what it typically looks like for the AMCAS. And as I mentioned, the Texas schools as well as the DO schools, it's similar. But for this cycle, the primary opened May 1st. And so what that means is May 1st was the first day that you could start filling it out. So that you could start entering all that information that we talked about that makes up that primary. May 28th was the first day that you could submit it. So you could have had your application complete May 1st, but you couldn't actually submit until May 28th. And then this year, the first day that verified applications were sent to medical schools was July 10th. That's a little bit later than normal due to COVID. Normally, the first day for verified applications to be sent is at the end of June. But that means that, like I said, you could have submitted on May 28th, but medical schools are not going to see, and even if you got verified the next day, medical schools wouldn't see that application until July 10th. Okay. So I've mentioned verification a little bit, and I want to let you know kind of what that is, because I think this is something that is the most confusing to students. Verification is essentially a service that the application service provides to medical schools to make it easier for them to evaluate your academic performance, and especially to evaluate your science performance. So if you've ever seen a transcript, you know it's kind of hard to read. They all look different. They're kind of confusing documents. Every school has a different way of describing their courses. And so it would be really hard for a medical school to look at a transcript and take the time to see that you've completed all of your prerequisites that they require, and to evaluate your science performance or your non-science performance. So the application service does that work for the medical schools. And so it's typically what the verification process is when you enter your courses in the primary, you enter them exactly as they appear on your transcript. You enter the grade that you earned, and then you classify the course. So your biology 101, you classify as biology. Your English course, you classify as English, and so forth. And the verification process is where the staff at the application services compare what you entered to your actual transcript. So they make sure that you entered everything correctly, and they make sure that you classified those courses correctly. And then they calculate the different GPAs. So your non-science overall and your science GPA, also broken down by freshman, sophomore, junior, and senior. Schools will not see your application until it's verified. Once that verification date hits in this year in July 10th, every night the schools receive new verified applications, but they're not going to see anything that you've done until that application is verified. The most important thing is that you make sure that your transcripts are sent in in a timely manner too, because you can't enter the verification queue until all those transcripts have been received. Your letters of recommendation and your MCAT are not needed to enter the verification process. So don't wait to submit your primary until you can submit your primary without those things being included in your application. And in many cases, it's important to do so and not wait on those. Verification can take up to 2 to 6 weeks. So that's why it's important to submit the primary in a timely manner. All right, so secondaries. In terms of the school-specific essays, we recommend our students submit them within two weeks of receiving them. That's ideal. Sometimes it's impossible to do that, and so if you're struggling with those with completing all those secondaries, the secondary sort of timeline would be just to make sure that everything ideally is in by mid-August. So that means that your application is fully complete. And that would include as I mentioned, your MCAT scores, your letters of recommendation, all of your secondary essays, the Vita, the Casper, whatever you need is in their hands by mid-August is a good rule of thumb. All right. And then interviews, we already kind of mentioned the timeline for that. Okay. The next thing I'm going to talk about is just gap years, right? And so the thing that you need to think about in terms of your timeline, not just the specific timeline when you're in the application cycle, but also when in your academic career you want to apply. So if you know that you want to apply to medical school without a gap year, just be aware that you're going to be applying in the summer between your junior and senior year. So that means by the time that you finish your junior year, you need to have all those components in place. You need to have your courses completed. You need to have your MCAT taken. You need to have sufficient clinical experiences. If you're taking one gap year, your application is going to be submitted in the summer after you graduate. So that means that you have your full 4 years as a traditional undergraduate to complete all those things. And then, if you're taking 2 gap years, it'll be two summers after graduation, or 1 summer after graduation, sorry. All right, so as you're thinking about when you want to apply, whether you want to take a gap year, whether you want to go straight through, the important things to think about are 2. 1, are you ready? So as I mentioned, you need to have all of these things completed that make up the components of your application. So if you haven't had sufficient clinical experiences, it's going to be hard for you to write a personal statement about why you want to be a physician. If you haven't completed your coursework, or you haven't made time for the MCAT, all those things need to be in place by about May of the year that you're applying. And then the second thing to consider is, are you a strong applicant? And we encourage our students to apply when they feel that they're the strongest that they can be. And so, if you initially wanted to apply without a gap year, but you get to that point and you think about, oh, I wish my senior year science courses would count, or I wish I had more clinical volunteering, or I feel like I need to have more leadership experiences. That might encourage you to consider a gap year or not. So thinking about, is everything done that you need to do? And is everything as strong as you would like it to be? And those are really the things that should be guiding you as an applicant. And so I'm going to turn it over to my colleague now. And
thank you so much, Caroline. And I will go ahead and start sharing my screen. And do you see the slide presentation with just the slides? Okay.
Yes, we can see it.
Excellent. Okay, so as you can see, in terms of Penn applicants, 73% of students actually took a gap year. So if you're thinking about applying in your senior year or at the end of your senior year, you are not alone. It's actually become more and more common to take a gap year. It's become even so popular that some people call it a glide year instead, because as you can see, that time is very active. You're not just lounging on the beach, you are filling out your primaries, you're doing your secondaries, you're interviewing, making decisions. So it indeed is a very active year. So there's nothing wrong with taking a gap year, which, oh, 1 second. Great. So what are the benefits of a gap year? Well, your senior year counts, as Caroline stated. If there are courses that you are taking, STEM courses particularly, that would factor into your BCPM GPA, it can often be nice to have that as further documentation of what you are likely to do when it comes to medical school. If you had a rocky transition to college, or your first year grades weren't as great as you would hope, that gives you more time. It's also a great time to explore whether you're interested in doing study abroad, or other opportunities that you wanted to do. You get the full use of all 4 years of your undergrad. Another aspect that we also talk to students about, and that was mentioned, was letters of recommendation. Often some of the earlier classes that you're taking are large lecture courses, and sometimes it doesn't give a lot of opportunity to build relationships with faculty. Some of the courses that you have later on in your junior and your senior year can be smaller seminars, or you're working on a project, or you're completing an honors thesis. It can be really nice to form some of those relationships that would result in a strong letter of recommendation for you. So it's generally a time where you can maximize all 4 years and then put those forward as evidence and create a really strong application. And then lastly, maturity. So students often think that they might be behind if they didn't decide in kindergarten that they wanted to go to med school. And so sometimes if you decided as a late freshman or even as a sophomore student, you get the impression that you're behind. But I would say instead, cultivating a really deep sense of why medicine is important. Why are you choosing to be a physician, and to make the sacrifices that are going to be required of you to pursue this particular career path and this particular occupation is really important. So often if you find that you're just going through the steps of, completing the clinical service or running through the check boxes, it can be great to have more time to cultivate a really deep reason for why medicine is the right career path for you. So some of the common worries that we get are about letters of recommendation. If I'm taking a gap year, will my professors still remember me if I come back and ask for a letter of recommendation? And the short answer is yes. In most cases, you can also provide your recommenders with a packet of information. You can include your personal statement, your resume, various information that you can provide and give to them that would help to support your application. And then you can also have a conversation with them. So there are a number of ways to navigate getting a letter of recommendation. Another one tends to be family members or parents that wonder, well, what would you do during your gap year, or why are you taking a gap year? Particularly if you have parents that have gone through or received a medical education early on, where the perception was that students were to go straight through, there can be a bit of hesitancy. So we found that medical schools actually enjoy having a more mature cohort that is incoming. There's a high burnout for physicians. So students who have taken the time, or applicants rather, that have taken the time to really understand the nature of the field, to put forward a great application, that often works in their favor. We often get activities. Do I need to run out and get a job? So this can actually vary. Being AmeriCorps, working in different clinical positions, you may be interested in research, you may do something in industry. So there are a number of other opportunities that you can take advantage of during your gap year. So given the nature of COVID, we are going to address two things. One, what has changed slightly in terms of this application year, in this application cycle. And then we'll talk a little bit about the future. There is a sense of uncertainty when it comes to COVID and what are the long-term changes and the impacts that we will see. But this can give you kind of an overview of what we have seen thus far. So with regard to the MCAT, the AAMC decided to change and shorten the length of the MCAT due to COVID. Many of the exams that were in March and April need to be rescheduled. And so they decided as of May 29th that they were going to move from having a 7.5-hour exam to a 5-hour and 45-minute exam. And this will continue on through the 2020 year. This does not mean, however, that they have changed the number of questions that you have to answer. The questions and the categories remain the same. What they did cut down on was some of the tutorial time and some of the seated time, just to allow for further health and safety. They also are offering more testing during the particular exam days. So they're offering up to 3 testing options and testing slots, time slots per exam day. And then they're also following specific health and safety procedures on exam days as well. So I would say read carefully any of the information that you receive with regards to not just signing up, but what you need to bring on the day so that things can go as smoothly as possible and you are protecting your health and safety and that of those around you. With regards to the application cycle, Caroline already touched on the delay in the AMCAS transmission. And so instead of transmitting applications around the end of June, they did so in July this year. We also saw that some schools talked about starting to review applications without an MCAT score. However, we did see that most schools preferred to see an MCAT score before they made a final decision. And then we also saw a trend in terms of secondaries. Sometimes medical schools or institutions would review applications or screen applications before sending out secondaries. And it seemed as if there were more greater flexibility in terms of sending out those secondary applications to all candidates. Some schools that didn't use the CASPER test previously signed on to use the CASPER test that Caroline mentioned, which is the situational judgment test, so that they would have another point of data to find out more information about candidates. With regards to the interviews, the interview cycle is expected to be slightly later. So where we were normally seeing August invitations, some medical admissions committees are taking more time and just have slightly adjusted the timeline in terms of when they will start inviting students to virtually interview with their institution. And some of it is based on the ability to quickly get all of the platforms up and working and figuring out what that is going to look like, and also to provide candidates with the best opportunity to understand what the institution offers and how they're a really good fit for that institution. So we're expecting a later interview cycle. AMCAS, in response to COVID, also created the VITA, which is the video interview tool for admissions. It is a one-time, one-way recorded interview session that allows schools the opportunity to hear from candidates. It's based on 6 questions that tend to pull from personal experience, past behaviors, or situational judgment questions. So there is more information that is available on the AAMC and the AMCAS website with regards to VITA, and we've seen a number of schools sign on for that as well. Schools are still planning to do virtual interviews, whether it's traditional or to run the MMI interviews just through virtual platforms and virtual formats. And they're also looking for ways to promote equity through this process. And so it's something that is still evolving as they determine what they are going to do and what it's going to look like. But one of the things that they're also considering, and this leads right into decision-making, which is how to showcase their institutions. So whether that is through virtual tours, sessions with current students, opportunities to speak one-on-one with admissions staff, or maybe even faculty. Medical schools are trying to figure out what is going to be the best way, particularly if a campus visit really enhanced a student's kind of sense of the culture and the fit for that particular institution. They're trying to figure out some virtual ways and virtual formats that might be able to produce that same sense of knowledge for you as an applicant. So another question that we often get, which is, so if those are the updates for our current cycle, what is going to happen in terms of future cycles? And there's still a great amount of uncertainty with regards to how things may look in the future, and what will happen and the decisions that will be made. But I can say that we do get a certain number of questions around clinical experience, particularly during this time. So given that we are in a moment where things look different depending upon your location and your state, how can I take advantage of different clinical opportunities? And we would say looking for virtual and remote opportunities can be best. Some of this depends upon your personal comfort level and the area that you're in. So some clinics sometimes are looking for screeners or contact tracers. Some students have found ways to do virtual scribing or shadowing options. Some students have proactively reached out to volunteer coordinators at nursing homes or hospice care in order to do remote conversations or virtual conversations with some of those that are in those environments. And then of course, even I think this conference is a really great example of the creative ways in which students have gone about figuring out how to build experience and how to build leadership opportunities during this time. And you can also check for general community service, as well as virtual tutoring, meal deliveries, drop-offs for Meals on Wheels, and things of that nature, which continue to show your regard for community service. Another question that we get is the area of research. So if you have been working at a lab, some of the labs have gone remote in terms of the work that they are able to do. Some of the work has continued in certain cases, and different PIs have returned to their laboratories. And so that just depends on your feeling in terms of your own personal health and safety requirements. And then for clinical research, we found that some clinical research, whether it is patient surveys or things of that nature, have continued to go on in a remote environment. So it may be a matter of figuring out what's going to be the best fit for you, or speaking with your supervisor, manager, or PI in terms of how something would work remotely so that you could continue on with your research. And lastly, the last area would be essays. And this pretty much has a question mark in terms of what we expect for the future. Will there be COVID essays on your secondary applications? And there is the possibility that in future cycles, they may ask how you adapted, or they may provide space for applicants to talk about certain areas that they would like to highlight for a admissions committee based upon something that they have had to navigate or endure for COVID. I will say though, in any of the workshops and any of the AAMC panels that we've witnessed, medical schools are operating with a great deal of thoughtfulness regarding this particular time. Thinking about how students have engaged, what the impact has been, particularly for students. And so I think that's something that we will continue to see in terms of medical schools, thinking being very thoughtful in terms of their considerations with the impact that this has had on students. So things to keep in mind, given the entire application process, we just wanted to point out some areas that are integrated into this process that you may want to plan in advance for, or at least consider. And so cost can be one of those factors. The MCAT does have a fee waiver, which includes a waiver for some of the application fees that you will see for each individual application for each medical school. So cost of the MCAT, cost of the application fee, costs that are associated with visits and travel, should we be able to return to that time period, maybe something to consider. There's also planning. So we've talked about how long this entire process is. So thinking ahead and planning, particularly knowing that you will be busy when you are working on your primary application and your secondary applications in the months of June and July. So I would not take on any particularly strenuous internships during that time, or at least be aware so that you would balance your time accordingly so that you would be able to meet some of those deadlines. Pre-writing. You can also go online and look up some of the past secondary essay questions and pre-write some of the questions to help eliminate the time or maybe the stress or anxiety level that you would feel. I would say that it doesn't necessarily make the entire time in which you're filling out 35 secondary essays. It doesn't eliminate all of the stress, but sometimes it can help, and especially it helps if you like to have an awareness of what sort of questions you would be asked. And then lastly, proofreading. So normally the personal statement, you probably had 50 people read it and it's been curated within an inch of its life. And so your proofreading tends to be very tight. And then once we come to the secondaries and you're working under a deadline, some of the proofreading can fall by the wayside, or you're writing things at 2 a.m. On your last Red Bull or something. So I would say proofreading is very important. Take the extra time and don't attempt to trade off timing for the quality of your application. Still pay careful and close attention to the quality of your application and making sure that you're doing everything that would ensure that quality versus necessarily turning everything and working particularly under the gun to get everything done. So, yeah. And with that, I think we will go ahead and open it up for questions.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Alexander and Dr. Wilkie, for your presentation. I think it was a phenomenal explanation of the components of medical schools, timelines, how everything has changed due to the pandemic, and also what to expect up for the future. So at this point, if you want, you could stop sharing your screen and I can transition to panel mode so that they can all see us.
For one second.
Yes, no worries. Perfect. So now we are on gallery view and we received a lot of questions from the audience. So one of our questions is from one of the panelists, and it says, what components during my glide year would count in my application, since I would be applying the summer after my senior year of undergrad? So like the glide year activities would happen after that. So do they still count for the application? Should they include them there?
I'll take this one. Yes, they count, but the caveat being everything, they count for the interview, right? So if you are feeling like you're lacking in clinical volunteering, which is one of the most important extracurricular that you can engage in, they're not going to count, so to speak, clinical volunteering that you do during your glide year while they're making the decision whether or not they want to invite you to the interview. So we always tell applicants that you want to feel really strong and you want to have everything done before you submit that application. But when you get to that interview, you're going to need something to tell them about what you've been up to. So it counts in that sense. And so, do something that is going to help you develop professionally and personally during that period. But the glide year is not a time to strengthen your application in that sense.
Okay, perfect. Our next question is, what's the difference between letters of recommendation and letters of evaluation?
Letters of evaluation is just the term that AMCAS uses to describe letters of recommendation, so they're interchangeable.
Okay, perfect. And another question is, when should students ideally take the MCAT? So I guess when they take a gap year or they don't take a gap year, when should they take it?
We recommend in an ideal sort of normal timeline, pre-COVID especially, that applicants that are applying have the MCAT completed by the test dates in May. So we recommend May as the last date to take it. And there's two reasons for this. One, it takes a while for your score to be received. And so if you take it in the end of May, your score is going to be available in end of June in a normal timeline. And so keeping in mind the timelines and the importance of having everything in on time and early. We also recommend that because it is really difficult to be studying for the MCAT and completing the primary and completing the secondaries. So even if your MCAT score would be available at a good time, you want to make time for each individual component so that, as Ariana was explaining, you can devote the amount of time that you need to do each component quality. If you are trying to finish up write your personal statement and study for the MCAT, and you're thinking about pre-writing your secondaries, one of those things is going to suffer. So those are the two reasons why we recommend that students have that completed by the end of May.
Yeah, and I'm sure this will also come up in a different, maybe one of the other conference presentations, but this is where knowing yourself really helps. Knowing what your strengths are in terms of like your study skills, your preparation, if it's going to take you more time to prepare for a standardized test. This is where knowing yourself does come in handy in terms of the preparation phase beforehand so that you can plan accordingly.
Perfect. This is great. And just like, this is my question, but do you guys have any free resources that you recommend for students taking the MCAT? Like online or anything?
Yeah, there are free resources that are available via Khan Academy, and I would say that that's actually a really great starting point. The AAMC also has a web page that details some of the different study strategies that test takers have used and how that's helped to enhance their scores. So whether it is using a test prep program, which can cost money, or taking advantage of some of the other free opportunities that exist. And then I would say for everyone that is present, also look for the resources that are available at your university. If there are additional tutoring resources, or sometimes even ways to apply to win a free scholarship, I think that can also help.
All right, thank you so much. Now the next question. Do all the pre-med courses have to be completed before the application is sent?
We recommend that our applicants have their prerequisites completed. There are some exceptions to this. Typically the way that it works, this is not important, but the way that it works at our school, the Orgo lab was something that they could put off. But to be the strongest applicant, it is ideal that all of those are completed. If you have something that you haven't yet completed, you can always reach out to the admissions office at the individual medical schools that you are interested in and say, hey, is this going to be a problem if I haven't had this course completed? The truth is too that you're going to need all of these courses for the MCAT. So in terms of planning in that sense, having them done is a necessary step to be competitive in the MCAT. So,
okay, great. Our next question, let's see. Oh, this one is interesting. What are some of the biggest mistakes an applicant makes?
In terms of timing, I think the biggest mistakes are ones that are easily avoidable, and that is applying way too late and putting yourself at a disadvantage. I think also sometimes applicants apply to too many schools, and that makes the secondaries a really stressful and expensive process. We recommend, you do not need to apply to 40 schools to get into medical school, and that can be a burden on applicants. So I would say just making sure that you apply on time, making sure you proofread, and making sure that your school list is right for you and reasonable.
I'll also say, I think in the area of letters of recommendation, give your recommenders enough time to write the letters. So I would say like asking at least 3 to 4 weeks in advance and planning accordingly. I think that it helps to eliminate panic sometimes, and also just the general anxieties that come along. The other thing that I would stress is that this is a long process, and it can be stressful. And a lot of patience is required. So one of the things that I think, and this isn't so much in terms of like your specific application, but reading everything online and then taking it all in with no filter. That I've seen only increases one's stress. So make sure that you have, and you are getting your information from people that are really geared to help you and have that information.
Okay, perfect. And I think we still have time for one more question. So I'm going to combine 2 questions actually. So um, yeah, so how many schools would you recommend applying to? And when should you start thinking about which schools you want to apply to and start making a list of those schools?
We recommend that our students apply to at least 20 schools. The truth is it's a very competitive process, and there is a benefit in just to having, you know, a large number of options. Our average applicant applies to around 25. And I think anything up to 30 is reasonable. Above 30, it starts to be a little bit, yeah, not as thoughtful of a list. So that's our general recommendation for that. And what was the second part of the question?
It's kind of related, but just when should they start thinking about this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can start thinking about the schools you're interested in as soon as you like, but in terms of like actually comprising your list or composing your list, I would recommend that you want to have your MCAT score and you want to have your science GPA in particular in hand so that you can see what schools that are competitive for you. There's a great resource that the AAMC has released called the MSAR, which is the Medical School Admissions Requirements. And that will have all the official data about the number of schools, the number of interview invites that a school gives, the number of verified applications they receive, as well as the range of science GPAs and MCAT scores for accepted students. So that's a really useful resource to just get a sense of that there's some balance in your school list and that you're in range for the schools that you're interested in.
Great. Thank you so much. I think we're going to end our session now, but thank you so much, Dr. Alexander and Dr. Wilkie, for being here. Yeah, we really appreciate your presentation and all your questions. So thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
Yes, it was a pleasure.
Yeah. All right, now we're going to transition to our break. So we'll see everyone in 10 minutes for our next presentation. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. We'll be starting in about 5 minutes, so feel free to go stretch, get a snack, and we'll be back in about 5 minutes with this presentation. All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Hiba, and I'll be your host for your next presentation, where I will be introducing Mr. Anthony Iannelli Jr., who is a pre-health advisor and an adjunct instructor at the University of South Florida. He is also an alumnus of this university as well. On campus, Mr. Iannelli Jr. has a central role as he has assisted students involved in student government, Youth Student Connections, the Center for Leadership and Civic Engagements, the Center for Student Involvement, Undergraduate Studies, and the USF Chemistry Department. Please welcome Mr. Iannelli Jr. as he speaks regarding extracurricular activities for future medical students.
Can you hear and see me okay?
Yeah, perfect. So I will start screen sharing your presentation.
Thank you.
And you can begin whenever you are ready.
All right. Well, happy Friday, everyone. Thank you for joining me today at this very important session. And thank you for attending this conference and for everyone putting this National Pre-Health Conference together. I think this is a great way to spend the time we have at home to further learn about different ways to be competitive, to be involved, and just to really network with a lot of other professionals. So thank you for joining us today. My name is Anthony Iannelli Jr. I'm a pre-health advisor and instructor at the University of South Florida. So coming to you from Tampa, Florida right now. Today's session, we're going to really go over extracurricular activities, but also we're going to talk a little bit about competitiveness and how that's affecting extracurricular activities. So our session today, I'll have maybe about 20 to 30 minutes of a presentation for you. And then I'll be here to answer any questions that you may have after the presentation. So how today is going to look is I'm going to start going over a little bit about competitiveness. I know that there was a session yesterday about that, and I know you might have seen some of this in some other presentations, but the reason why I'm going to show that to you today is because it really does have an overall effect, not just on your extracurricular activities, but your entire future medical school application. So we can go to the next slide. So the goals of today's session, go over competitiveness, show you how that looks for medical school and other professions as well. Going over, you're on two tracks. Your first track for the current students out there is to get a degree. And then the second track is your pre-health track, your pre-med track. And sometimes those always don't work together. You could graduate in 4 years, but then maybe you need a little bit more time to be competitive because there's a lot that's involved with that. I'm going to help you, assess your competitiveness currently, provide you any feedback, recommendations to help you increase your competitiveness overall and for any extracurricular activities. Next slide. And then the second half of the presentation, we'll really just solely talk about the extracurricular activities. We'll review the different types. We'll go over what's actually on the application. What are those different types of experiences that medical schools are looking for? Go over some ways to obtain these different types of experiences. I know that this has always been a challenge, but even more so now with the current situation. And then I also have a slide and a PDF that I'm willing to share with everyone after this that goes over some ways that you could stay involved during COVID-19. It is a challenge right now for students to obtain shadowing, clinical volunteering experiences. So it's important that you're still doing something to stay involved during this time. So I'll go over some of those other options for you if you're unable to find volunteering and shadowing at this time. Next slide. So the first thing that you want to think about, you do want to think long-term. Where are you currently at in this process? Are you just starting off? Will you not be applying for another 2, 3, 4 years from now? Or maybe you're looking to apply this next cycle, summer of 2021. The reason I bring up this slide is because that is your deadline to get experiences in, especially if you want to get them on the medical school application. You want to have these experiences either completed or at least started by that time that you're going to apply. Because when you do submit your medical school applications in the future, you can't really add new experiences to the application. You could always update schools if something's different, but with the actual AMCAS for the MD application or AACOMAS for the DO application, once you submit your application, everything's out there. You can't change the experiences. So that's also a reason I bring this up, is just for thinking long term. When can you get these experiences in? Also, another thing to add is, with the current situation right now, medical schools are understanding if you weren't able to get any, clinical type experiences this past spring, current summer, and fall coming up. But that doesn't mean that, if you were a college student, you're excused for before that. So any experiences that you were able to get before COVID-19, great. Include that on the application. But during this time, that is a challenge. So in the later part of this presentation, we'll go over, some future ways to get involved. All right, next slide. All right, so our office here at USF in Tampa, every year or two, will pull together statistics. Each year, the different application portals will come up with statistics for the number of people applying, so that's applicants, number of matriculants, so those that were accepted and started at the medical schools, and then the percentage of that. So as you can see, we have a variety of health professions. I did highlight the medical ones, MD for allopathic schools and DO for osteopathic. So I believe this was from 2018, and 41% of people that applied nationally got into medical school for MD, and then 35 for DO. And you could see how the percentages look from the other health professions. The reason I show you this is because you have to stand out. No longer are we in the days of just GPA, MCAT. Schools want to see that you're committed. And that's why these extracurricular activities are very important, because it's your way of really standing out and showing your commitment to the health profession. There are a lot more people applying than there are a number of seats for medical schools. So anything that you could do in addition to a competitive GPA and MCAT score is only going to help you, because unfortunately, as you can see from these numbers, more people are not getting in than are getting in. And also students with competitive GPAs and MCATs are not getting in as well. So you want to be able to make sure you're competitive overall, and that your extracurriculars are also, competitive as well with your MCAT and your GPA. So I wanted to show you this because this is just what's going on currently. Each year, the number of applicants tends to increase, and then the matriculant stays about the same unless if new schools are added. So ever since I've been advising, the numbers have always been around that 30 to 40% range for medical school. So also when applying, you want to just make sure you're applying to multiple schools. The more schools that you can apply to, the better your chance. A lot of medical schools have somewhere between 100 and 200 seats, or maybe a little less or a little more depending on the school, but they could have thousands of applicants just for that one school. So have your top choice, but then also have about 14 more choices or more, depending on how many you can apply to. All right, next slide. So this is just a site. There's many good sites out there to learn about the different health professions. This is one of my favorites, explorehealthcareers.org. So just a good link to check out. Next slide. So program competitiveness, as I mentioned, number of applicants to number of seats. Matriculation, it consists of objective and subjective elements. No one really knows why they were accepted into a health profession. The reason I say that is because of the numbers that I just showed you. I can guarantee you that there are far more competitive applicants than those that were accepted. What I mean by that is there could have been that student that had that high GPA, that high MCAT, the good amount of experiences and so on, and then it just didn't work out. So for those people that talk to you and say, oh yeah, I got in because of my 520 MCAT score, that's not always the case, because sometimes there are 520 MCAT score students who are not getting in. And that's what makes this process really challenging. when it comes to competitiveness. So we always do recommend to have a backup plan just in case. You saw 41% of students applied. So there's 59% of students that applied that didn't get in. Either, yes, you could reapply and make your application more competitive, or you could look to do something else in the healthcare field. So it's always important to have options. Next slide. So what I was bringing up before is it's important to understand that you are on 2 tracks. Your first track is obviously getting your bachelor's degree. Your second track is matriculating into a medical school or another health professional school. So just because you complete your degree, that only just guarantees graduation. I know at a lot of universities, it only takes maybe a 2.0 or 2.5 to complete a bachelor's degree, depending on the school and the program you're in. But of course, to get into medical school and other health professions, which I'll show you on another slide, the GPA averages are much higher than that. And then just completing your prerequisites does not guarantee matriculation into a medical school. There's so much more involved outside of just completing the prerequisite courses. So I have students meet with me all the time, says, oh, I'll have my courses done by this coming summer, and then I'm going to apply. And then I'll always ask, well, how's your shadowing looking? How's your volunteering looking? Your other experiences and all of that. So there's just so much more involved. And as I mentioned, there are a lot of students applying to every profession each year. So applying to multiple schools and considering all options if it does get to that point. Ideally, we want you to get into your top choice and your top profession, but you always have to think about the what if scenarios. If that wasn't to work out, what else could you do? Next slide, please. So this was the slide I was telling you about that was coming up. In addition to that program competitiveness slide that I was going over before, our office each year also looks at the average statistics for GPA and MCAT. This was from a couple years ago, so there might be one that was out more recent, but the numbers won't be too different from what you see here. So you can see the various health professions on the left-hand side. I did highlight the medical school ones and then wanted to also just show you the other health professions that we advise. And then you can see the overall GPA. So the overall GPA is the average that students received that were accepted into medical school. So from a couple years ago, the average GPA acceptance was a 3.72. So that's everything. Science GPA, that consists typically of 4 kinds of courses, 3 really for DO, but 4 for the MD application. That's biology courses, chemistry, physics, and math. And I know I believe it's the DO applications, they look at just the biology, chemistry, and physics. So they look at your courses there. And why do they look at your science courses? They look at your science courses because that's going to be what you're going to be taking in medical school. That's what the prerequisites are. So it's important for you to have high scientific knowledge when going into medical school in the future. And then as you can see here, the average exam score, the MCAT, the test that a lot of people dread. It is a very challenging test. And this is probably, at least just from my experience when working with students, this tends to be one of the more challenging components of building a competitive application. So the MCAT had a 528. You can see for MD schools a couple years ago, the average was a 511. So that's about the low to mid 80th percentile. And then for DO schools, it's a 503 average, so a little bit lower. But this right here is something that we do recommend taking close to a year to prepare for. I understand everyone's different. We all have that friend that studied 1 month and they got the best MCAT score. It doesn't always work like that. So the more time you can spend on preparing for the MCAT, the better. So that was just something I wanted to show you because extracurricular activities has an effect on your GPA, the time you study for the MCAT. And what I mean by that is you have to show some good time management because in addition to those co-curricular activities, of course, you have to maintain a competitive GPA and a competitive MCAT score. So that's why, we show all of this to you in the beginning because, it's not just the extracurricular activities. All of this is involved with the extracurricular activities. I've met with students who've done very well academically, but have not been able to get as involved But then I've also met students on the other end who have been very involved and their GPA or MCAT might have been affected. So it's important to find that balance and to really plan ahead long term. And then also just the other professions that you see here. All right, next slide. So personal competitiveness, your GPA is very important, overall science, and then pre-health semesters, which I'll go over in a sec. A highly competitive GPA overall in science for medical school, above a 3.6. You might have noticed on that last slide, the overall and science GPAs were really close to one another. So that's important to maintain. Moderate 3.3 to 3.59, low below a 3.3. So this is if you're using the 4.0 grading scale. If your GPA is lower, there is still more time to, of course, improve your GPA, either through taking more courses or taking post-bac classes. But if it gets to that point, where my next slide will kind of show you that, it gets to that point where, it's just not working out. There are other options, as you can see from that last page. We had other health professions that GPA averages were a bit lower. So just wanted to go over that. Next slide, please. And this is always something, when I'm with people in person going over this, when talking about GPA, we always talk about this example. Let's say that you're currently at 90 credits at a 3.0, and you want to get your GPA to at least a 3.5. What I would then do is I would ask all of you, okay, about how many more credits do you need to be able to get your GPA from a 3.0 to a 3.5 if you're at 90 credits? So then I'll get a whole bunch of answers, like about just 15 more credits, 30, someone might say 45. And then they'll be surprised when the answer to that question is you actually need another 90 more credits at a 4.0 to get your GPA from a 3.0 to a 3.5. I bring that up because of what I was just talking about. If it's getting to that point where your GPA is just not improving, not increasing, yes, there are post-bac programs out there. You can improve your GPA some more, maybe look at a master's program and then, be a little more competitive for medical school. But if it's just not working out for you, as I mentioned, there are other health professional options that are out there. So just wanted to go over that with you. For those of you starting off, GPA is a lot easier to increase in the beginning. Start off strong. For those of you that have a lot of credits and you're in a good place, great. Thumbs up. And then for those of you that are in this scenario, it's about finishing strong and just finding other ways to really improve your academic credentials. Because as I mentioned, if you were to be in this example and you needed to get 90 more credits at a 4.0, it's about 3 to 4 more years of classes. It's a lot more time, a lot more money. So you have to really consider all options there. Next slide. And then the last thing before I get into the rest of my presentation, which will all be co-curriculars, is pre-health semesters. A lot of medical schools do look at this. They want to see that you can handle a good rigor of classes in your undergraduate institutions. So what that means is, I know it's a little different at every place. Some of you have units or credit hours. Maybe it's a full semester, half semester. So this example right here is if you're taking a full semester of classes and you have about 3 to 4 credits per course. So a pre-health semester consists of a minimum of 14 to 16 credit hours altogether, with at least 8 to 11 of those 14 to 16 credit hours as math and science courses. So pretty much your prereq courses or your strongly recommended science classes. And then the third part of this is you have to do well. Anyone could just say, I'm taking a pre-health semester, but if you're not doing well in the courses, it's not a pre-health semester. Medical schools, other health professional schools do like to see at least 2 years of pre-health semesters. If all of you are in a science degree, you're automatically going to get these. But for those of you that are majoring outside of a science, which is more than okay, you'll want to make sure that you're doing this in your schedule. So schools like to see at least 2 years worth of these. That's 4 or more pre-health semesters. So as the fall semester is about to start, either next week or in the coming weeks for all of you, just make sure to check that your fall semester is a pre-health semester. Next slide. All right, so the title of the presentation, extracurricular activities. We're going to go a little more specific into these now. Once again, I just wanted to show you everything with competitiveness because it all kind of ties in as you need to be competitive overall. So extracurricular activities. So I did put a couple links on here, and I believe that we'll be able to share this presentation afterwards. Could give you a copy of it if needed. These are just links from USF where I work, and just examples of different ways to volunteer, to shadow. So the main categories for extracurricular activities or co-curricular activities, however you want to call them, are clinical volunteering. So it's volunteering in a hospital, a clinic, a hospice, just being in that environment. There's also community volunteering. So any kind of volunteering you do outside of the clinical environment, whether that's maybe with big brothers, big sisters, maybe volunteering at a church, or just any community event that's going on in your area. Shadowing. So shadowing, observing a physician or another health professional, or just observing, or maybe informational interviews could all be involved with shadowing. Leadership experiences, that involves maybe being a part of an organization and having a position, being a tutor, a mentor, big brothers, big sisters, a lot of different ways to gain leadership experiences. Or maybe you're part of student government, or just orientation leader, resident assistant at your university. So a lot of different ways to show leadership. Research, this is something that's becoming even more important than maybe 10 years ago. Schools are looking for research. Of course, it's very dependent on the medical schools that you're looking at. Some might have a stronger emphasis on that than others. But research, ways that you could get involved in that could be with a faculty member at your institution. If your school has a research office, that could be another way to see what's out there. Maybe through clinics and hospitals, they might have some research opportunities as well. Awards and honors. So have you ever been recognized for anything with an organization, with a job? Are you a part of an honors program, honors society? So that's also another thing that you can put on your application. And then other patient care experiences. So working as a scribe, an EMT, CNA, medical assistant, phlebotomist, getting more of that hands-on experience. For physician assistant, PA school, that's actually a requirement. But for medical school, even though it might not be a requirement, I'm going to tell you, I really think it is a requirement. I think it's something that will really help you stand out if you can show medical schools that you have an experience like that, where you can work directly with patients. And then employment. So any experience that you have, even if it's not clinical, it's still a good experience because there's transferable experiences in everything that we do. So that's why I would say, and I think I have a future slide for this, take some time to jot down everything that you've done so far. And you'll notice that I put a little mark here that says beyond high school. So if you have an experience that was in high school before college and it was only there, you don't want to include that on your medical school application. But if you have an experience in high school that you continued or went back to, that could also be something that you do put on a future application. So these are the different types of experiences. Common questions that I get a lot here, and I haven't looked at the questions just yet. I know we'll get to that at the end, but common questions I get is about how many hours should I shadow? How many hours should I volunteer clinically? So you might notice if you've done your research on the medical schools that you're interested in, not many or any will post, oh, we want 100 hours of shadowing or 50 hours of shadowing. You don't see that too often in medical schools. I mean, I haven't looked at every single medical school, but the ones that I have looked at, I haven't seen that. So my answer to that is based off of what I see at my university and students that get in. We do notice that students that have at least 100 to 150 hours plus or more of shadowing are the ones that tend to be more competitive. And when we talk about 100 to 150 hours or more of shadowing, It's going to be with a variety of physicians. You're going to want to shadow a variety because remember, when you're applying to medical school, you're applying to get into medical school. The specialty's not decided until towards the end when you apply for that. So in medical school. So right now it's about getting as many different shadowing experiences as possible. So I would say at least 4 or more different shadowing experiences with different specialties for shadowing. So for clinical volunteering, that's also a question I get about how many hours for that. What we have seen is students that have at least 200 plus shadowing hours for clinical volunteering are competitive. Remember, I'm giving you these numbers. Don't just get to the number and then go past it because you never want to limit yourself. The students that are able to kind of put more hours in extracurriculars are the ones that tend to be a bit more successful. And lastly, on this page, I wanted to go over the future application. For AMCAS, the medical school MD application, you can put up to 15 experiences on your application. So health professional schools, the application future health professional schools, they want that to be filled. It's 15 for a reason. It's 15 because they want all 15 to be filled, in my opinion. And I think that would make you even more competitive. Yes, quality is important, but in this case, quality and quantity are important. So if you've shadowed 4 different physicians and you have 15 experiences you can put on the application, that's 4 experiences already because each shadowing experience is different. Or if you have a big job where you have multiple roles, you can split those roles up and you can then have those as separate experiences. So 15, it does seem like a lot, but throughout your time in college, you'll notice that these will start adding up. All right, next slide. Seeing some great questions coming in. We'll definitely get to those really soon. We just have a few more slides left. Direct patient care experiences, PA school. So as I mentioned, that is a requirement for PA school. I know that most, if not all of you are interested in medical school. The reason that I'm just bringing this up is because these are just different examples of ways that you could get direct patient care experience through scribing, working as a medical assistant, and everything else that you see here. So this also does look very good for medical schools to have that hands-on experience. So if you've done a lot of volunteering in the clinical setting already, you've done a lot of shadowing, this is that next step to work in a position like this. All right, next slide. All right, so a challenge before COVID and a challenge during COVID. How do I obtain these different types of experiences? Easier said than done. You have to be very persistent. There's not a lot of experiences that are just given to you. You have to really make that effort to reach out and to connect with as many people as possible. So I always say, look at your inner circle first. Do you have any family of family, friends of friends in the health profession? Start there. That's always a good place to start when trying to find an experience. Is there someone you know that has an experience or know someone that has an experience that can help you out when it comes to shadowing or getting your foot in the door in a hospital or clinic? Look to your own personal doctors or other health professionals. Talk to them and see if they're willing to let you shadow them or if they know of someone that they can connect you with. Don't be afraid to cold call and email. There's a lot of health professionals out there. So as you can see from my 4th bullet point, Google, it's your best friend. It's my best friend. And it's how I find pretty much every piece of information, even when I'm just having a fun conversation with a friend and they're like, wait, I wonder how old that actor is. Google. So that's another way to find just local professionals in your area. And don't be afraid to cold call and email them. On average, at least with our students here at USF, students will reach out to at least 20 to 40 different health professionals before getting a response. So the more that you can reach out to, the better your chances. Student organization. So if your institution has a pre-med student organization, which I know most do, you can join that and they might have a shadowing program or they might have other connections within that organization where they can match students with experiences. Attending a summer program. I know, unfortunately, this past summer, a lot of those ended up having to, be postponed or become virtual. Those are also a good way to get really good experiences. National, state professional associations could provide some good opportunities. And then just going to the hospital, clinic, hospice website and applying to volunteer. You'll notice that a lot of hospitals and clinics in your areas, once they are looking for more volunteers, they have applications online that you could fill out. And then any other ways. So, this is usually where I'd open it up to have people share and say, what ways have you been involved? How did you get involved in those experiences? So everyone has, their different ways how they've been involved. And I would say maybe not all of them are listed here, but I think a high majority of them are listed here with usually how people get involved. But I know there's a lot more ways out there that you could get involved than what I have on here. All right, next slide. Alrighty, so thanks to the help of a national association and a former colleague at a different institution, we were sent this PDF. And I know a lot of the pre-health advisors were sent this form. So this was sent in the spring once everything really was getting started with COVID and we had to start working from home and students had to start taking classes virtually. We received this PDF document with different ways of how to stay involved during COVID-19. So, when you have access to this presentation, you can see the link here, or if you wanted to copy it down and check it out. This has a good list of different ways to stay involved. So there's volunteering virtually, shadowing virtually, as I saw someone put in the Q&A in the chat. Operation Warn, paperairplanes.org, dosomething.org, like all of these are links that are in this PDF. What's going to be important to medical schools is they understand the challenges of shadowing and volunteering right now, but that doesn't mean you just don't do anything. You want to be able to show them that, yes, this was a challenge, but here's what I did to overcome that challenge. I was able to volunteer virtually. I was able to be a part of a crisis hotline and help people, that are going through a lot over the phone. So there's a lot of different ways that you could stay involved during this time. In addition to that, you could continue to network with local professionals. You can start researching health professional schools and really see what the curriculum looks like and, make your top 15 or top 20 or however many you're going to apply to. Engage in free online learning activities, do some reflection, journaling, do something that not a lot of us do right now. Back when I was in college and your age, a lot more of us read. There's a lot of good books out there, and reading really helps. I think the students that I meet with that do well on the MCAT, a lot of them, read for pleasure, and that helps with those really long passages that you'll have on the MCAT. And also just reading in general, there's a lot of good material out there that helps you with this process that all of you are in of building a competitive application. So this link right here, as I mentioned, just has a lot of good ways to stay involved. And there's even more than what's on this list. This is just a good list to get you started. Next slide. And I wanted to just provide some additional notes before my last couple closing slides here. So almost done here. We'll have about 15 minutes for questions. Additional notes. So you can put up to 15 experiences, as I mentioned, and 3 out of those 15 experiences are most meaningful. So think of the co-curricular experiences that you've had that have just had the biggest impact on you, and those would be your top 3. And that means you could just write a little bit more in your application about those. And in the application, not only are you going to put the to and from date, the contact information, the name of the experience, you're also going to have that opportunity to describe the experience. So you want to include the following. What did you do in that experience? So simply, what was the duties, the job description, whatnot. But then more importantly, what did you learn? Why does that experience matter? So you want to have, a sentence or so on that. Any transferable skills to medicine if it is not a medical clinical experience. So teamwork, customer service, cultural competence, if you're able to work with people from many different backgrounds. AAMC competencies. So if you haven't seen those yet, make sure to look at those. That's a great thing that should be in your Google search right now if you haven't seen this. This goes over all the different competencies that medical schools are looking for in future medical students. So that's a way to kind of build those in with your descriptions. And then any medical terminology. So if you were shadowing or working, in a health professional field, you want to be able to explain it as if you were the physician. You want to be able to explain that surgery, that procedure. You don't want to describe it how someone like me, who's not a health professional, would describe it. You want to go above and beyond that and really let them know that, yes, you were there and you learned a lot from that experience. Next slide. So something for you to do on your own, evaluate your extracurricular activities you've done so far. Write an action plan to help you increase your competitiveness. So, if you have 50 hours of shadowing with 2 physicians, let's have that action plan be to shadow in the future with 2 more physicians for at least 50 more hours. Or if you haven't volunteered yet or have any leadership experience, put that in your action plan. And it's important for you to keep track of all your activities. The best way, in my opinion, to keep track is either through your own personal journaling or on your resume or CV. So just making sure to keep track of that. And if you're shadowing, just make little notes each time that you shadow and what you learned in each experience. I think that'll be really helpful when you get to the application later on. Next. And then, as I've been mentioning, AMCAS, AACOMAS, those are the centralized applications. So that's where you're going to be putting all of your experiences when you do apply in the future. We have seen, unfortunately, that many good students don't show that as well on their application. So when I was going over a slide or two ago about what to include in your descriptions, make sure to include that because that's really giving the whole picture of your experiences. And then make sure that everything's complete, accurate, and really stands out to the committees to give yourself a better chance in the future of getting admitted into a medical school. So then the application's reviewed, students are selected for an interview, decision to admit, wait list, or deny. So that's just a quick summary of the process. Get to know your future centralized application service. So that's AMCAS and AACOMAS for medicine. And I have some of the other ones listed for the other health professions as well. All right, next slide. All right, is your goal to apply or to get in? Hopefully it is to get in. Anyone could just apply at any time. The schools will not deny your application if you're not competitive. They will say, cha-ching, it's more money. So you want to apply when you have the most competitive application. That means you have a competitive GPA, as we've talked about, quality healthcare experiences, meaningful extracurricular activities like we've gone over. You're ready for the MCAT and you've done well on it. And here's a big one. This is another big challenge for a lot of students currently, making the connections with faculty who can write you letters of recommendation. I know right now, one of the top types of emails that I'm receiving from USF students is I cannot get a hold of faculty to write me a letter of recommendation. So that's something that for those of you just starting off, plan in advance for that. Keep in mind that most medical schools are going to require at least 1, if not 2, science letters of recommendation. So faculty that have taught you in science classes and ones that have taught you in upper level, that's even stronger, upper level science classes. For those of you now that are struggling with getting that, you just want to continue to follow up and try to reach out to all of your science instructors that you have had to see about getting a letter. But if you've never made a connection with a science faculty member that has taught you, it's going to make getting those letters even more challenging. So for those of you that's just starting off and have a little bit of time, do not forget about this. This is going to be a challenge and could stop you from applying if you can't get these letters. Strong personal statement. So another really important part of the application, really your interview before the interview. This is where schools really get to know you and hear your story. So I'd strongly recommend taking some additional time to prepare for that and more. This is something that I would tell every single student, but when I put and more ... What's some other ways that you can stand out? What's unique about you and your story compared to everyone else that's applying? That's what the and more means. So generally takes 2 to 3 years or longer to build a competitive application. So take as much time as you need. The average age right now for students going into medical school, I believe, is 25 or 26, somewhere in that range. So more students now are taking gap years. And if you need to take a gap year to make yourself more competitive, I would strongly recommend it. Next slide. All right. So thank you everyone for watching the presentation. We're going to now get to the questions part of it. So how did you want to do this, Hiba?
Okay, hello. So perfect. Thank you so much for your presentation. It was very insightful and I personally got a lot out of it and I'm sure a lot of other people did as well. So I'm going to move on to questions. There have been quite a bit in the Q&A and we'll just dive right into that.
Okay.
So the first question I see is, what medical jobs are open for undergraduates who don't have much knowledge of the medical field?
So the ones that I see the most in that situation, medical scribe type positions tend to not require, too much experience there. And they actually train you as you get hired. CNA programs, there are CNA programs out there that are as little as 2 weeks that you can go through, become trained, get certified once you pass the test, and then apply for jobs like that. Outside of that, I mean, a lot of these types of positions are going to require some kind of schooling and some might even require experience. So that's why volunteering or shadowing at a certain place is beneficial for you, because if those experiences do come up, you're already in the hospital or already in that area, and they're more than likely going to look at someone within than someone that's not there that doesn't have experience. So those are just a couple of examples, but I would recommend looking in your local areas to see like what's available, and also just start volunteering if you haven't, once you're able to volunteer.
That's perfect. Okay, so the next question is, I have not been able to do anything clinical due to COVID. However, I have been able to do community service. Is this good or all right?
Yeah, that's very good. And that's going to show the schools a lot that you took the extra time. You saw a challenge and you found another way to get involved, and you're helping out your community. So that's really good.
Perfect. The next question I see is, if you're a science major, will your other science courses outside of pre-med classes affect your science GPA?
Yes, they will. So anything that's under those categories of biology, chemistry, physics, and then math for MD schools will have an effect on your science GPA. But also that could be a good thing if you're needing to improve your science GPA some more. You can have those classes to help try to improve that, even though I'm sure they're probably more difficult.
Mm-hmm. The next question I see is, if someone is unable financially to volunteer in a clinical setting, would working in a clinical setting feel a similar sort of experience?
Can you read that one more time? Sorry.
Yeah, sure. So rather than volunteering in a clinical setting, would working in a clinical setting for money, and I assume, would that fulfill like the same experience?
Yeah, I mean, that would be another great experience. And of course, with working in the setting, I'm sure you'll be able to get a little more hands-on experience. So if you have a lot of hours in that, that's okay. The ideal applicant, in my opinion, would have a variety of that. So I wouldn't say that one experience should just replace volunteering as a whole. You should do that one big experience, and then sometime down the line, try to find a couple hours a week or a few times a month to volunteer in a clinical setting.
Okay, cool. Another question I see is, how do you research medical schools? Like when you go onto their websites, what should you be looking for?
Yeah, so the best place to start is if you go to AMCAS, AMCAS, and just go to participating schools, you'll have all the schools in one place. And then when you're looking at an individual school, you'll want to check what their mission, vision, values are, special programs that their school has. And then in addition to that, of course, you want to see what courses are required, what they require for letters of recommendation, and just their admissions requirements as a whole. But more importantly, you want to make sure that it's a good fit. I see too many students say, I'm going to apply to that one school because I have a cousin that lives over there. You got to have a better reason beyond that. So that's where you find that through the individual schools.
Okay, perfect. Next question. Is there a certain way that we keep track of the amount of hours that we spend for shadowing / clinical volunteering, or are med schools just supposed to take our word for the amount that we report?
Yeah, so they actually do run on an honor system. You keep track of those on your own, but of course you have to put a contact and you have to describe. So medical schools, they could read between the lines if it doesn't sound like you've shadowed or have done that. But yeah, they do run on an honor system. They do make you put a contact there. If you put something like 2,000 hours of shadowing, they'll probably question that. If it was like in a year or something like that. But yeah, keep track of it on your own, journal. I believe there are some apps out there that you can use to keep track of your pre-med activities. And then, yeah, just your resume or CV could be another way to really keep track of that.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. And then the next question is, will gaining a master's degree after college make you a more competitive medical school applicant?
Yeah, I think it will be. It depends on the situation though, because for each student's situation, it's different. Like if your GPA is really low, what might be better would be more of taking more undergraduate classes at like a post-bac, like second bachelor's degree level. But if your GPA is kind of in that low to moderate or more moderate range, as I showed on that one slide, a master's program could be good, could be that good next step to show that you can handle even more advanced classes. And what's good are those master's programs that are out there that provide an assurance of an interview or a spot into their medical school program. There are a handful of those types of programs out there. So those could be ones to look at as well in the future. So depending on the situation, but in most cases, I would say, yes, it would be very beneficial.
Okay, cool. Next question I see is, with shadowing and clinical hours, what if students were involved with this, but it was affected during COVID? Are there any substitutes or virtual ways that we can like shadow and do clinical hours?
Yeah, so if you do a search, I met with a student yesterday over here, and she was telling me she was sharing a couple of like virtual sites that she went through, virtual shadowing sites that she was able to sign up and kind of be put on like a waiting list. And also there was another student that told me about a program actually in New York that's allowing students, I can't remember the hospital, I want to say it started with an L, maybe like Lennox or something like that, where they were actually looking for students for these virtual opportunities. So just do a search. I mean, look at that document that I sent or that I have in the presentation for some options, but then do a search for virtual shadowing and you'll find some. There are some out there. Yep, Lennox Hill. Yep, that was it. So that's a good option that I've heard a student that I just met with become a part of. But yeah, just look and see what's out there because there's not really in-person ones out there. So yeah, if you do just virtual shadowing, you'll see virtualshadowing.com and other opportunities out there.
Mm-hmm. Cool. So I'll get a few more questions in before 11:50. The next one I see is, if I just changed my pre-med track, like to my pre-med track recently, but all my shadowing hours and clinical experiences are towards the end of my college years, will it count against me?
Well, you might get that question of, what were you doing those years before? So as long as you were doing something productive, whether it was another kind of extracurricular activity, that would be okay. But schools might question that. So that might mean maybe taking another year to get some more of those experiences so you could show a little more longevity.
Mm-hmm. Two more like quick questions. One is, do neuroscience classes count towards the science GPA?
Yes, those would count in most cases. Like I said, I know every school's a little different with how they categorize the course, but yeah, I would say in most cases, yes, because I know at our institution they fall under, I believe, the biology area. I know some institutions it goes for chemistry. So yeah, the safe bet would be yes.
Perfect. And then I'll add in one last question. For letters of recommendation, does a science class also include math classes as well? So I think what they're trying to say is, can you ask like a math professor for a letter of recommendation?
That'll be dependent on each of the schools. I do know on the AMCAS MD application, they do count math as a science, where the DO AACOMAS one, they only count biology, chemistry, and physics, I believe. So that's something you'd have to check with each of the schools. But if it is for MD schools, more than likely that would be okay. The stronger science letters, in my opinion, tend to come from the advanced science level courses, like the upper level ones.
Perfect. So I just wanted to say thank you again for taking the time out of your day to present. It means a lot to all of us, and I'm pretty sure everybody got a lot out of this presentation. So thank you
Yeah,
once
and
again.
thank you as well, and thank you for everyone for participating, watching, and your questions and the the nice words. Thank you.
Of course. And for everybody watching, I'll try to get the presentation out to you as well, just so you have access to all the links. So thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good one.
You too. And for everyone watching, we'll take about a 10-minute break.
All right, so yes, as Hiba mentioned, thank you so much, Hiba, and thank you, Anthony, for your outstanding presentation. Now we will take a short break. Please stretch, go get a snack, drink some water, and join us at exactly 12 o'clock to hear about applying to and initiating the career of a physician scientist from Yentli Soto Albrecht. And we'll see you soon. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Now it's time to start our next presentation, where we will hear from Yentli Soto Albrecht, and she is a third-year MD-PhD student at the University of Pennsylvania, Perelman School of Medicine. She previously attended Princeton University and earned a degree in molecular biology, where she completed an award-winning thesis on the in vivo immunopathogenesis of yellow fever. Her career goals are to leverage her experience and privilege as a physician scientist trainee to both target pathogens that threaten global underserved communities and increase multifaceted diversity in her career path. Yentli has been an outstanding mentor of mine, and I am very happy to introduce her presentation today. So please welcome Yentli as she discusses the topic applying to and initiating the career of a physician scientist, and talks about her experience being an MD-PhD trainee. And I also want to remind everyone to please send us any questions you might have on the Q&A chat, and I will answer those questions with Yentli during the Q&A session. So I'm gonna stop sharing my screen and Yentli can go ahead and share hers.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Fantastic. Okay, I just need to start. Fantastic. Thank you for that introduction, Alejandra. It's a pleasure to be here today. I made my presentation about 25 minutes so that there's an equal amount of time for questions, because I think that the most use that you'll get out of this is if you're able to ask the questions that are most pertinent to you, depending on where you are in the journey to applying to MD-PhD programs or considering applying. I wanted to highlight a little bit about my journey. As Alejandra mentioned, I went to Princeton, and before I started my undergrad experience, I spent a year in Serbia tutoring Roma children. I also spent one summer during my undergrad in Bosnia and Herzegovina working at a gender equality NGO. So I did plenty of non-research things, but I also did a lot of research. So here is a picture from my study abroad experience in England, where I did research full-time in a biochemistry lab. Here is a picture of me giving my printed and bound senior thesis to my parents as a 25th anniversary present, which I thought was funny. But I was lucky to have to do a senior thesis, so there was some level of independence in my research experience kind of built in. And then I decided to take 2 gap years. And here I am in my gap year lab. I won an AV making virus competition, which was really funny at the time. And I'll talk a little bit more later about the different timelines people take to applying to programs. For me, that was the best choice, and I ended up spending 2 years like really taking the MCAT and applying to programs during my gap years. And then here I am at my white coat ceremony. Dr. Brass here is our MD-PhD director. There are about 21 of us in the incoming class for the 2026 MD-PhD class at Penn. It's been quite a journey, and I'm really happy to share what I've learned with you. I did want to add one caveat. What I say is not rule of law. Take it with a grain of salt. Your experience may be different than mine. You may have different opinions, and that's okay. And what I'm saying is not like you have to do it my way or you'll get in. I'm just saying from my experience, this is the safest way, but there are other ways. So as Alejandra mentioned, I'm interested in tackling emerging and re-emerging viral infections. This is kind of ironic because we're in the middle of a pandemic and my clinical training was stopped and we were pulled out of lab. And I'll talk a little later about what I did during this time. But here are 3 viruses that I've worked with during my career so far. There's yellow fever, dengue, and HIV. And I did want to take a moment to highlight that an important part of your application to an MD-PhD program is thinking about why you want to be a physician scientist, why you need an MD and a PhD in order to achieve your goals. So really think about that and think about, why you need both, because if not during the written application, then certainly during the interview, you might get really asked questions of like, well, do you really need this part of your training? Do you really need this part? And the idea is that you need both so that you're a better scientist and so that you're a better doctor, and so that there's a synergy between both trainings. To give you an example for me, I hope to be inspired by what I see in the clinic in terms of the sort of therapies and diagnostics that I help develop for tackling emerging and re-emerging viral infections. And I know that my research would also just be completely pushed forward by the people that I see that are struggling with these diseases, and by the need for a cure and for a better preventative measure. Here's a little bit of an outline. I'll talk about the heart of an MD-PhD program, and I'll show you a slide that you'll probably recognize from Dr. Brass's presentation yesterday. I'll talk a lot about research, because really a successful MD-PhD application has very good presentation of the applicant's research experience and how they're ready for an MD-PhD. Talk about checking boxes, both in terms of stats and experiences, a little bit about the application timeline, different permutations, a snapshot of how the MD-PhD application may look a little different than the MD one on AMCAS. Putting it all together, some resources for you guys, and then some pictures from my first years of MD-PhD training, because a picture is worth 1,000 words. So the heart of the MD-PhD program, Dr. Brass showed this to you yesterday, is the same as the heart of an application, okay? So these gray parts are essentially, your MD training is going to be the same as your MD classmates, okay? And so that's why your preparedness for the PhD phase is really what's going to set you apart from your MD, from an MD only applicant. And if you can really show the admissions directors that you are prepared for a PhD, that you want to use your MD education for your research, that there is synergy there, then that is really going to create a successful application. Okay, a little bit more about research. Some programs require that you have a letter from every research experience you have. If it's a big research experience where it's like one of the main ones you're going to talk about, you definitely want that letter to come from a PI if you can. Some of these letters, let's say it's your first research experience and you were like, what is a pipette? Then it may be possible for that letter to come primarily from a postdoc or a graduate student. And the PI may sign off on that letter or may not. So they don't all have to come from a PI, but certainly your biggest ones that you're going to focus on in your application should come from a PI. It's not just, so there are kind of like 5 main parameters that can help you really stand out in your application as an MD-PhD applicant. The first parameter is how you talk about your research. So it's not just what you did. If you sound really dry and you don't really understand what you did, that's worse than someone who didn't do a lot, but like understands what they did and why they did it and how it fits into the whole ether of scientific research in that field. So know how to talk about your research, know an elevator pitch, know how to talk about your research to an elementary school kid, to an expert in your field, to an expert in a different field. Be able to talk about how your research fits into the field, what the hypothesis was, what your approach was, and why you approached it that way. Literally just like take ownership of that research experience and the way you talk about it. And you should do this for every research experience you have on your application to a degree. And you should really shine in this regard for research that you're going to talk a lot about in your application. For me, for example, I know I kind of stratify research into like really important research experiences and less important research experiences. So I worked in one lab for 4 months, and then I studied abroad and worked in another lab for 3 months. Those are my like minor research experiences. I spent 1.5 years doing my undergraduate thesis research and 2 years doing my gap year research. Those are my major research experiences. So number 2, there are these objective measures of productivity and success, like papers, abstracts, presentations, and posters. You should try to have some of these if you can. If COVID interrupted your ability to get some of these, you should write about that in your application, like that you were planning on presenting at a conference where your abstract got accepted, but you weren't able to. You don't need a paper in order to get into an MD-PhD program. If people try to tell you that, it's wrong. Okay, it's helpful, it certainly is, but it's not necessary, not at all. Prioritize and optimize your research experiences. So like, you can tell through the way you talk about a research experience and what you did so you could spend more time in the lab, whether research was a priority for you. I'll give you an example. So as an undergrad, while I was doing my senior thesis research, my last year and a half, I took 3 classes every semester so that I could spend a lot of time in lab. I would go to lab before my 8 a.m. class. I would run gels during class. Like, I pushed my research forward as much as I could. And then I talked about that in my application because I wanted people to know that like research is important to me. And I was able to juggle several things, but at the end of the day, I got my research done. You're going to need to calculate the number of hours you spend in lab for AMCAS. So try to keep some sort of tally. You can count time that you spent preparing presentations about your research, time that you spent working on a publication, time that you spent writing about your thesis research. While you were running a gel, if you were doing something else, you can still count that time. So it's like a little flexible, but just try to keep a tally of that. Lastly, try to have some independent aspects to your research. Now, this doesn't mean that you have to work without a postdoc or without a graduate student, but present your research at lab meetings. Take ownership of it, answer questions about it, troubleshoot issues that come up in your experiment. Be part of every conversation, if you can, with your PI and your graduate student about your project. Talk about, what the paper is going to look like and what your main goals are. To have independent research experience, it doesn't mean that you're alone. It just means that you're taking ownership of it and you're driving it forward in any way that you can. So it's really important to demonstrate that you have had independent research experience, that you've sought it in your application. So I'm going to talk a little bit about stats because I think this is like the Achilles heel for a lot of people, and it certainly was for me. People will tell you need a 4.0 or like a ridiculously high MCAT, and that's not true. Okay, now you should try to do the best that you can, and then you'll probably fall short because it's just like what happens to humans, and that's okay. You need to meet a minimum cutoff for whatever the school has that you're applying to. I'll tell you a little bit about my experience. So you can see down here, this blue section is on Penn's MD-PhD website, and this is they list that the average GPA is 3.9, that's pretty high, and that the average MCAT is 521 of accepted students. But then they list a range, 3.55 and 512. I was closer to the lower end of the range than to the average, okay? I'm gonna say that one more time, okay? I was closer to the lower end of the range than the average, and I interviewed at 15 MSTPs. So once you check the box, it's not going to make or break your application anymore. After that, everything else matters a lot more than your numbers. So meet the minimum requirement. And even if you don't meet the minimum requirement, like let's say you had a little lower than this and Penn is still your dream school, you can still consider applying, okay? I'll say that some other schools that I got into, my numbers were lower than their lowest range that they publicized. And so they were like lying or wrong or something because like I was lower than that and I still got in. So I'm just saying, like, you don't need to be perfect. Definitely try your hardest. And it's worth a shot. Okay. Experiences are kind of like checking boxes for stats. I'm just gonna check the time. Okay. This may be a little different than MD only applications where maybe you need a certain number of shadowing hours or volunteering hours in a clinical setting. Although I've had classmates who were MD only applicants have a similar number of hours than I did in these 2 categories. I think the safest approach is to hit all 4 of these categories in some way. Okay, the safest approach is to shadow doctors and volunteer in a clinical setting and volunteer in a non-clinical setting and have leadership and extracurriculars. If you aren't able to do one of these, I'm not going to tell you not to apply. I'm saying this is the safest way, but I certainly know people who are missing some of these, and still got in. I will also say that shadowing doctors and volunteering in a clinical setting may be difficult because of COVID right now. And we can talk about this a little later, but there are ways to get experiences that will be useful for you that aren't in person. And so, as I mentioned, these are my stats when it came to these hours. And I'll highlight one more time that what matters is how you present these experiences and the impact they had on you, and not necessarily the hours. So take notes about these meaningful experiences as you shadow doctors, as you volunteer in a clinical setting, or if you volunteer remotely. And you're going to want to include vignettes in your MCAS application, in your personal statement, in your MD-PhD essay, in your activities list. And if it's a patient, definitely change the name. I mean, you don't HIPAA and all of that. You don't want to include the patient's name. If it's a doctor that you shadowed, you can include the doctor's name probably. If it's a favorable interaction that you're presenting. And you're going to want to show and not tell with those stories. So definitely kind of keep a log of your stories. If it were me right now and I was not able to land an in-person shadowing experience with doctors or an in-person clinical volunteering experience, I would have volunteered at some sort of pandemic volunteer efforts and support people. And I would have supported people in my community remotely. In Philadelphia, for example, there's an opportunity for you to volunteer and call elderly individuals who are in their homes and can't leave and no one can visit because of COVID. So there are ways of learning about what it's like to be, vulnerable in a setting that is kind of similar to a patient setting without an in-person volunteer experience. You could do something like that. If you're not able to shadow a doctor, for example, I would have reached out to individuals on this Twitter list of individuals who are interested in mentoring, and I would have talked to physician scientists and asked them about their experience, about what it's like to transition between two worlds. I would have talked to MDs and asked them about what it's like to make difficult decisions with patients and about their experiences. And then I would have written about these experiences in my application. So I'm saying, these are difficult times and there are ways around this. Even if you can't get these exact experiences, there are probably ways of substituting for them and still kind of demonstrating that you understand what it's like to be a doctor and demonstrating that you understand, you have a vision for what kind of doctor you're going to be. Okay, I'm going to show a couple of permutations as to what I might have to move this. Oh. Okay. There are definitely a lot of ways of approaching the application process. This is mine, and I'll show you a couple of others, but I'm not exhaustive. Okay. Okay. The most important thing for an MD-PhD application is to start research as soon as you can and continue it until you apply. Okay. It's the heart of the application. I can't stress that enough. Start extracurriculars as soon as you can, and then do them because you love them and because they demonstrate, actually just do them because you love them. Don't do things you don't enjoy because it shows. And then use them to demonstrate qualities about yourself. I literally showed salsa dancing. I used salsa dancing on my activities list to demonstrate something that I was really bad at, but embodied my culture, and I just worked really hard to become good at it. So literally you can spin anything. And then start clinical shadowing and volunteering in the years leading up to your application. So I did this during my gap years. Princeton doesn't have a med school, so it was hard to do this on campus and you kind of had to travel. So that was one of the reasons I took a gap year. You want to take your MCAT by the spring of your application year if you're able to. I took mine on March 31st of 2017. And if you take it if you take it earlier in the spring, then you can have your MCAT score by May as you're preparing your application, and you can know kind of which schools are going to be more open to you based on your score and whether you want to retake it. So I would definitely recommend taking it during that time. And I'll make a note. There are some, like, you have to take the MCAT within like 2 years of matriculating or something. So you can't take it too early. And then there's some months when it's not offered. Like for my year, it was like January to March. So just really be careful that you look this up years before you apply and you know kind of when you want to be taking it. And then I spent my whole second gap year writing primary applications, secondary apps, and interviewing. So you can see, like, I started studying for my gap year for the MCAT the year I graduated in 2016. I took it in 2017, and then I did primary, secondaries, and interviews 2017 to 2018, and then I matriculated to Penn MD-PhD in 2018. This took 2 years, okay? And before that, I was doing research, extracurriculars, and then, you know, I also did clinical shadowing and volunteering. Like, this takes a lot of planning. So if you're applying to MDs or MD-PhD programs in the next few years, draw out a timeline and, you know, see what works for you. Okay, so what happens if you take one gap year? Well, you do research as early as you can and extracurriculars. You have to do clinical shadowing and volunteering while you're an undergrad. You have to balance that. And then you have to take the MCAT ideally by the spring of your senior year. Some people took it in the summer, but then they kind of were not in the first wave of applicants. And then you apply during your gap year. This is really difficult to do, excuse me, if you're applying to a new lab, because labs know that if you are only taking one gap year, you're going to be like interviewing and doing a lot of stuff during it, and they're not going to get a lot out of you. So I know people who were really qualified, and they got rejected by like 20 labs before they found a lab that would accept them for one gap year. This is very hard to do if you're going to a new lab. Now, if you're staying with a lab where you did research as an undergrad, it's going to be maybe easier to stay on, and this is more feasible. So just know that there is that kind of roadblock that you're going to face. The reason why I didn't do this was because I knew that it was going to be easier to find a lab of my choosing if I did 2 gap years. And I also didn't want to do clinical shadowing and volunteering as an undergrad. And I did not want to mess with taking the MCAT as an undergrad because I didn't really have faith in my test taking skills, and it was a stressful prospect for me. So that's why I took 2 gap years. Oh, I'm not going to go back. Okay. What happens if you take no gap years? So you start research as early as you can. If you're not taking gap years, this ideally doesn't really happen. Like, it happens at sophomore year or before. Otherwise, you don't really have a lot of research to write about, and you're not going to look as prepared for a PhD. Extracurriculars, clinical shadowing early on, your MCAT by the spring of junior year, your MCAS, primary and secondary apps, and interviews senior year. Okay, we can go back to these if you guys are confused or have any questions. And know that people, they still will apply with like taking the MCAT late and just be kind of like a later application. And that's okay too. Okay, as I mentioned, there are permutations. This is just kind of the safest way to play it. Okay, the MD-PhD primary app is the same as the MD-MCAS, except you have a couple of additional items. You have an MD-PhD essay. It's like why you want both degrees. A research experience hours, and then a significant research experience essay, which is about 1,000 words, I think. And you have to balance information between these and your personal statement, which you also write. I can talk more about this later if you guys have questions. My mentor told me that she recommended not writing about research in the personal statement and writing about other things, because you're going to write about research in the MD-PhD essay and the significant research experience essay. But you guys do what you want to do. Okay, and then at the end, it's about your cohesive application and not just one part. So it's how you write it. You know, it needs to look polished. There can't be like tons of grammatical errors. Cohesive. You're telling stories. You're showing your qualities. You're not telling someone like I'm honest and I'm loyal and I advocate for people. Like literally tell stories that show these in your essays, and that is gonna have a much bigger impact in the admissions committee remembering your application than you just like throwing words at them. That they're not going to believe it if they don't see it, if that makes sense. You need to balance your information across your application. So your MD-PhD essay, your research experience essay, your personal statement, your activities list, and then in your secondary applications, you should have kind of some news stories to tell, because you shouldn't really be repeating stories verbatim. I mean, you can expand upon them, but you should, I don't know, you need to be interesting. I know it's like a lot to ask. This is like terrifying. Spend a lot of time on your application, start your personal statement and your other essays as early as you can. For me, remember I took the MCAT in 2017, March 2017. And so I first started my personal statement in like January of 2017. So I really took like 6 months to write it. And for your clinical volunteering and shadowing, it's really not about the hours, it's about the experiences and the impression they had on you and how they informed your desire and your understanding of being a doctor. Here are some resources for future applicants. And Alejandra told me that she's going to be putting some in the chat box. So I am the chair of the diversity committee for the American Physician Scientists Association, APSA. And individuals in my committee have been putting on these amazing sessions to support MD and DO PhD applicants for this cycle, and I think they're going to be continuing it for future ones. There's an upcoming one on the 27th of August on interviews during this year, which are going to be mostly virtual. So if you're planning on interviewing in the coming years, I would, for a combined degree or really just even MD, I would highly recommend attending this session. I would follow APSA on Twitter because that's where we really blast a lot of these things. There's also free mentorship and research opportunities through APSA, and so you can go to this website. This is an FAQ document that we created, and Dr. Brass is one of the authors for it, as are 3 other MD-PhD directors. It's just a list of questions that they answered and then just a bunch of resources. If you're planning on applying to MD-PhD programs at some point, I would highly recommend that you go here. On Twitter, there's a list of people who have said they are open to mentor and support applicants to MD-PhD programs. They're either physician scientists themselves or current trainees. And so I would highly reach out to people on this list if you need to talk to someone about this journey. And here are some papers. All of these are already on the this link, the APSA FAQ document. Okay, last slide. Almost last slide before I open the floor to questions. So what have I done so far, right? I am a 3rd year in the program, which means I've done my 1.5 years of preclinicals, because at Penn we do 1.5 years instead of 2. I took some grad school courses. That was the MD-PhD part. I did research in the summer between my 1st and 2nd year. I did 3 months of my clinical rotations. I did my internal medicine rotation. I took step 1 like a week ago, and I'm here. We're not talking about that because I didn't know how I did. And I just started grad school, like orientation is this week. So I'm going to do 1 year of grad courses, figure out what lab I'm going to go into. Then I'm just going to like pop out a dissertation. And then I'm going to go back into lab and go back into clerkships, finish them, do some electives, and then I'll probably do a residency. But people have, they have different strokes for different folks. Some people just do a postdoc and drop the clinical practice. Okay, just to prove to you that like the MD-PhD track, especially in the first 2 years, looks a lot like an MD track, but also like you're just a normal person. I have some pictures during my first 2 years of my MD-PhD. Here's our white coat ceremony with my MD-PhD class. The fall of my 1st year of med school, I got a ganglion cyst removed from my dominant hand. That was like, it was really hard to anatomy with like a hand that wasn't working. I went to a lot of concerts. This is a Maroon 5 concert, highly recommend. At a white elephant gift exchange with my MD-PhD class, I won like 12 avocados. I will admit some of them went bad. I watched The Bachelor with my MD-PhD class. I went to a dance with my, all the med school, and this is my MD-PhD class at the dance. We're cute. I went to the Dominican Republic to talk to hospital leaders about a dengue research collaboration, and that's an ongoing project which I'm really excited about. I went to Cuba with some MD classmates during my first year spring break, and I learned about the healthcare system. Also drank rum, was great. I got engaged with my fiancés in the background. This spring, I did my internal medicine rotation, very sleep deprived, also very happy to be part of a team and like taking care of patients. And then the pandemic hit. And so then I co-started an organization that gives smartphones and like smart devices to people who need to communicate during the pandemic, which includes like patients and elderly individuals that are dying alone, but also now kids who need to connect to their studies. Okay, so here's just like some things you can ask me about. And this is the last slide. So you can ask me about any of these things. I'm not going to read them out to you because I bet you have your own questions. My interests in extracurriculars are like in ID, virology, and immunology, but I can talk about my other friends that are doing other things. Care a lot about mentorship. I care a lot about diversity. I love global experiences and research. And I do extracurriculars. I'm also into cold brew. I make my own cold brew now, and I carry around mason jars. This is what happens when you live in West Philly. So that's the end of my presentation, and I welcome questions.
All right, thank you so much, Yentli. Your presentation was amazing. I don't know how you explained all of that so in like such a short amount of time, but thank you so much. And congrats on getting engaged. That's so exciting.
Thanks.
All right, we have a lot of questions from the audience, so I'll start with the ones that have the most votes. So how do you choose which PhD area interests you once you get accepted? Are you required to do the same area of research as your undergrad's experiences?
That's a really good question. I would say you are not required. And it helps if you demonstrate that you've done research in a couple of different areas that you can like go in between. But I would say the most important thing is to demonstrate that you can become very good at a research field and that you can transition that into any research field, and just like have a story for, especially if during an interview you're going to be like, I've done research on HIV, but what I really want to do is study gut epithelia. Okay, just like have a reason why that interests you. So it turns out that like weird things happen to like CD4 cells in HIV infected patients in their gut. So like you can have a story, just like have one so it doesn't sound too random. I'll say one more thing. At Penn at least, and I think this is the case for a lot of programs, you apply into one particular program, but once you're in, you can do a lot of things. So you can like transition into another graduate department entirely. Once you're in, there's more flexibility. And as to how I knew that I wanted to do this, so I was lucky to have several research opportunities. And I did research on bacteriology, and then I did research on like a protein, just like straight up biochemistry. And I was doing the biochem research during the Ebola outbreak. And that's where I was like, you know, like emerging viruses impact a lot of underserved communities globally, and there needs to be more research. And that is something that kind of aligns with my advocacy and microbiology interests. I will also say, Alejandra, you as, you know, someone that I've mentored, like you've also, I mean, like you kind of know, like, yes, this research I like, or no, this research I don't like. And you have the onus to try to get another experience. Now, if you can't get another experience, I would say it's better to stay in one you don't like until you can get another experience. But if you don't like it, just be true to yourself and try to find another one. And highlight your strengths and highlight the fact that now you have some research experience and you can apply that to another field. I hope that was helpful.
Yes, it was really helpful. Thank you so much. Let's see. This question is kind of like, why did you choose to do MD-PhD and why did you choose Penn's MSTP? So it's a personal question.
Yeah, no, I don't mind. Why MD-PhD? This sounds like my interviews all over again. So I realized that I wanted my work to be translational and I wanted it to be patient-oriented. And the research that I was drawn to in the lab was that had more applications to humans. And that was what really got me up in the morning and got me really interested in research. So I realized that I wanted my research to be translational. And I realized that being able to see the patients that had the diseases that I was interested in studying would allow me not only to have access to patient samples, but would help me kind of understand the disease process a little better and understand what the therapeutic or the preventative measure really needed to look like in order to have a maximum impact. And then I'll say that as someone who has had lab rotations in my MD-PhD program and has had clinical experience with having done my internal medicine rotation, I love both, right? I love the research and I love taking care of patients. And so if one day I had to just do one, I would do it. I mean, I prefer to do both, but I love both and I don't want to choose one over the other if I don't have to. Why Penn MSTP? So I was lucky that I had some pretty fantastic options. And so in the end, I was choosing between Hopkins, Columbia, Duke, UCSF, and Penn. And I chose Penn because you can tell that the program is more than the sum of its parts. It's more than the great research that happens at Penn, and it's more than the great medicine that happens at Penn. It's a program that has decades of institutional knowledge and knows how to churn out physician scientists. If there's any bump in the road that has happened to a trainee, it's happened at Penn, and the administration has institutional knowledge to help people overcome those. I also really enjoyed the research options I had at Penn. You should definitely choose a place that has multiple PIs you would want to work with. Don't just go for one, like the research environment. And lastly, I could see myself living in Philadelphia. And I know that that's not something that's really important for everyone to be able to envision yourself somewhere. But I just felt that with the cost of living and with the sort of city and the fact that there were green areas and all of that, I would be able to still be a happy person and be an MD-PhD trainee. And I've definitely found that to be true. I mean, I've gone to a lot of concerts and tasted a lot of amazing food and been able to do touristy stuff and also live in a place that feels like home. And that whole combination was important to me.
Awesome. Great response. Now let's do next question. I just decided during this pandemic to pursue an MD-PhD program, but I haven't done any research yet. I just finished my sophomore year of college. Can I still apply? And kind of connected to that question, how many years/hours of research would you recommend for someone who plans to apply to an MD-PhD program?
Okay. Yeah, so they're definitely connected. Yes, so as you can see with my timeline, there are many ways of approaching this career path. Did you finish? Okay, so you just finished your sophomore year of college. I would say it would be difficult for you to apply without taking gap years, but not impossible. If you found the right mentor and you were able to get some independence in your research experience and able to get enough of it that you felt like you were ready for a PhD. And remember, if you're already there, then it's the research you do during your application year is just bonus. But if you haven't reached that level of independence, then your application is going to fall flat in the way it looks because you're not going to come across as someone who's ready for a PhD. So it's definitely possible without taking gap years. If you get like a research experience now and the right mentorship, it's going to be easier to do if you take gap years. But I will say that, like, going to the second question, like, a lot of programs are seeing the trend of people taking gap years, and program directors, like, they don't think it's necessary. Like, your application looks different if you took 2 gap years versus you went straight through. That's completely true. I had almost 7,000 hours of research experience, but someone who goes straight through from undergrad is not going to have that. So they're not going to be expected to have that. I don't know what the number is for someone who goes straight through, but I know it's lower. I would say for the person who asked question number 1, if a year from now you feel like you have found the right research mentor, done enough research that's like independent and good quality, and you feel like you're ready for a PhD, then I would say apply straight through. If you feel like you need more experience, then I would say take 1 gap year or 2 based on what is necessary. But I have no doubt that you could put your ducks in a row given time and achieve your dreams.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Our next question is interesting. It says, for dancing, did you have to join a group and do performances to put on your application, or was it more something you did like personally with friends?
Yeah, that's a really good question. It was something I did with friends. You should try to find 15 activities if you can to put in your activities list. Your research activities can each be one individual one. If you have some small research activities, you might be able to put 2 into 1. And a hobby like underwater basket weaving can be one activity, even if it's not competitive. Okay, so salsa dancing for me, I learned how to do it while studying abroad in England, which is strange that I had to literally cross the sea from my Puerto Rican family to learn how to dance. And I just like did a lot of dancing, and then I learned, and then I took some classes when I came back to Princeton, and then it's something that I enjoyed doing. I didn't have tons of hours in it, but it's something that I was passionate about, and that came across in my application, and that's what matters. I also lived in a house with like 20 other people in Boston. It was a co-op, a Quaker co-op. It was like really awesome and weird at the same time. So I wrote about that, and I was like on a committee for that co-op. And so that was an extracurricular. So what I'm saying is, like, your extracurriculars don't have to be competitive. Think outside the box, but they add a dimension to you that comes across in your application and that you can talk about during interviews. And so you actually sound like a real person and not just a well put together application. And they like that.
Great, that's awesome. And I like that you mentioned like how they actually want to see that you're a person. Like, it's not just filling out these boxes. Like, just be who you are and you'll be fine.
Exactly.
Let's see. I heard that your pre-med classes expire after some time once you graduate. Since you took some gap years, did you have any of these issues? And also, if you had issues with the MCAT related to like it expiring or something like that?
So I've heard of the MCAT expiring. Like I said, when I applied, I thought it was 2 years after you take it, you need to matriculate. I've not heard issues of pre-med classes expiring. I took a biostats course through the Harvard Extension School. It wasn't competitive to get it at all. It was just like you just sign up for it. I think it was helpful for me to take one class during my gap year to show that like I'm continuing my education, but I think I still would have gotten in if I hadn't done that. I just hadn't taken a stats course at Princeton, so it may have been necessary for my application. I would say if you graduate with a degree in molecular biology and then become an architect for 10 years and then apply to MD-PhD programs, or MD programs, then your preclinical classes may have expired. Even if you had a 4.0, it's like, that's a decade ago, okay? If it's just a couple of years, even if it's 2, 3, or 4, it's my hunch that it wouldn't have expired, but I would reach out to some people on that Twitter mentor thing and ask other people's opinions, or go to one of these APSA sessions and ask MD-PhD directors about what they think, whether they view courses as having expired. I see that there's a question on downsides to a gap year, which is kind of similar to this question. I have white hairs. Okay, like I'm getting older, I guess. I'm 27, I think, and because I took one gap year between high school and college. So yeah, you're older. That sucks, but at the same time, it was so nice to live in the real world before starting school again. And I don't think I would have been here if I had been in what is a really stressful and sometimes toxic pre-med environment in college, where like advisors are telling you, you need to do this or you won't get in. And like your classmates are like, what is your grade? And like it can be stressful, and it doesn't have to be like that. For me, gap years were the right choice for many reasons, but I recognize that the downside is that I'm older.
All right. Thank you so much for the response. I like this next question. Is it possible to do a PhD in a non-science discipline, such as psychology? And yeah, I think that's the question. So non-science PhD.
Yes, it totally is. And there are only, there are only some programs that have funding for that. Penn is one, UCSF with UC Berkeley has some, Yale has some. There just like aren't tons. And so if you're doing a non-trad MD-PhD, like in the social sciences or economics or something like that, you're just not going to have that many spots that you're applying for, but it's totally possible. And Dr. Brass is a big proponent of chimeras that come from many different backgrounds. If this is you, you can reach out to me through Alejandra, and I can put you in touch with someone who's doing a social sciences MD-PhD at Penn.
Okay, awesome. Yes, and everyone has my email. If you go to the website, you can find my email. So if you do need to contact Yentli, you can email me and I'll give you her contact. Let me see. How do you suggest getting chances to shadow physician scientists and seeing what they do? To my experience, it is easier to find a way to shadow a physician and do research with a scientist, but much harder to find physician scientists to shadow. So I guess it's just how to find physician scientists to shadow.
Oh yeah, that's a really good question. Maybe I was really vague about this in my presentation. I apologize. I shadowed physicians. I don't think I shadowed physician scientists. I did not have a physician scientist mentor when applying. I think it's completely fine to not have one. It's nice to talk to one like that, Twitter list. It's nice to talk to one about like what they do with their careers. And I think at my work, I set up a meeting to talk to a couple and just ask them about their experiences. But I shadowed MDs and I did research with straight PhD PIs.
Okay, great, thank you. And I think we have some time for maybe 1 or 2 more questions. Let me see in the chat. There was something here. Sorry, give me 1 second. I guess I'll just do these ones here. How do you suggest finding labs to work in during gap years? Is it more favorable to find something in the field you think you're going to do your PhD in?
Yeah, so I would suggest applying as a lab technician, and then you'll get paid and it's a job, which is nice. And in your interviews, ask about whether there's an opportunity for some independent research because you want to grow as a scientist. I think there are pros and cons of, like, I think it's going to be maybe easier to get into a lab where you are bringing experiences that are relevant to them, so they don't have to retrain you and everything. But if you really want to transition to another field, or you want to explore another field, that's completely valid too. You should maybe just apply to some different labs so that you have a chance of getting into one, and it's not just because you're applying to a different field that you're not able to get a research experience. Definitely apply early. So as a senior in college, I was applying to labs in like January and February. And if you're doing lab, like wet lab work, it's going to be easier to get a research experience position than a lot of other fields, because there's like always a need for a technician.
Okay.
I'll say one more thing. If your PI is willing to make a call to the other PI of the lab you're applying to and vouch for you, you might just be a shoo-in. If PIs are nice and do that, then like, yeah, that's really nice.
Okay, awesome. Let me see if we can find another question. Any advice staying curious as a researcher when working at home? So in context of the current pandemic, I guess if you're doing research remotely, like any advice of things that they could do?
Yeah. If you can, so I would say the world of virtual research kind of opens up time for you to do things like learning a skill that you didn't have before and you didn't have time for, like maybe learn how to analyze RNA-seq data and code in R. Like that's a really useful skill, probably with this new era of everything being, single cell. That's something that I did. I took a class in that. You can also try to write a paper with a PI, just like a lit review or something like that. Try to contribute to the body of knowledge that's in the field. And like there are ways to sign up for like getting weekly papers in your inbox so that you don't have to keep like searching on PubMed. And so you can sign up for topics that really interest you and then read a couple papers a week or a day or whatever floats your boat. So there are certainly ways of staying engaged, but it's been difficult. And your question is a really valid one. The pandemic has been hitting a lot of people hard when it comes to mental, emotional, and physical health for many reasons. And this is a very difficult time to be applying. And my heart goes out to you guys. And that's why organizations like APSA are creating these resources to try to support applicants so that we have the next generations of physician scientists, trainees are diverse and they feel supported, because we're here for you guys.
All right. Thank you so much, Yentli, for your amazing presentation. And like all of our students were super interested and had amazing questions. And I really appreciate you as my mentor participating in this event. So thank you so much for all your guidance.
Of course, Alejandra. Thank you so much, guys. Have a wonderful day.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you so much for joining us, Yentli. We will transition into our lunch break now. So I will go ahead and start the announcements slide. Feel free to keep the Zoom call on for this remaining 1 hour, just to view the rotating announcements that we'll have and to stay tuned for our next session. Let me get that up. And we will see you back at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Have a good lunch.
Hello again, everyone. I hope you are all having a wonderful lunch break. And I just wanted to remind you that we will start our next presentation at exactly 2 o'clock. So here we will be hearing from Melanie Martin, who is a student at Penn Nursing, and she will be discussing her journey to the nursing career. So please join us at that time. Hello, everyone, and welcome back from your lunch break. We hope that you ate a delicious snack and that you're ready for our next presentation. So our next speaker is Miss Melanie Martin. Melanie graduated with her BA in biology and minor in psychology from Arcadia University in 2015 and obtained her MS in neuroscience from Drexel University in 2017. Currently, she is in the Accelerated Bachelor of Science in Nursing program at the University of Pennsylvania. Melanie is submatriculated into the Master of Science in Nursing program, concentrating in primary care of older adults. Her ultimate goal is to work outpatient as a neurology nurse practitioner. Please welcome Ms. Melanie Martin as she discusses the topic From Bench to Bedside, the Road to Nursing. Thank you, Melanie. You can start sharing your screen now if you would like.
Great, thank you so much. I'm gonna go ahead and share this. All right, let me know if you can see the presentation okay. Can you see it?
Okay, yes, we can see it.
All right, perfect.
If you would like, you can put it in present mode. Yes, perfect.
Okay, great. So, all right, so today I'm going to talk to you first a little bit about my journey to nursing. So first off, to introduce myself, again, I'm Melanie Martin. I'm a current accelerated BSN student at Penn Nursing. And today I'm going to talk a little bit about what led me to nursing. I'll talk a little bit about the application process for nursing school in general, and then specific to Penn, as well as a little bit about the curriculum. And then I'll also be giving some words of advice for those of you who are interested in pursuing a career in nursing. So first off, I wanted to kind of pose this question. What do you want to do when you grow up? It's a question that I think frequently gets asked at different stages of our career path. And I think we're kind of expected to be able to have a good answer to that question when we're in high school, in college, and some people, take longer to arrive at an answer to that question. So when I was thinking about this question, when I was graduating from high school, I thought my path would look a lot like this. So this path is, winding and long, but overall pretty straightforward. And there's not a lot of bumps or, roadblocks in my way. But in reality, my path looked a lot like this. So it was very winding, sort of more like a maze than a linear path. And I think if there was one thing that I wish someone had told me before kind of like embarking along my education and my career, would be that it's completely okay if your path is not a straight line. In fact, I think it's almost better if you kind of make mistakes and figure out what you want to do along the way, because I think it kind of helps you grow as a person. So just a little bit about me and my background. As it was said previously, I graduated from Arcadia University, which is a small liberal arts college in Glenside, Pennsylvania in 2015. I got my bachelor's in biology, my minor in psych, and I felt really lucky to be able to go to a school where it was a small classroom, sort of a small hands-on experience, if you will, where I could work with professors close on in research. And it was kind of there where I realized that I did have a passion for doing research. I got to work with lots of different professors. And so ultimately, it kind of led me to the path of wanting to pursue my PhD. And in hindsight, I think I had this preconceived notion of what a PhD would be based on my interest in my classes, based on my coursework, based on research I had been doing at Arcadia. I felt like that was the best fit path for me. And so I shadowed in different labs. I ended up applying to different PhD programs. I want to say I applied to maybe 10 programs. And I ended up accepting a spot at Drexel University College of Medicine, which is below. And that's in East Falls, so right outside of Philadelphia. And from there, I kind of knew pretty early on into my program that it wasn't a great fit for me. But I wanted to stick it out and kind of see if anything had changed. I rotated through a couple labs, and I quickly realized that doing bench side research, working with rodents, rats, mice, was not really a great fit for me. And so ultimately, I ended up making the switch about a year in to switch to getting my master's in neuroscience in 2017. And I think through that experience, it was good because I still love research. I still want to incorporate research into my career. But I realized that I needed to be closer to working with humans and working in more clinically relevant research, even though I still do have a great appreciation for basic science. There's aspects of it that I miss a lot. I like doing cell culture. Sometimes I miss the rats, but not so much. So ultimately, after I graduated, I ended up applying to positions. I did a couple different things. I taught neuroscience to middle schoolers. I ended up volunteering at Moss Rehab in Philadelphia, working with people who have aphasia and also working on behind the scenes research there. And then I applied to probably over 50 positions, mostly at Penn, because I was really committed and had my eyes set on getting a job at Penn. I kind of knew that would be the best place to do clinical research, to get the experience that I really wanted. And actually going into this, I thought I would be pursuing another PhD, maybe in clinical psychology. I thought, okay, maybe I'll go more of like the clinical route, and that would be a better fit for me than basic science. And so that led me to working, if you look at the picture on the right, that's Richard's building on Penn's campus, and that's where my office was. So I accepted a job at the Penn FTD Center. And for the last almost 3 years, I was working as a MRI research specialist. And I worked in the neurology department running a functional MRI study where I would recruit patients from a neurology clinic. I would schedule their research visits. They'd be doing MRIs, but also cognitive testing and various other blood draws, things like that for research consortia studies. And I really loved, what I loved most about working there was my interaction with patients. It was the direct clinical interaction that I loved, especially after working there for almost 3 years. My study was longitudinal, so I would have the same patients come back year after year. And it was nice to kind of develop rapport with the patients, but also with the caregivers, because it's in my role was kind of limited. I had limited interaction with them doing research. I wasn't really with them clinically, but I was able to still develop relationships with them. And it was at that point that I started to think, okay, maybe the PhD is not a good fit, and maybe clinical psychology is not a good fit, but maybe I want to do something even more clinical and kind of move away a little bit more from research, but not completely away from it. And so that ultimately led me to pursuing a career in nursing, because I did really want that direct patient interaction. I also consider myself a very empathetic person, and I feel like nursing is a good fit for that. And I did not even realize prior to working at Penn that nursing provides so many opportunities to also do clinical research. It's not just the direct patient interaction. So I thought that was a great fit. And that's kind of what led me to my current position as a student. So I wanted to give some broad pieces of advice before I talk about the specific application process. But things to think about, and these things are going to sound extremely cliche, but I feel like they're still really important to at least touch on. Talking to people in the field. So this can apply to not just nursing, but any pre-health field that you're interested in. I think it is so critical to talk to people who are in the job role that you're interested in, even if you're not sure. I say that because I felt like, in hindsight, I have no regrets about leaving a PhD program. It was probably one of the hardest decisions I ever made in my life, but I don't look back on it with any regret because it led me to where I am now. And I think had I talked to more people in the field, maybe had I had a better understanding of the day-to-day tasks that the job would entail, I might have reconsidered a different career path. And so through working at Penn, I was able to talk to a nurse practitioner and talk to people in the field, and kind of get a better idea of like what I'm actually going into and what I'm signing up for. And that kind of piggybacks off of the next point of find mentors. I think when people say find mentors, you feel like it has to be, I don't know, you have to like find this perfect person through networking or something like that. When in reality, it could be someone that's right in front of you. It can be a professor, it can be your boss, but just find somebody to kind of talk to who has more life experience than you and can help point you in the right direction along your career trajectory. Asking honest questions, I think, is another thing that needs to be emphasized more, even though it seems quite simple, but something I wish I had done through the PhD process, through interviewing at different PhD programs, was asking questions that were like not the easiest questions to ask. So things like salary, things like advancement in your job and in your career. What does this job look like? Is it a 9 to 5? Do I have to work weekends? One of the questions I had asked was actually about something kind of random, but about like medical malpractice as a nurse practitioner, and what does that look like in comparison to a physician? And those are the kind of questions where I was like, oh, I don't know if I want to ask this question, but I feel like those are things I need to have the answers and have the knowledge before I'm pursuing a career for the rest of my life. And then lastly, shadowing. I have shadowed, rotated in probably, I don't know, maybe 10 labs throughout my education, my career. And each one has had an important role in leading me down the path of nursing. But again, I think if you want to go into nursing, you should shadow a nurse or shadow a nurse practitioner or shadow whatever specific concentration you want to go into, because that really is the only way for sure that you're going to know if this is a good fit for you. And you're going to see things on a daily basis that you might not have thought of if you're just, researching things on Google. And then the question always comes up, why nursing? And that's a question that I had to ask myself many times. Given my educational experience, my background, I was very apprehensive to go down a new career path because I was afraid of making, another mistake, even though I don't view anything in my past as a mistake, but I was nervous and I wanted to really be sure that this was the right path for me. And so when I was thinking about pursuing nursing in terms of other career paths that are in healthcare, I thought about the direct patient interaction, which obviously you can get from being a physician, you can get that from being a PA, physical therapist. There's lots of ways to get direct patient interaction that isn't nursing. But I think that with nursing, I think what drew me to it was also more of like the empathetic side of nursing, that you get to kind of talk to the patient about their day and kind of get to know them on a different level than any of those other career paths. The flexibility of nursing is something that I was not well versed in prior to starting school or starting this like career path. There are so many different avenues. I think when you think of a nurse, you typically think of somebody who's inpatient working in a hospital, and it's so much more than that. I want to go into outpatient nursing, but there's legal nursing, which I didn't know was a thing. I have a couple other career paths on the next slide, I think, but there's just so many different fields that you can go into. A school nurse, things that you don't like typically think of, as well as the ability to do clinical research, which is something that I kind of thought, okay, am I saying goodbye to research by pursuing a career in nursing? And what I didn't realize is that I definitely can still have my cake and eat it too, so to speak. There's still a wide array of options in clinical research with nursing. You can pursue a PhD in nursing and focus on more research-oriented nursing if that's what you're interested in. You can have thesis projects. You can work with faculty who have grants, who are doing research. And so that was something that drew me to Penn, because they are so well known for their clinical research and for nursing as well. And then the job outlook of nursing, as you can see now with the pandemic, I feel like nurses are in high demand, and I don't see that stopping anytime soon. I think the job outlook is good as far as you can definitely climb the ladder, so to speak. So you can pursue, becoming a nurse practitioner or getting your doctorate in nursing. And so I don't think there's any shortage of nursing jobs. If anything, I think the coronavirus pandemic has given people a greater respect and a greater appreciation for healthcare workers, and especially nurses who are sort of at the front lines, as we can see. And that kind of brings me into my next point of that nursing is meaningful work. I think that you have to have a certain personality to go into the field. I think you have to be empathetic. I think you have to care for people in a way that I feel like is very unique to nursing, because you're going to deal with the monotony of things on a day-to-day basis. You're going to deal with birth. You're going to deal with death. And I think you have to kind of know what you're getting into before you go down this path, and making sure that that kind of fits your personality. And then leadership roles and opportunities. Again, that kind of goes off of what I said before, but climbing the ladder, I think there's lots of opportunities to be, a nurse manager, to go into other fields of nursing that you might not particularly think of as just the direct patient interaction, but you can also teach in nursing in the nursing school. So I think there's opportunities to kind of demonstrate leadership skills within the field. And this is a slide that I was just referencing before, but the possibilities really are endless as far as career paths. So, you can be a critical care nurse. We actually recently, in one of my classes at Penn, had a nursing informaticist come in and speak to us, which I had never heard of before. And basically her background was more technology based, more computer science, I guess you would say. And she worked on hospital record systems, trying to come up with better ways for doctors and nurses to use electronic medical records. For example, if somebody had an allergy, what's the best way to display that in a patient's chart? What's the best way to navigate through a patient's chart that's quick and easy and efficient for healthcare workers? And so she was sort of the person behind the scenes, but her background was a bedside nurse. So I think the interesting thing also coming into nursing as my second degree, so I'm not a traditional bachelor's student, it's my second bachelor's degree. I think everybody's coming into it with a different background. A lot of people came into it with a more science-focused background. Some people came into it with an English background, and then this is their second career as a nurse. And so recognizing that everybody is unique and brings something different to the table, I think is what makes the field so interesting. And so you can see the other career options on here too, but like legal nursing, midwife, nurse manager, nurse practitioner, nurse anesthetist is a really popular field now to go into, with another good job outlook. Travel nursing is an option. So I just put this slide up here to show you that it's more than just what you traditionally think of as a bedside nurse. Okay, so I just want to talk about the application process a little bit. So I really can speak more specifically to Penn. I can't speak for all nursing applications, but traditionally you're going to have some type of essay to write that's specific to the school that you're applying to. So you're going to have supplementary questions, and I can almost guarantee you one of the questions is going to be why this particular school. So why do you want to apply to Penn? Why do you want to apply to Jefferson, Drexel, wherever it is you're applying? And I think doing your research there is really important. So what makes that school unique? Is it their research? Is it reputation? Is it faculty? I don't know. Are they really good at preparing you for the NCLEX? Things like that are important to look into. Is it accredited? And then they're definitely going to ask you a question which sort of goes into your personal statement of why nursing. I think you have a unique answer to that question, not just the same old that everyone's going to say, but kind of sell yourself in your personal statement, talk about your education, your career interests and goals, your healthcare experience. Even if you don't have healthcare experience, that's completely fine. I talk about in the next point, highlighting your volunteering experience. So kind of, any direct people interaction, even if it's not patients. So if you're, EMS or something like that, if you do volunteering at a hospital, just something like that to put on your resume, definitely, can't hurt. And then your transcripts, you're going to have to send from all your schools, which is pretty typical. It's not unique to nursing school. The GPA threshold, I believe for me was greater than 3.0. The great thing is sometimes the GREs can be waived. So again, I can only speak for bachelor's as a second degree, but if you have your master's already and your GPA is greater than 3.0, or if your bachelor's GPA is greater than 3.2, they completely waive the GREs, which as somebody who's taken the GREs a couple times, I did not want to have to take them again. So that was really great news for me. Personal statement I already touched on. Letters of recommendation, I feel like are, okay, so important. So a lot of times there's so much emphasis being put on standardized test scores and your GPA. I would argue that letters of recommendation, I think, weigh more heavily than your GPA, because that's really the opportunity for someone to read about who you are as a person, how you're going to be as a student, as a future employee. And so I think having really good letters of recommendation can sometimes counteract a not super high GPA. I wouldn't worry about that or let it deter you completely, because if you have really good letters of recommendation, they go a really long way. Make sure they're not personal letters of recommendation, that they're professional or academic ones. I believe Penn required 3, but again, I feel like you should check on individual schools and their requirements before you are applying. And then this was new to Penn this year, but they actually had a video interview, and this was pre-COVID, which is kind of funny because now everything is being done virtually. But the video interview was kind of tricky. I've never done that before. So they have pre-asked questions that you have to answer. And what I did is I ended up kind of writing myself a script out on the computer, practicing it, recording myself to make sure my time was within the time limit. And then you only get 2 tries to record your video interview, and then that's it. You're done. So you really want to make sure that you're well prepared for the interview going into it, and that you've completely answered the questions before you submit your application, because once it's submitted, you can't go back. And then another one of my interviews was in person, and that was actually a group interview, which I've also never done before. But I think it was kind of interesting because it gives you an opportunity to, again, sell yourself. I think sometimes that can be uncomfortable to people because you feel like you're being self-centered, or I don't want to just talk about me all the time. But I do think that that's kind of your opportunity to set yourself apart from the other people in the interview. It's also really important to make sure that you have questions for the person interviewing you. So of course, they're going to be asking you questions, but also make sure that you have a couple questions in your back pocket. Oh, tell me what research is like here. Like, what does your research look like at this school? Tell me why I should come here. Like, what do you think's unique about your school? I mean, you're allowed to interview them too. It's not a one-sided thing. So that would be some of my recommendations for the application process. As far as the application timeline goes, the application for Penn, again, this is specific to Penn, this might be different. The application opened in July. The deadline was around October 15th. It's not rolling, so don't worry about rolling admissions. The interviews were in, I want to say, around January, and I was notified the first or second week in February that I was accepted. And then my program just began this last June virtually. So again, as far as nursing specifically at Penn, so I am in the 18-month accelerated BSN program, but there also are other nursing programs at Penn. You can do a BSN to PhD program, which I believe is called the Hillman Scholar Program. There's a lot of different bridge programs like BSN to MSN, which is what I'm doing, where I'm submatriculated into the master's program within a specific concentration to become a nurse practitioner. So that's something that you can actually apply to when you're applying for the BSN program, or you can just apply to the ABSN. And if you decide later that you think you want to become a nurse practitioner, you can take coursework and submatriculate. You can apply to submatriculate into the master's program. On the left there, you can see the different nurse practitioner programs that are available at Penn. So I am in the primary care adult gero program, but there's also acute care, family, neonatal, psychiatric, women's health, I missed pediatric. There's also a midwife program, as well as different healthcare administration programs, certificates, minors that you can do in addition to your degree. I have up there that submatriculating to the master's, if you go full time after the BSN, it's roughly a year. That's not always the case. That's for my program. Some are a year and a half. Also, if you choose to go part-time, getting credits for your master's, you can also work as an RN, and it would roughly take me about 1.5 years to get the MSN while I was working. And then there's various minors. I won't read all of them, but there's for the traditional bachelor's, these are the minors on the left that you can get. Global health, I think, is in both, nutrition's in both. For your master's, there's a lot more options, but these are other minors that you can get in addition to your MSN degree. And then as far as prerequisites go for the coursework, so prior to even applying, I kind of looked into what types of classes I needed to have in order to get accepted into one of these programs. And coming from a science background, I luckily had a lot of the coursework already, but I also, surprisingly, with my BA, did not have a lot of the coursework. And so I already had general chemistry and biology, but I did have to take 8 credits of anatomy and physiology with a lab. I actually took mine online, again, pre-COVID, which is ironic, and the lab was accepted. So an online lab is completely fine. I took 4 credits of microbiology with a lab, and then nutrition and statistics. Statistics I also already had taken in college. My warning to people applying is to make sure that you check the criteria for the prerequisite classes, because some places want to see you have your coursework within 5 years, and some people want to see you have it within 10 years. So 10 years was the case for Penn, but other places would actually make you like retake general chemistry or retake biology, even if your bachelor's is in biology. I would talk to the specific school about that, but just being aware of those specific requirements, because at that point it had almost been, I guess, 5 years or so since I'd been out of college, and I didn't want to have to retake all of those courses I had already taken. And then as far as the curriculum for Penn, again, I'm just going to give you some of my personal experience. I can't speak to every nursing program, but for summer of 2020, things were a little bit different for me because my program was virtual, but I took pharmacology and physiology. I took something called Pathways to Practice, which is essentially like a nursing 101. And then I took physical assessment, and physical assessment, we actually just this week, I was completing the in-person component of that, where we do a head-to-toe physical exam on our partners in full PPE. And so most of the stuff was online, but some stuff, obviously, for nursing, you really just cannot do it virtually. So pretty much the way they built the program was to do all of the didactic material before we were able to do the in-person session this week. And then the last course was Social Determinants of Health. It actually has a much longer course title than that I can't remember, but that's more of like a sociology and psychology course about nursing. And you learn a little bit about like the history of nursing and being able to talk to patients and therapeutic communication and things like that. And as far as the fall curriculum goes, again, I'm not that far into the program, so I'm not exactly able to speak fully on my experiences, but this fall, I'm going to have women's health, psych, pediatric, and I'm also taking, not really an elective, but it counts towards my master's program. It's scientific inquiry for evidence-based practice, which I'm excited for because I feel like that's very relevant to research, clinical research, how to be a good scientist and how to kind of incorporate that into your practice. And in addition to these 3 fields, women's health, psych, pediatric, there's clinical rotations where you get placed, or you can pick hopefully the site that you want in a hospital, in a clinic. It could be inpatient, outpatient. And there's also a lab component of that where we talk about more of like medical administration, dosing, things like that, like at the bedside. And then there's also a lecture component that goes with each of those. So they're roughly 4-week rotations. So I'll be doing women's health first, then I'll move to psych, and then I'll move to pediatric after that. So it sounds like a lot, but the way they kind of design it is that you're rotating through different fields to get exposed to different areas that you might be interested in. And then, as I mentioned before, there's some coursework built into the BSN that doubly counts towards your master's, which is really nice because if you already know that you want to go on for the master's, you might as well get some credits racked up towards that so that hopefully you finish faster. And then other courses for the bachelor's that aren't necessarily like clinical rotations, there's healthcare ethics, healthcare in an aging society, and these are specific to my primary care for older adults. But if you were going into pediatrics, your coursework might look a little bit different. There's community nursing, case studies, which is really cool because you can find something that you're interested in and apply to a specific case study. I think there's like an oncology case study. I'm trying to think what else. There might be like an older adults case study, and then advanced physiology and pathophysiology. And then for my MSN specifically for adult gero primary care, again, these are more tailored to what you're interested in, but primary care of middle and older aged adults, professional role issues for nurse practitioners. So I'm very excited for these classes because it's geared to what I'm particularly interested in and the field that I want to go into. But yeah, the other thing too that I want to mention about curriculum is that, so I've always been interested in the brain. I love neurology, but there's no like specific neurology track within my program. And so the cool thing is that if you're able to, you can find a clinical rotation that's specific to your interests. So for me, for pediatric, I'm doing a neurology rotation at CHOP. And I'm excited about that because I was able to get placed somewhere that's more specific to my interests. So there's ways to find coursework and clinical experience that is geared towards what you're interested in. And then some words of advice. So again, these are going to be really cliche, but I do mean them. I do mean them. So you are you. And while it may be intimidating working with people who seem smarter than you, more experienced than you, there is something unique to you that you bring to the table. And so I think that you really need to highlight your strengths. There are plenty of people in my program who have had no clinical experience. They've had no science experience. This is a completely new career path for them. But they bring something unique to the table that I don't bring to the table. And so I think kind of practicing highlighting your strengths and kind of practice selling yourself is an important skill to have. Don't be afraid to ask questions. I think through things being virtual, I've had to kind of be a little bit more proactive in asking questions because I was not in a traditional classroom setting. I couldn't just, raise my hand and ask my teacher a question. And similarly to what I was saying before about asking honest questions, I think, when you're observing and shadowing things, ask as many questions as possible because that's really the only way that you're going to learn. Networking, I think, is so important. When I thought of networking in college, I thought networking was sort of like, okay, I have to make a LinkedIn profile and I have to, add connections on LinkedIn and find all these like, top nurse practitioners or top researchers or whatever. And that's like the only way to properly network, which obviously is not true. So by networking, I mean that there's been so many times in my career in education that I've connected with somebody who was a friend of a friend or a professor's daughter or spouse or whoever it is, sibling. So you just have no idea. The point I'm making is you have no idea how someone can be helpful to you, who they might know and what connections they have and who they can put you in touch with. So I think networking is more about looking at the people that are already within your circle and trying to say, hey, do you know anybody who's in nursing? Somebody's daughter might be in nursing or they're pursuing a degree in as a nurse practitioner. And then I can talk to them about the field and tell me like, what was it like with the application process? Do you like your job? I think that's a really important question. Like that's not asked enough is, do you like what you're doing? And also when you're interviewing at schools, ask the current students, do you like where you go to school? Do you like this program? I interviewed at a PhD program once where the students were just like absolutely miserable. They did not seem happy to be there. And I was like, well, I don't want to come here if you guys don't seem happy. You're not selling the school at all. So I think just, talking to people is really like, I just cannot emphasize how important that is. Be open to new things. One of the things that they tell us in my program is that you might go into the nursing program with a specific career trajectory in mind, like I do, and I like neurology, but I'm also trying to be open to the fact that there might be a different field of medicine that I'm more interested in, along the way. And so I think trying to not close yourself off so much to just, one thing, and being a little bit more open-minded at, maybe there's something else I might like even more somewhere down the road. And then putting aside preconceived notions. I touched on this a little bit too, but I think I had a very preconceived idea of what nursing was and what it meant to be a nurse prior to applying to nursing school. I think it's very hard sometimes. I think that you get a lot of input from other people about what they think. So as important as it is to talk to other people, I'll also double back on what I said is it's important to not get too many opinions about your career path, because ultimately it's your decision what you want to go into. It's nobody else's choice. Regardless of what you choose, someone's going to have something to say about it, negative or positive. And so I think, a lot of times people are going to say, why didn't you want to become a doctor? Why didn't you want to, why do you want to stay in research? Why did you leave your PhD? There's always going to be people that are going to say things. And I've had to learn to kind of put aside those comments, because ultimately it's my decision and my career path. And also same thing with research, putting preconceived notions aside of, a lot of people think researchers just sit at a bench and they don't talk to people and they're quiet and they just don't communicate. They work alone in a tiny little desk and that's it. That's their career, which could not be further from the truth. And same thing with nursing. I think people just think, okay, well, you work in a hospital and you help the doctor. I mean, that's it, right? So I think putting those things aside is going to help you kind of look at your career with fresh pair of eyes without those outside influences coming in. And then learning from your mistakes. So I feel like, you can look at your past career, your past educational experiences as mistakes. But I guess it's kind of bad word to call them. I think that, they're learning opportunities. So at every stage of my life, there's been a learning opportunity. And I think that helps us grow as people. It helps us figure out what we want to do and get to where we need to go in the future. And then lastly, do what makes you happy. So I think, it's cliche to say that, but ultimately I was not happy in a PhD program. And I had a lot of people telling me that you had to stick it out because you've worked so hard to get here, just stick it out. And once you get on the other side, you're going to have that degree. But that degree is not everything. There's more to life than just getting a degree in a field. And I think you have to really like what you're doing. I think you have to have meaningful work that gives you a reason every morning that you wake up, you go to your job, and you're excited to do your job, to do your work. And I didn't always feel that in what I was doing before. And so I think that really is first and foremost what's most important. Forget about money. Obviously, that's important. Job outlook's important, but you need to be excited about what you're doing, because I can tell you, if you're not excited about what you're doing, one day you're just going to wake up and be like, all right, like, how did I get here? I'm not happy here. I need to do something different. So that's my best advice that I can give to anybody that's pursuing any career path, not just nursing, is really try to think about what makes you happy. And then I'm just going to leave you with a quote that I found online. It says, to do what nobody else will do in a way that no one else can, in spite of all that we go through, that is to be a nurse. So I finished a little bit early, sorry, but I will now take any questions that anybody has.
All right. Thank you so much, Melanie. I really liked your presentation, and especially the point that you touched on the last slide about students doing a lot of like self-reflection on what they are actually passionate about. And that's something that we really want to emphasize in the conference. So thank you for bringing that up. And now, if you want, you can stop sharing your screen and we can do panel view so that the attendees can see both of us.
Okay.
Perfect. So yes, gallery view. And we have some questions from the audience. So I will start asking them, but anyone else who has questions, feel free to type them on the Q&A and we will try to answer them. So the first one is, may you describe what it is like taking those labs virtually? In your perspective, is it more difficult to overcome or a little less stressful? So I guess it's in the context of the pandemic, when you will be taking your classes and doing all the learning that you need to do as a nurse, is like, how is that transition gonna happen and how has it been for you doing things remotely?
Yeah, so it's definitely not what I expected. Just giving an honest answer. I mean, applying to nursing school, I obviously did not predict there being a pandemic. I will say I feel like Penn did a good job at transitioning some things online. So it was kind of weird, but we went through introducing ourselves to the patient, a lot of role playing of imagining that you were going into a room, imagining that you were going to give medication, and talking through all the steps that you would do if you were in person. Again, that's far from an ideal situation, but I was really pleasantly surprised at how well it did work. And I felt like I got a lot more out of the experience than I maybe realized in the moment. But yeah, so we did like med checks, like medicine administration, things like that, virtually as much as we could do. As far as physical assessment, we talked through, what we would be doing. Like, okay, you're going to have the person open their mouth and say, ah, and things like that until we were able to get there in person to do it. But was it more difficult? I think it was also difficult in the sense of like, I didn't get to meet my classmates. And everything being virtual is a little bit more awkward to communicate with people. But overall, I think like coursework wise was completely fine virtually. And now moving forward in the fall, I am going to be able to do my clinical rotations. And I just had in-person labs with all the PPE suited up, ready to go. So it was more and less stressful in different ways. If that makes sense. More stressful because I think I had to work a little bit harder at like learning the material, but certainly less stressful because I wasn't doing it in person. Less pressure on me to perform in front of other people.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much. So our next question, what would you recommend high school students to do to boost their resume during the pandemic? And I guess this is for not just high school students, but just basically anyone. What type of things can they do? And I know you mentioned like shadowing nurses and things like that. Do you know if opportunities like that are still available remotely?
That's a hard question. I'm not entirely sure. I know that some hospitals, especially with my clinical rotations, are not super keen on accepting students if they don't have to. I mean, it was like a struggle already to get me into clinical rotations. I mean, I'm not saying that all places wouldn't. There might be some places that you can volunteer at now, and I would just try to reach out to some places and see if they're taking students. I don't know, it's hard. I mean, I'd imagine there's some jobs that you can do virtually, even if it's like medical entry of data and stuff like that, just to have something to put on your resume that's somewhat related to medicine. Yeah, that's a tough question. I don't know. I mean, there's definitely online jobs in medicine. I mean, telehealth is also a huge thing now too, of virtual, patient visits. I don't know how shadowing would look like virtually. But I don't know, that might be something to look into is telehealth, because that's a huge field that people are going into of having virtual communication with your doctor. And so there might be some type of experience that you can get like that without ever stepping foot in a hospital. But yeah, that's tough. I know it's like a very hard time right now to find work experience.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult. I'm gonna ask some questions that I have prepared, but if our students have any more questions, feel free to ask them on the Q&A.
Okay.
So my question is, what are the working hour conditions as a nurse? Or more personally, what would your ideal schedule look like when you start working?
What would my ideal schedule look like?
Yeah.
I personally would like more of a traditional 9 to 5. I mean, for inpatient, it would look very different, like long, potentially 12-hour shifts, working on the weekends, things like that. And my clinical rotation coming up actually is like a 12.5-hour shift. I don't think I'd want to do that forever. But yeah, I would like a more typical like 9 to 5 type of job. I mean, I don't necessarily mind working on the weekends. I mean, not all day, but yeah, I think that's something to definitely consider in your career path is, are you the type of person that's okay getting up super early in the morning and working super late at night? Or do you want a more regular schedule, especially if, some people going into nursing as their second career are married, they have kids. And those are things to take into consideration too of, are you able to have a family with this career path? And what does that look like as far as hours and workload on your family? Yeah.
Right. And I know you mentioned that there are different types of nurses that you could become. So, like, does your schedule vary depending on the type of nurse that you are, or do you have flexibility to kind of choose based on where you're working?
Yeah, I definitely think, again, depending on whether you want to do like inpatient or outpatient, I think your schedule is going to look very different. I think in the beginning, though, as a student, your schedule probably looks pretty crazy, regardless of what concentration you're going into. But I think, yeah, depending on going into primary care, if you're going into like women's health or OBGYN, babies get delivered at all hours of the day. And so things might be a little bit more chaotic if you're going into that line of work. Critical care, emergency medicine is going to look a lot different than working, in family practice or something like that. So I do think, I think it's going to look different. The same way how I think the curriculum would look very different if I was in a different concentration. The requirements would look different, and the career and the job outlook would look different as well. So yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. And I think this is probably our last question, and I know you mentioned your personal journey throughout, but this question is, what advice would you give to someone who is thinking about pursuing a career in nursing, but they are not completely sure yet? And is there a specific experience that helped you decide that this is the career that you wanted to pursue?
Yeah, so I think if you're considering nursing, but you're not totally sold on it yet, I would really like try to compare the healthcare career paths. Like, so if you're pre-health and you want to go into a healthcare field, I mean, aside from the shadowing part I talked about, I definitely did a lot of like Google searches and my own research as far as comparing like what a job looks like as a doctor, what does a job look like as a nurse practitioner, as a PA, which were all things that I at one point or the other was probably considering. What do those career paths look like? A lot of websites, like career websites, have really good like side-by-side comparisons of career paths, and they will break it down to you based on salary, the jobs that you can get, the experience that you have to have. They'll give you like these tables, and I would look at these tables and I'd be like, all right, well, I don't want to do that, or that doesn't sound good, but this sounds good, and kind of make like pros and cons in my mind when I was considering this career path. But yeah, I mean, my other biggest piece of advice is like, I mean, if you're unsure, there's nothing wrong with shadowing multiple different fields. Obviously, it's very difficult now during the pandemic. So during non-COVID times, shadowing a doctor, shadowing like a physical therapist, whatever it is that you're interested in to get a better idea. And if you can't do those things now during COVID, set up phone calls with people or email professors, email doctors, nurses, and just talk to them. They probably have an actual a more interesting outlook on their career now, given everything going on, than they did before COVID. And so they might actually have a more interesting perspective to talk to you about. But as far as like a one point point in time that I can pinpoint as to why I chose nursing, I think I touched on it already. What it would be like the clinical interaction with my patients, and I was lucky that I was able to find a job in neurology, which is what I want to do. But I think that was sort of the turning point for me, was realizing, okay, I'm doing research, I'm working in research, but what I really like and what I think about at the end of the day and what I take away from my job is my patient interaction and my patient experiences. So yeah, I mean, that probably would be the biggest deciding factor in pursuing this career path.
Perfect. Thank you so much for participating here in our conference. Our students really enjoyed listening to your presentation and learning about what a career in nursing looks like and how to get there, basically. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we will transition to our next presentation, but we will have a short break before that happens. So we'll see you guys in a little bit.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let's get started with the next presentation. So for our next presentation, we have Nkemdirim Obagu, who is a recent Boston University graduate with a BA in Neuroscience and Philosophy. She is a part of the core team of the nonprofit organization called General Intelligences. General Intelligences helps and provides FIGLY or first generation low-income high school and undergraduate students with resources for higher educational success. Please welcome her as she speaks regarding the MCAT with navigating accommodations in the context of mental health. I think you might be muted.
Can you guys hear me now?
Perfect. And you can turn on your video if you would like.
Okay. I don't even know if you
Perfect.
guys can. Hold on, see me. Oh, okay, cool. Hello, everyone. My name is Nkemdirim Obagu. You can call me Didi. I go by Didi mostly. That's my preferred name. And I am going to talk about the MCAT and accommodations and just that whole realm when it comes to applying for med school and taking the MCAT. Next slide, please. Okay, so applications for accommodations, they're submitted electronically through the MCAT accommodations online systems. It's also called MOA systems. And the AAMC, they offer many accommodations that suit the needs of the individual. Next slide, please. So there is a strict deadline for the accommodations. So when it comes to the MCATs, there are 3 zones when you are registering to take the MCATs. There is the gold zone deadline, the silver zone deadline, and the bronze zone deadline. The gold zone deadline is 29 days before your actual test date, your exam date. The silver zone is 15 days before, and the bronze zone is 8 days before. It's important that you know the zones and the deadlines because it basically tells you whether you can still reschedule or cancel your MCATs and like the different amounts you have to pay for the MCATs. The later in the zone, the more expensive it is to cancel and to sign up for the MCATs. When it comes to your accommodations, you have to have them approved before the silver zone in order for you to take the test with those accommodations. So it cannot be 15 days before, it has to be 16 or more days before your exam date. And if that's approved, then you can take your exam with the given accommodations. Next slide, please. Okay, so you need to prioritize getting your accommodations for the MCATs for any physical disabilities, mental disabilities, any condition that you have. It's really important because it's an extremely harrowing process and it's oddly very competitive and a hard process that takes a lot of time. It's very difficult to receive it because so many people need accommodations, and it can take up to 60 days or more to have your request approved. So when you turn in your initial request, it takes them 60 days to approve it. And sometimes they need additional or more material in order to know if you actually need these accommodations. And that could take up to 30 more days because you are adding information to your initial request. If this doesn't make sense, you can always ask me questions after, but because you have an initial request and they need more information added to your initial request, it could take 60 or more days. And then after that, if your request gets denied, then you can repeal your process and you can appeal your process or get an extension, and that takes 30 more days. So it could take anywhere from 60 days to even 150 days to get approval for your MCATs, to get accommodation approval. So that's why you want to prioritize this process. It's almost oddly more important than actually registering for your MCATs, because like there's a very strict deadline for your accommodations and you might end up having to take the test without them. And people that do get accommodations, like, you know how important that is for any sort of test, especially something as important as the MCATs. And there's no exceptions. They don't like prioritize an individual. So if you have a test that's sooner than someone else and they turn in their initial application to get an accommodation, they will be prioritized. It's in order of how you turn in your initial request, your initial application for your accommodation. So you can't expedite the process. You can't make it go faster. You cannot pay for them to look at yours first. It's in order of how it's submitted. So that's why you want to really pay attention to this. Next slide, please. Okay, so there are particular conditions that qualify for accommodations. When it comes to the AAMC, they're oddly like a little loose and a little strict. So any conditions under the Americans with Disabilities Act, ADA, those conditions can be approved for accommodations. As you see, learning disabilities, there's dyslexia, dyscalculia, dysgraphia, ADHD, anything like that. Those are learning disabilities. Those always qualify for accommodations. There's psychiatric disabilities, depression, testing anxiety, general anxiety, anything psychiatric that also can impede your ability to take a standardized test or any test in general, that also qualifies. You have physical impairments, generalized pain, injuries, you have temporary physical conditions, broken limbs, broken neck, etc. Also, mothers who are nursing their children, pregnant mothers as well, those are also conditions that qualify for accommodations. Next slide, please. Okay, so that being said, not everybody qualifies. I make this very clear because this is not my words, this is not my belief. I think if you need accommodations, then you should get them, but the AAMC sees that differently. Not everybody qualifies. They do make a point. That's why your applications can be rejected. That's why they need more information, because they also act on that premise that not everybody qualifies. Their words, not mine. Next slide, please. Okay, so with that being said, when they say not everyone qualifies, that is basically saying, do your conditions, disabilities, any condition, physical, mental, etc., anything you have that affects you, does it relate to the demands of the MCATs? This is the whole point of like whether it impedes your ability to properly take the MCATs. If it does not, you most likely will not get accommodations. So you need to tell them how, whatever affliction you have, whatever thing that, whether it bothers you or it's just part of your life, something that you have, whether it hinders your ability to take the MCATs, if you can tell them that and show it and prove it, you will get your accommodations. They review all your documentation, your evidence of diagnosis, your current impairments, any associated functional limitations, anything comorbid, that is all considered. Next slide, please. These are possible accommodations. These are like the common ones. These are also ones you can get at your regular university if you need accommodations. Quiet testing rooms, shields, earplugs, headsets, that's usually generally available. Storage for medication, food, and drink. When they say medication, it's like inhalers, things like that. You can monitor your brightness adjustment. Yeah, so monitor brightness adjustment, adjustable chairs, wheelchair accessible. That's like always a thing, but you just never know at certain test centers whether every single test center is exactly wheelchair accessible or not. Personal booklets for scratch work, extra time, extra breaks, extended breaks. And also anything that warrants a accommodation, you can pretty much get it. So if there's any accommodation on this list, or that's not on this list, if you have anything, any condition that warrants that accommodation, you will get it. But you just need to show them you need it. But like, there are things that aren't on this list. Some people take Yeah, they take like, instead of a computerized version of the MCATs, they take a written version. That's not on this list, but if you have a condition that warrants you needing or using or preferring a written version for whatever condition you have, instead of a computerized version of the MCATs, and you can show them that and they more or less like agree with you, then you can get a written version. So, yep. Next slide, please. Okay, so application. It's getting accommodations is basically its own other application, which is why you need to prioritize it, and it's so hard. It's another application. Your first request goes through the MAO system. You need to have an AAMC ID before you're able to access the MAO system. And when you are able to access the MAO system, you have your own username, password, and your own MAO system account. So you need the AAMC ID first. Then you can access the MAO system, MCAT accommodations online system, and then you can make a profile, password, username, etc. for that system. You need to complete the profile, conditions, and history section. And there is a personal statement for your particular disability, impairment, multiple, or your conditions. There's like a personal statement you have to have for that. So when I say it's another application, there's like a personal statement. You need like a recommendation. You need other physicians and professionals that are in that realm of the condition you have. They need to diagnose and approve you. It is a very serious topic because accommodations, it's a lot of money, it's a lot of time, and they need to know you actually need them. Next slide, please. Okay, so like I said, they do evaluations. It must be from professionals that are qualified in your area of disabilities or impairments. They need to be able to properly assess and diagnose your disability or your impairment. And your disability or impairment must be current. When it comes to your documentation, it also must be current. For ADHD, it can't be more than 3 years prior to your MCAT date. So your MCAT date. So if it's like 4 years prior, it does not count. It is now invalid. For psychiatric disabilities, it can't be any more than 6 months prior. What they can do though, is if it, for psychiatric disabilities, that's not ADHD. ADHD tends to be its own separate field when it comes to getting accommodations. But for other psychiatric disabilities, you can have it can be no more than 24 months. But when they say 6 months, it needs to have been updated within that 6 month period. So it can be like 2 years old, but then it needs to be updated within 6 months. But they typically just say no more than 6 months prior, so that I think people don't start getting confused and like give them later dates. But as long as it's updated, then technically that is fine. Next slide, please. Okay, so general components of the diagnostic report. The first page, it must be by that professional, the evaluator. It needs to have their letterhead with the examinee's general information, their date of birth, date of diagnosis, date that they took that examination, their birth, their age, etc. You need the history and the background of that individual, which would be the test taker, their condition, their description, relevant history to the condition, relevant academic history that provides more information about your condition. This is very important, especially for people with psychiatric disabilities and people with ADHD. They want to see proof in your academic work, including your standardized tests like SATs, GREs. If you went to like private school, ISEE and your HSPTs, like any of those standardized tests as well, they want to see if your academic history matches the conditions you have, if you've received accommodations prior. Some people have not received accommodations for any standardized tests, but if you received accommodations in school, high school, university, etc., that also counts. And they want to have behavioral observations. So they want to know if like they can see it in your behaviors and if it impacts your ability to take the test. It must impact you all the way around, not just test taking, but in like behavioral observations. That's what they want to see. because they want to see if it like actually shows up or not consistently. And I think I missed something. Yeah, also relevant family history review, your medical history. So if it runs in the family, that is also another thing. They want to know if your family has a history of it. Certain conditions, that's not always true, but if it does hold true, it's better for your application if you can prove it or show it somehow. Next slide, please. This is easy. After your application is submitted, they send you an email and it notifies you to view your determination letter on the MAO system. So you just go on and you see whether it's been denied, approved, or if they need more information from you. Next slide, please. And this is just easy. Requests and approvals, they come from the MCAT accommodation services. So you're going to contact accommodations@aamc.org if you have any questions or comments or anything else you want to follow up on or any more information you need from them. Next slide, please. I think it should be it. Yes, thank you. I did not put a thank you slide, but pretend it's there. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much for presenting. That was a very insightful discussion. Let me turn on my video real quick.
Okay, I see some questions.
Perfect. Yeah, so let's dive right into the Q&A.
Okay.
The first question I see is, what good sources would you recommend to study for the MCAT?
Is this okay for me personally?
Mhm.
So there's different books. There's Berkeley Review, TPR, the Princeton Review, there's Kaplan, etc. I know a lot of individuals. There's UWorld, there's Magoosh, and there's Khan Academy. Those are the big ones. And there's OnKeyDex. Those are the big ones. I will say it one more time. Berkeley Review, Kaplan, give me a sec, the Princeton Review. So those are like the book series. Magoosh, Khan Academy, UWorld, and OnKeyDex. Those are like the big ones that people use, besides like YouTube videos and other like, I think there's MCAT for Dummies or something like that. A lot of people I know use Kaplan. They like it. I think they think it's the most thorough. A lot of people I know use the Princeton Review. Something that I've heard about the Princeton Review and that I personally have experienced is that it is very, very thorough. Sometimes too thorough. Like they go into detail that you might not need because the MCAT is more like a generalized test. So you don't want to like know every little detail. It's good for you, but sometimes it gets a little distracting and then you end up studying for, instead of the more general ideas and how to approach questions like very nitty-gritty things. I can tell you for a fact, I was studying for the chemistry section with the Princeton Review. I already took chem, but I was doing review. And it was basically teaching me chem all over again. Like I could have not taken the class, have studied the Princeton Review's chem book, their chem thing, gone into a chem class and like gotten an A the whole time. It's very, very thorough. A lot of people do a mix. I know people who use OnKeyDex. You can find OnKeyDex online. I don't really know if I'm allowed to say that, but you can find OnKeyDex online. It's very easy. Reddit, etc. Just look online. A lot of people I know like UWorld, they give you like 90 days free or something free, like a certain amount free, then you have to pay. A lot of people like Magoosh. I think the biggest ones are OnKeyDex and UWorld. Apparently UWorld is like amazing for this. UWorld, please pay me. This is free advertising. But yes. Are you gonna?
Okay, perfect. Yeah, sure. So thank you for that. That was very thorough, and I got a lot of insight out of that as well.
Great.
So the next question that I see is, does having a condition look bad on your medical school application?
This is a great, amazing question because a lot of people have it. I've actually talked to people that are on that, like accept people into med school. Like I've talked to people that are a part of programs, even the MD-PhD programs I've been wanting to go into. It's a very hard line because they are oddly strict about it. And I would say if you can find a good way of mentioning it without directly stating it, telling them what it is, or blaming the thing, because a lot of people go through things in their college careers or as students, no matter what college, community college, self-studying, professional school, trade school, etc., and mental health or some sort of other disability affects them, and it affects their grades or their abilities, etc. You do not want to use that as a crutch. I'm not saying it is a crutch, or personal experiences. Some people go through very traumatizing experiences. They don't want you to use that in order to shape your application or be like, oh, I had this and that's why I was like not doing well, but now it's done, or etc. They really don't want to hear it. They want a more personalized story about what you went through. And if you can state you went through hardships and show how you've grown, that's better. And I know that's so general, and I know it's like, oh my gosh, everybody says that. So I will go straight. You're better off not mentioning it. And I would say to actually talk to someone, not just me, but someone who's more able to tell you how to involve it in your life story or in your personal statement if you can. But I wouldn't say to be like, oh, hey, this is me, I had these things. But there's a guy on Instagram and a YouTuber, and I forgot his name, but you can find it. He has bipolar disorder, and he is public about it, and he is currently in medical school, and he has like, I think, a podcast and an Instagram. Maybe I could find it later and I could give it to you, Heba, so you could like post it somewhere. And I think like he would be a very good individual to actually have a reference about when it comes to navigating applications having disabilities.
Yeah, perfect. And then the next question I see is, can you talk about what it was like to get a BA in philosophy?
Philosophy. It was great. It was so fun. I loved it. It's just an amazing subject. You learn a lot. It's really good for med school because you can show them that you've learned a lot of humanistic type of ideas like ethics, existentialism, other things, I guess logic and stuff. And when it comes to ethics and existentialism, those things are great when it comes to the medical field. Like they love that you know these things. You are more, holistic. It just shows that you've looked at a lot of different subjects and have not just focused on like science, the rigorous science part of medicine. That being said, I did it because I loved it. I didn't think, oh, this gives me the upper hand, because it really doesn't. It's what you do with these things and how you can present them. But it was amazing. I learned a lot. And when you learn about philosophy, there's a lot of ways you can apply it to your life, and like you can see it happening. It is literally a part of all aspects of like, honestly, reality, not to sound like corny or ridiculous, but you can just like navigate yourself like throughout the world, and you realize that a lot of the ways you think and the way other people think and say things and what you do, it's so based in like philosophical like ground points. You just find out how everyone has this beautiful insight on reality, and it stems from philosophies that they don't even know they have. It's amazing. It's fun. It's a lot of reading, so, and a lot of essays, which will help you with the car section.
Stemming off of that question, somebody asked if you could talk more about what it entailed. So just because that ties in.
Entailed about what?
Can you talk more about what philosophy entails? It was one of the more recent questions. Yeah.
Sorry, a lot of coughing. I don't know what they mean. When you say that, do you mean the details of what the whole like subject major is, what you learn exactly?
I'll see if they send a follow-up. Yeah, we'll see. We can hold off on that question and answer a different one. This next one says psychiatric evaluations can be expensive. My university paid for my test in 2016. What can you suggest for gap year students who couldn't necessarily afford a new test for ADHD and or psychiatric disabilities?
That is a hard one. I know a lot of people's universities pay for it, and a lot of people have insurance, which is great. This is a hard one that you need to probably contact the MAO or AAMC about, because I personally did not go through this, but I know it is expensive, and this is something that is a very, very serious like issue in at least like the United States when it comes to getting tests, et cetera, and affording new tests for ADHD, psychiatric disabilities. I cannot answer that. The only thing I could say is it's almost like you need to make the money somehow, or I think you could probably contact them and let them know. It doesn't have to be like a particular test. I think you can go to like psychiatrists and doctors for evaluations, but you do need a professional. And I know what you're saying. It's like expensive, especially for people without insurance. And there's no way to get around that. And if I had an answer for you, I would tell you. So I'm really sorry about that, but you should probably contact the AAMCs about that, because it is like, I could go on a whole diatribe about this, but I won't, because I'm trying to find.
And then the next question I see is from the YouTube live stream, and it's, can you request earplugs without going through the accommodation process?
I'm pretty sure they offer you earplugs. I know for the GRE, you get earplugs and etc. It's just one of the accommodations, but that pretty much comes without, that's one of the ones you get without accommodations. I just put it on the list, but you don't have to like go through that whole application project or process to put something in your ears. So you're good.
Okay, cool. And another one from the live stream, how many months before you apply to med school should you take the MCAT?
That's up to you. I know people that did it the summer before, the summer of, 2 years before, a year before. I know people hate generalized answers, and I know you want something very pointed. I can't give you that because I'm not you. I personally am doing, was it take the MCATs before applying? 6 months for me, but I know people who did it like a month before. It's just take the MCATs, just study for the MCATs, have a timeline. I would say this, have a timeline for your MCATs, take the MCATs, and make sure it's within 3 years that you're applying to med school. So in my personal experience, the earlier, the better, as long as you know you can do well. Like the more last minute, the more stressful the whole process gets. So if you can take the MCATs like now and you know you are applying in like a year and a half, then why not take it now? Then you're done. You don't ever have to think about the MCATs for another 3 years. So I would say as soon as you can, within a very reasonable like time point. Sorry that there's like a clear glare in my classes. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. The next question I see is, you talked about the Kaplan and TPR books, but can you talk about how you feel about TBR and EK books?
Okay. I'm sorry, I don't use those two. And but I do know that I know people that like EK in general. I can't give you any particular experiences. I do know people that like the EK books, and that's all I can say. Some people do a mix. Like I've known people that will be like, oh, I don't like the physics portion of TPR, but I like this version of like Kaplan or this part of the EK books. People mix and match, but I can't give you a particular experience because I don't use those. I don't know if that like tells you anything. I don't use them. It's not like I don't use them because I think they're bad. I don't use them because I just chose not to. And if I need to, I will. I just look at the different things and see if I want them.
Okay, cool. Back to the philosophy question that was asked a little bit back. They elaborated and they said, what are like the topics you focus on?
Okay, so when it comes to and it depends on the school. I went to Boston University. It depends on the classes you take, but there are general classes. So they want you to do a bit of like logics courses. So that's logic, argument, and reasoning. It's not just like how to make an argument, like law. That is like a topic, actually, a branch of philosophy, but it's more like using symbolic logisms and like letters, etc., to like create a formal argument and like learn how to parse out arguments. So there's that logical aspect. There's ethics and ontology. There's religious aspects. It's so all encompassing that I can only give you like main branches. For example, existentialism is basically your perspective on reality and how you like comport yourself and actually look at that reality you're in. Ethics is like, you know, morality, ethics, following laws, natural law. I can only give you stuff. You read Plato, you read Sartre, you read Aristotle, you read Socrates, Hume, G.M. Anscombe. You go through it all, and there's different classes. So some people might take like an ethics class, like modern ethics philosophers, and someone else might take like postmodern philosophers. I don't really know what you're asking. I'm sorry, so that's on me, but it's very general. You just focus on any topic. It's like asking, what do you focus on in literature? Like, you know, there's different genres of literature, there's different genres of philosophy, there's different philosophical books. There's people you never even touch. There are philosophers I never took a class on, and like Nietzsche, I took an existentialism course. I read about Nietzsche once, and then never again did I touch Nietzsche, never again. And I studied philosophy for 4 years. So it's really just like anything goes, just depends on the class. Read about what the class has. I recommend ethics. It is an amazing branch. Ethics for the win. I like it more than existentialism. It's better. It's opinion, but take ethics.
Perfect. And it looks like we have one last question. And it says, if your diagnosis came in the middle of your academic career and your grades made a drastic increase due to finally getting accommodations, is that an exception to when it's better to mention your disability if they ask about grades?
Yeah, so one of the people beforehand, they asked me a question, and I'm pretty sure their question, when they were asking, should you mention it for your, in your medical application, someone else asked that earlier. I'm pretty sure that's what they're asking about. Like, and that's when I said it's hard to know, because there's a fine line between using it as an excuse and showing and what they want to hear. And this is something I also cannot ask. You should go, because I like ask some of the people at med school that actually admit students or interview students or work in the programs that I want to get into for med school. And I would say your best option is absolutely to ask them. I know there's like Facebook groups, and there's like Reddit groups, and there's your friends and your peers, and what is it, like Student Doctor Forum, all those different, just go to the school. It's better from, what's it called, the horse's mouth, whatever that saying is. Like, do you want to hear it secondhand from someone who heard it secondhand that read it? Or do you want to ask them? Just ask if you want to go to like Texas Medical School, I don't know, whatever. I don't know if there's like a Texas Medical School, but ask someone on that board, or like who got in, who experienced it. Just ask a person who actually has more of a professional say. That happens a lot to students, and it's like a beautiful thing where you actually get diagnosed and you understand what was happening, and now you can do better. I don't know how, and med schools are aware this happens. I just don't know how they want you to present that issue. It needs to be palatable, and I don't know what they mean exactly or want through that. So just ask someone who is at the school, and that, works for applications.
Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. So there's no more questions in the chat, but I do have 3 pre-written ones that I can ask you, just because we have like 15 minutes left in your session.
Yes. No.
And cool. The first one, you kind of talked about these, but just just in case there's some people joining a little bit later who would like to know, the first one I have is, what is the timeline for navigating this process? So when would you recommend somebody to reach out and get an accommodation?
Okay. Can you guys hear me or see me? Am I slowing down?
It lagged a little bit, but it's fine now.
Okay. So I said earlier, and maybe you did miss it, which is 100% fine, that it takes 60 days for them to approve it. And if they need more information, you have an initial request. It takes 60 days to approve that initial request. In 60 days, they tell you 3 things. They either need more information, they deny your request, or they approve it. Approve, you're fine. But if they need more information, you're adding that information to your initial request. That's another 60 days. That's 120 days in total. And if they deny and you want to appeal, that could take 30 days. So that could be 90 days. And let's say they needed more information and then you gave it to them. Okay, so 120 days and then they denied. So you have to appeal. Okay, that's 150. I would say like that obviously before, and then you want to beat the silver zone because it cannot be within the silver zone. The likelihood of you getting like denied or them needing more information is not that high, but I would still say, I honestly would say 3 months before, but if you're really scared that they might deny you like twice and you need to appeal and all of that, then I would say like 120 days before. Is that 3 months? I don't know. I'm not a mathematician, I'm trying to be a doctor, two different things, but I would say like at least 3 months before.
Okay, perfect.
90
The
days.
next question, yeah, I have for you is, are there any negative impacts of getting accommodations when taking the MCAT?
Oh, I know, that's weird, right? Like you can't really mention it in your applications, but you're allowed to do accommodations. No, there's no impact. You also get them at med schools. You can talk to the med schools I have. They also give you accommodations and you get them for high school, they should. I didn't, but and you get it for university. There's no impact. Plus, they don't really know why you got accommodations. Like testing anxiety is different from depression, is different from a broken leg, is different from dyslexia, is different from like shaky hands because of Parkinson's or something else. They don't know why you got it. They can't hold it against you. You're 1,000% fine if you get accommodations. Yeah.
And then building off of that, just because I'm curious, do med schools know if you get accommodations? Will it be like a flag on your MCAT, or is it they can't tell?
I can't remember, but I'm pretty sure they cannot tell. All they know is
cool.
the score. So no, they cannot tell. Plus you get them in med school. You can get accommodations in med school. So if they're giving it to you in like medical school, then they will not hold it against you. They want to see your grade. That's all that matters for the MCATs. They just want to see your score. I'm not even saying a good score or bad score. They just want to see what you got in the MCATs. Anything past that is irrelevant.
Okay. We got another question in the Q&A, and somebody's asking what you do for self-care.
In general, I don't do anything. Okay, I have friends that will have like spa days or take a bath or just take a breather, and whatever is causing that stress, if they can like unplug or like get away for like a day or two, they do, or they take naps. Anything, I know friends, they need to be removed from whatever causes them stress, or like when they're trying to do self-care, they need to remove themselves from like any sort of environment that could be triggering or stressful. So napping, resting, hanging out with friends, recharging, sitting alone, writing. For me, I just watch cartoons. That's all I do. There's nothing else. What am I currently watching? Black Clover. It's not good, but it's great. It's not a good show. Sorry, guys. It's terrible. And Promise Neverland. I just watch TV, anime, but that's all I do for self-care.
Okay. The last question that I have is, what does an accommodation consist of, just in case people are joining late again and missed?
Oh, okay. Just in case. Okay, that's fair. It should be relevant to what you need. And I think I said this phrase, something like, if your condition warrants any type of accommodation, then you're pretty much going to get it. You could get quiet time. You can get your own room for quiet time, like a shield that shields your test so you can like be focused. You can get a written test if you have a condition. You can just prove you need the condition and properly prove it, they'll give it to you. You can get a written test instead of a computerized version. You can get extra breaks. You can get extended breaks, and there are 3 things: extra breaks, extended breaks, longer breaks. Yeah, whatever. You get a bunch of things with breaks. You can make them longer, shorter, you can get more, you can get less. You can bring food and eat it. You can bring your medication. This is if you have asthma, etc. And anything like that. If you are a mother and you're nursing, that is also an accommodation. If you're pregnant, that is also an accommodation. So yes,
Perfect.
I stated a lot of it.
Mm-hmm.
Give me 1 second. I just want to make sure, like I said.
Yeah, take your time.
Yeah, wheelchair accessible, adjustable chairs, extra time, booklets. That's probably the one that people care about, which is good, especially if you have any learning disabilities and testing anxiety too. Extra time, that's the one that people pretty much care about, which is like, obviously that's the one you should, because usually when it comes to tests and stuff, that's what is affected, like time, and you need more time, then you get anxious about time, then etc. Extra time, that's the important one.
Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. There's no more questions, and I don't have any other pre-written ones either. So is there anything else that you'd like to say? We have about like 10 minutes left. If not, we can just move into a break, but it's up to you.
Okay. There's nothing. There's nothing. Prioritize this process. This is important. And always remember, don't be afraid to ask for accommodations. Also, your university should have accommodations in general. So if you didn't know that was a thing and you're like, oh my gosh, what? Get it. Even if you're like a senior, just get the accommodations if you didn't know. Med school accommodations are everywhere. High school accommodations, elementary school accommodations. Like you really should. No one works one way. No one works in this box system. Like everybody's unique. Some people just need certain things, like just ask and see if you can get them. Like, what's the harm? Like the worst thing they can do is say no, and you'd be like, whoa, but you got to ask. What else is important with accommodations? You don't let people tell you what you need. Only you know what you need. Okay, like this is very serious. There are professors who will be like, oh no, like I gave you this quiz, it should be enough time like for you to do it. No, if you need accommodations, you need it. Don't let professors or anyone pressure you out of like getting your accommodations. This is very serious. This is like your future, and it's not theirs, it's yours. If you don't get the proper accommodations because no one wants to give it to you, you need to like fight for that. Sometimes it sucks, but you need to be your own advocator. Like at the end of the day, all you have is you. Like just get your accommodations. That's it. That's really important. That's my last thing.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I think we have one more question. You answered this already, though. If you get an accommodation on the MCAT, do med schools know, or
No,
do they see
I
that?
don't believe they know. I don't know for sure. This is something I should have. They don't. I don't think they know. They don't. And it doesn't matter if they do, because if you get accommodations for tests, I think you'd be smart to do this. You'd want accommodations for like, if you go to med school, like in those classes or those tests, etc. So if you want the same accommodations all the way around, they're going to know you got them at some point, and they don't hold it against you because they're not even going to know what you got it for. Oh, extra time. Oh, because you have like anxiety. You're terrible. You're not getting in. Like, why would that happen? Like anxiety is serious and people have it. All it means is that you get anxiety or general or test anxiety. You're not, you're not like a lesser person. So no, they don't know. But even if they did, like, what are they going to do about that? You can't help but have ADHD or anxiety or like depression. So no, they don't know, and it doesn't matter. And if you're getting it for the MCATs, then get it for school too. And so if you're getting it for school too, then it really doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm. That's a really good point. Okay, perfect. I think that all the questions are done. I think we're done with the presentation. Thank you so much for taking the time out of your day to present.
Thank you.
I learned a lot. I'm sure everyone else did too.
Bye,
Mhm.
guys.
Thank you. And now we'll move into a break before the next presentation. So go stretch, get a snack, have fun.
Hello, everyone. Our next speaker today is Dr. Anne Elizabeth Vernon-Gray, who is the Senior Associate Director for Undergraduate Research at the Center for Undergraduate Research and Fellowship, or CURF, of the University of Pennsylvania. Dr. Vernon-Gray is responsible for helping undergraduates find meaningful and exciting research opportunities with Penn's outstanding faculty and supporting their research and application for national and international grants. I have personally received a lot of support from CURF to do research at Penn, so I am very honored to have Dr. Vernon-Gray present in our conference today. I want to remind all of our students to please ask questions using the Q&A chat if you have any during the presentation, and I will answer those with Dr. Vernon-Gray during the Q&A session. Now, please welcome Dr. Vernon-Gray as she speaks on the topic, Navigating Research as an Undergraduate Student. And I'm gonna turn our videos on and stop sharing for a minute. Hello.
Hello.
Now, Dr. Vernon-Gray, did you want me to share the poll that I made, or would you like to just start with your presentation?
Why don't we share the poll? People took the time to answer it. Let's have a look.
Oh, we actually would need to answer it now. So I would
Okay,
and
let's do it now.
Does that work?
Yeah.
Okay, then I'm gonna share my screen and then we'll do it from my end. So just give me 1 second. We have used this before. It's called Pear Deck, and what students will do is that you will log into this website. Just give it a second to load, and you will answer some questions that Dr. Vernon-Gray has prepared for the presentation. All right, so can everyone see this? Joinpd.com. So what you will do is you will go to this website and then join using this code. So we're gonna wait for some students to join. All right, so we have 3 students connected. We're gonna wait a little bit more until more people join. I'm gonna give maybe like 5 more seconds. All right, and I'm gonna start the class, but students are still able to join if you put the code over here, that it's on the top right. So we'll go ahead and get started with the first question. So what does undergraduate research mean to you? So we can show the responses. So we have some feedback from our students, applying content from the classroom to the real world, a chance to explore different fields of research that interest me, working under a mentor on an innovative project in either a wet lab or dry lab, exploring my interest and their application in different fields. Great, we have a lot of different responses.
I love that I'm seeing so many uses of the word exploration. That's fantastic.
Yeah, I like that a lot too. Would you like me to keep scrolling through some of the questions or move on to the next question?
Let's go on to the next one.
Okay, if you want, you can ask it. You can ask the questions.
Okay. For those of you joining in the audience today, what do you hope to gain by participating in research?
All right, so we're gonna start showing some responses now. Let's see what our students said.
I like a mentor. Fantastic.
Yeah. Meaningful skills.
Skills,
Great.
knowledge. new knowledge.
Yeah, being passionate about topics.
Uh-huh. Career paths, better sense of topics. Passion, I like that.
Perfect. Let's move on to the next question.
So, for those of you who are attending today, I assume you're planning on participating in research, but if so, maybe you haven't thought about when you want to get started. When do you think you might want to get started?
So for this question, just put like a dot or a small mark near the time when you want to get started. And here you can see this is for undergraduate years and high school. And if you haven't gotten involved in research yet and you already graduated, maybe you can put a dot over here. But yeah, let's start seeing some of the responses. And I'm gonna do overlaid.
Okay.
Cool. So some in high school. Yeah, so we see a lot of different responses, but a lot during freshman year, which I think is great to have an early start. All right, I guess I'm gonna stop sharing, and I'm gonna stop sharing my screen so that you can go ahead and share yours.
Do mine again.
Yes.
You guys have my screen now?
Yes, we can see it.
Ah, got it. Okay. Let's see here. There we go. Okay. Thanks, Alejandra, for that introduction and for inviting me to speak with everyone today. I really am excited to have this time to spend with you. I hope it will actually end up being less of a presentation and more of a conversation insofar as these sorts of environments allow for that sort of thing. I think that by being here, that all of you are already on the right path to becoming good healthcare workers, because what we really care about in our healthcare workers is that they become lifelong learners. I've actually had the real privilege of attending some of the other talks that some of the guest speakers during the conference have had, and I'm going to be reiterating some of their messages. But I think what has really been driven home to me, and I hope you all have heard this message as well, is that there's no one right path. You just have to get on one and stick with it, pivot when you need to, and learn along the way. So you have to look no further than where we are in today's world with the current situation to know that our healthcare workers, our doctors, our nurses, wherever you are on that spectrum, need to be able to generate, synthesize, analyze, and respond to data, and that science is really the only way out of certain predicaments. So, as Alejandra said, my name is Ann Vernon Gray. I have a really long title at a really long office, a Senior Associate Director for Undergraduate Research at the Center for Undergraduate Research and Fellowships. We call it lovingly CURF at the University of Pennsylvania because everything has to have an acronym, and I will be using a lot of those, so I'll hopefully explain many of them along the way. As I just mentioned, I want to bring this up again today. If we were on campus, on Penn's campus, this would be the outside of our beautiful office, would be what it will look like in the spring, what it would look like in the fall, our friend Benjamin Franklin. And while I know not everyone in the audience today is from the University of Pennsylvania, I want to make sure that you all know that there is probably an office similar to the Center for Undergraduate Research and Fellowships at your institution. It may look a little bit different. Not many offices are structured exactly like ours, and it depends on the structure of the university and how the administration is laid out. So there could be an office of undergraduate research, for example, in the study abroad office or even in career services. So you should just have a little bit of a poke around to see what resources are available to you at your home institution. And if it turns out there isn't one, I will just say that all higher education institutions have faculty members who are at their institution because they're invested in the educational process of their students, and this is a really major one. So be on the lookout for mentors and for guidance wherever you can, if there isn't an office like this, but be sure to look for one similar. Okay, when you go looking for mentors and you're asking questions about what your interests are and looking to explore, one of the first things you actually might want to know is, what is research? I know at Penn, even though we're a major R1 university, and many students come here saying, I came to Penn because it's a major research university, I want to participate in research. I really don't have any idea what that means. So there's lots of definitions. It can be a little bit confusing. Formally, the definition is as follows: systemic investigation of materials and sources to establish new facts and reach new conclusions. You can think about it a little less formally as poking and prying with a purpose. My favorite quote of Albert Einstein's is actually that, and I mangle it just a little bit to say, research is not the learning of facts, but the training of the mind. In other words, we are looking to generate new knowledge, as you guys alluded to in the Pear deck, which is something I'm getting used to. And the lifelong learning, this being open to new information is really what we're trying to do when we're participating in research. So really, research is any kind of project or study that results in new knowledge. And what may be of particular interest in why our office is set up the way it is, and maybe of particular interest to you, is that research often allows you to ask questions with an aim toward finding solutions that are going to benefit a larger community. So, you know, sometimes people shy away from doing research because they think of it as something that only certain populations of individuals can do, or that is sort of locked away in an ivory tower and isn't going to have any real utility to humankind. I would try to argue you away from those really misconceptions. So when you're thinking about pre-health research, what does that look like, right? So if you finally get your head around what is research, and that sounds a little scary, less scary, what does pre-health research look like? Well, it can look like this. So I'm hoping that everybody in the audience is groaning right now because they're thinking, oh yeah, that's actually what I thought. It's all wet lab research, or you have to be in a lab coat and you have to be moving tiny amounts of liquid from one tube to another. Well, again, my job here is to help you bust up some of these myths. So even in these 4 pictures where these individuals look like they're doing fairly similar things, I can tell you that one student could be investigating a real basic biological phenomena like the interactions between bacteria and archaea, and that could be pre-health research. You could have another student who's investigating the modulation of histones and how that impacts a particular biological phenomena like brain aging. You could have another student who's taking a more of an engineering approach, right? Who's looking at constructing nano methods of drug delivery. So something that looks a little bit more applied. Or you could have somebody who's doing something that I'm not even going to try to pronounce, but it's a much more organic chemistry approach to developing and synthesizing medicinal compounds in a more regulatable way. So even if you're talking about, I want to go and do wet lab research, or if you're feeling limited in that way, just know that wet lab research can entail a myriad of different kinds of opportunities. So, you know, what else can pre-health research look like? Well, it can look like these things, right? So you could have a project where you were a little bit more patient-facing and you were looking at how patients feel about particular methods that are used on them in surgical situations. Or you could have an interest in global or rural health, right? So it could be a little bit more socially oriented, community-based. You could be someone who's leaning towards looking at new technologies and how machine learning, for example, can be used to predict certain kinds of outcomes. So don't get trapped in this bubble of it's either wet lab research or it's a set of preconceived notions that you have about things, that it has to be field-based, that it has to be biologically based. It could be any number of other categories. And so I don't want to dwell too long on this, but I think it's helpful to give some really concrete examples. So I want to say here, some categories, if that will help you approach the way that you're thinking about getting involved in healthcare research. You could think about it as technology and innovation. So a couple of concrete titles here. If you're thinking about interventions that you could use online, so social behaviors that can be modified through technological approaches. If you're thinking about gathering data from people's wearable monitors and trying to change health behaviors in that way. You could think about it about how patients consume information, about how they interact with the healthcare providers, right? So we have a group of doctors here who are actually also mothers who interact in the pediatric realm and who all of a sudden, as being consumers of medicine, thought about how do their patients take in information. And so they started this podcast to try to relate information to their consumers, i.e. their patients, in ways that was more digestible, more receivable for them. You could also be thinking about public health, how in the current opioid crisis, or how addictive materials are marketed to individuals and what impact that has on their health. You could be thinking about approaching it from an economics or health equity access kind of situation. So you're looking at, if we were going to establish an orthopedic surgical center in an environment where that could have a large economic impact, what will that look like? How socioeconomic consequences can feed into individuals starting in early adulthood. You could also look at something from, again, a community-focused or humanist approach, right? So we have students who are looking at science from a historical perspective and seeing how that feeds into some structural racial issues that remain, unfortunately, until today, or some anthropology approaches, right? Who can think about some cultural differences and how certain populations may receive healthcare from a healthcare provider. I also want to say that it could look like none of the above, right? So we could have students I have students all the time who are English majors, philosophy majors, physics majors, whatever it is that you are interested in, what triggers questions that keep you up at night that you want to have develop better answers for, that is the kind of research that you can get involved in. And by and large, the medical schools or the nursing schools or the PA schools or the graduate schools don't really care. They just want to know that you're engaged in this kind of active learning. So again, presumably those of you who are here are already predisposed to thinking that research is a good thing to do, but maybe you don't realize all of the benefits that you might derive from participating in it. So let me touch on some of those now. So first of all, research should be fun. I mean, nothing is fun all the time, right? But you should definitely get some sense of enjoyment and satisfaction out of it. If you do not, if you've tried it, you've given it a red hot go and research is just really not your thing, medical schools in particular, it's not a requirement to get into medical school in the same way that it would be to get into graduate school or to do an MD-PhD, for example. It's never going to hurt you. Medical schools absolutely love for you to have research experience. And some of these other reasons some of these other things that you will learn are reasons why. We can come back to that in a minute. But there are easier ways than forcing a large time commitment down your throat to sort of hone your skills and to make yourself a competitive applicant than participating in research that you just really do not like. So having said that, while you're doing research, you get to dive deeply into a field of your choosing. It does not have to be related to your major. At most schools, it doesn't even have to happen within your undergraduate school. When you're doing research and you're diving deeply into these fields, you get to be part of a larger network of individuals who are specialists in these fields. And you can certainly bet that when you're asking for letters of recommendation from a research advisor, you're going to get a totally different kind of a recommendation letter than you would from a professor with whom you've only taken one large lecture class. So on a purely transactional letter, on a purely transactional level, you can think about what it will do for your application processes. Another thing I will say is you can get paid to do research. That was a huge revelation for me when I was an undergraduate. I think it's probably a huge revelation to some of you. You know, if you're on financial aid, part of a work-study program, you can leverage those mechanisms to participate in research instead of, for example, answering phones in an office. While we're on the subject of getting paid, there are lots of these so-called soft skills that you gain by participating in research, in addition to the technical skills that you will learn, that all employers, graduate schools, medical schools, further education school entities are really looking for when they're looking for a successful applicant. So these include all of the AAMC core competencies. If you look up those, everything that you learn during research, you will strengthen those skills by participating in research, all those competencies that they are looking for. You will enhance your critical thinking. You will become a more resilient person, because let's face it, when you're doing research, things almost never go your way. It's 90% failure and 10% success, and that's being generous. So your resilience is sort of off the scales. You get to be more independent. You learn how to communicate your research. You identify as somebody who is a problem solver. And these are all things that everybody sort of post-university is looking for when they're looking to engage their next employee, fellow, graduate student, whatever that may be. So again, really you should do research because of all of these reasons, and not just boil it down to checking off a box to make yourself a more competitive applicant. If you're not enjoying it, if you're not learning these things from it, then it's maybe time to take a step back and reconsider why it is you're getting involved. Okay, so how do you actually go about getting started? For me, this always starts with really being honest about what interests you and identifying your existing skill set and strengths, and acknowledging where you may need to gain some knowledge or experience what things are missing. Do not continue doing things just because it's expected of you, either because you expect it of yourself or because your parents do, or because you've gotten on a path and you don't know how to get off. This is the time to really reset that button. If you're passionate about something, it will show through. So really think about what it is that you want to do and carry with you your why, because you're going to have to explain it to a lot of different people, including yourself, as far as I'm concerned. So once you've done that, it's time to write it all down on a resume so it's in a written form. And then it's your chance to go about finding a mentor and applying for a program. So as you're thinking about when to get started and you started on the introspective process, it's helpful to know that there are a couple of different ways to get involved in research as an undergraduate. The most common is to begin by assisting a faculty member with their own ongoing research. And this way you get to learn the ins and outs of how research is done without having to come up with your own ideas. Most universities have some sort of entry-level program. At Penn, it's called the Penn Undergraduate Research Mentoring Program, geared toward undergraduate students who don't have any prior research experience, so they can sort of solve that chicken and egg problem. Although I'm going to come back to this in a minute and say that most faculty members care less about what your technical skills are than you do. So that chicken and egg problem is probably more in your mind than it is actually in reality. There are also university-based programs, as I just mentioned, and national programs. I'll get to those here also in a little bit. But these are these so-called research experiences for undergraduates that you may have heard of, REUs, another acronym, that help you explore research opportunities at other universities. And then once you have sort of gotten your foot in the door by finding a mentor or participating in a program, you might then be ready to transition to being a somewhat more independent researcher. And I always get lots of questions about what does it mean to be an independent researcher? And what I will just say is that nobody is expecting you to be a fully sort of functional scientist at this point. They want you to be able to take ownership over the direction of your project. And that's what a lot of graduate schools and other sort of post baccalaureate institutions are looking for, is how deeply engaged you were in your research. And that may be one of the reasons why getting started earlier may be better. But I'll also say it's never too late. So there are probably also grants you can apply for to participate in these more sort of later stages, more inherently sort of deep levels of independent research. Actually, students who participate in these things tend to also be excellent candidates for fellowships as well, on which we can come back to a little bit later. So, you know, everybody says, think about yourself, what your interests are, and then just reach out to somebody, right? Just find a mentor. Well, I think that that can be a rate limiting step for a lot of people, because contacting faculty, there's this inherent sort of power dynamic. It doesn't matter how friendly we try to be, how approachable we may think we are, there's always this barrier to entry, right? And so I'm going to give you a few sort of practical tips on how to contact faculty, but I think it should always sound like you and not like me. So there's no one right formula, in the way that there's no one right path to whatever your chosen career is. But there are actually some hard no's on what you should not be doing. So the first thing I will say is, under no circumstances should you come off with a vibe of you're contacting them as a means to an end. Nobody wants to be a stepping stone, right? So you should never say, I'm reaching out to you because I want to get involved in research because medical schools say I have to have it. That is a big no, okay? You want to come off as someone who is, and in order to do that, you need to be genuinely interested in the work that they do. And you need to make it easy for them to respond to you, okay? This is I can't emphasize this enough. The easier it is for them to know why you're writing and what you want from them, the easier it will be for them to respond. So concise and effective presentation styles. I think a lot of students miss out on a specific subject line, which then makes their email looks a little bit like spam, which is unlikely to get opened. And then once they open it, if a faculty member does open it, and they're faced with, you know, a tome, a whole page of words, it can be really too easy to just say, you know what, I'll deal with that later and come back to it. And whether they do or not is another question. So shorter, always better than longer. And it really should go without saying, but absolutely you need to use a formal title and tone. I'm a pretty relaxed individual, but if I get an email from a student saying, what's up, Anne? Like, I'm gonna react to that in a different way than if the first time I'm meeting you, it says, Dear Dr. Vernon Gray, you know, here's who I am, here's what I'm asking for. Probably after that, I'll write back and sign my name in, and it will be totally fine for you to refer to me at that point. But you'd be surprised. I've started putting that in my presentations because it happens more frequently than it should. Then you need to introduce yourself, right? I need to know who you are, but I don't need to know a whole lot about you. Maybe a sentence, maybe 2 sentences about, you know, what your name is, what your graduation year is, what you're majoring in, or what you're interested in. Really, the bulk of the email should be spent on answering the question, why me? Why are you writing to me out of the thousands of faculty members who do similar sorts of things, right? And you can do that in a number of different ways. The key points here are, you want to give them some context about how you found them. You want to demonstrate that you've done your homework about what it is that they do, and not only what it is they do, but how they do it. I can't tell you the number of times that students would, you know, approach me wanting to be involved in my research, and all of a sudden they would find out that it was animal based, and they would say, oh, just kidding, I don't want to work with animals, right? That's a problem. That means you haven't read their work, and it means you've wasted everybody's time. So you want to let them in on your thought process of why it is that you think what it is that they do is interesting and how it might fit into your academic goals. Then you want to give them a suggested time about when you can meet. Now, that's not going to be in person for the foreseeable future. So, you can indicate when you're available and on what platforms you're happy to meet. Obviously, you want to say, if these times aren't convenient for you, I'm happy to accommodate your schedule, and then attach a resume. The resume allows you to keep your email short, and it also allows you to spell out in more detail how it is you've gotten to where it is that you are in your particular educational career and pathway. Now, please do not get too hung up on the fact that you don't have 10 years worth of relevant experience. Again, I think faculty have demonstrated again and again that what they're more interested in is somebody who's committed, who knows that they have time to invest in this, who's genuinely interested, who's a self-starter, who, depending on the kind of research, who is a good oral communicator. Maybe they need to work with patients, and so you need to be someone who has excellent people skills. Maybe you are somebody who's going to be doing a lot of written communications, and so you need to have excellent writing skills. Maybe you just in general are a very details-oriented person. Whatever, again, those transferable or soft skills that you could have learned doing any previous sort of stereotypical high school job, those are the things that you could also highlight in your resume. And then follow up, give everybody a second chance, but nobody is going to be impressed if you follow up in the next 2 to 24 hours. Give them a little bit of time to respond. Now, when I went back to the context about how did you find them, let me go back and just say, starting with the faculty members who teach your classes, talk to your TAs, the people who run your labs, people you've interacted with in your own healthcare situations. There are so many different people that you can find. Departmental talks at universities are happening all the time, and they may not seem like they're accessible to undergraduates, but they so are. You may go and not understand a single word that they're saying, but over time, it's learning a new language. Over time, you will begin to absorb it, and you'll start seeing familiar faces, and hopefully you'll become comfortable enough at some point to ask a question, because I can guarantee you that not many other students are doing that. Go to office hours. So many faculty members are sitting in their office during office hours doing their own work because no students are coming to talk to them, okay? Probably not true right around exams or homework times, but the rest of the time, that's an excellent opportunity to go and have something substantive that's not, a problem that you get to go talk to them about. So hopefully that will assuage a little bit of your worries about contacting faculty, but I can certainly answer your questions about that later. So to go back and talk about some of the programs that students often get involved in research through, I mentioned some of at least the Penn specific programs that we have. I'm not knowledgeable enough to speak about all of the various institutional ones that may be held at your institutions, but suffice to say that I think they probably exist. I'm now going to switch a little bit and talk about some of the national programs. This is by no way, shape, or form meant to be comprehensive. I just want to signal to you that they exist, some of the flavors of them, and where you yourself can search for more. So for example, this is where all of the acronyms will come back into play. So there's the short-term research experience for underrepresented individuals. This one is actually sponsored by a specific branch of the NIH, the diabetes, digestive, and kidney disease sector, although you do not have to be doing research in that area to apply for that. I should have said at the beginning that all of these programs have some things in common. They typically happen over the summer. They typically happen, they're typically 8 to 12 weeks in length. They are sort of designed to inundate you full time with various different aspects of science. And when I say that, I mean that really more generally, because as you'll see as we go through, some of them are geared toward MD-PhD students, some of them are geared toward underrepresented students, some of them are geared toward undergraduate, undergraduates, some of them are geared toward students who have a little bit more experience, some of them are regional, some of them are subject specific. But the take-home message is that they're trying to, again, solve what I think you all perceive as this chicken and egg problem. So Step Up is one of those opportunities. There's the Gateways to Laboratory Summer Program run through the Leadership Alliance, which is, as I mentioned, focused on MD-PhD applicants. They have, in addition to the sort of technical skills that you're learning in a laboratory setting, you'll also be doing journal clubs, mock MCATs, career development workshops of that sort. And all of these programs will have some these pedagogical elements built into them. The summer internship program, which I think is possibly the worst named one because it's not specific at all, is maybe one of them that you've heard of is the Amgen program. It has 10 different sites. They will pay for you to get there. They'll pay for you to get home. They'll pay for your meals while you're there. Many of these were modified. I don't know if anybody had the opportunity to take part in them. They opened them up this summer virtually. Again, most of these programs, because they happen over the summer, will come with a stipend and are quite selective because of that. There's the Summer Health Professions Education Program, which is also was formerly known, if anybody knows about it, the Summer Medical and Dental Education Program, which they changed the name to be a little bit more inclusive. I've heard this one described as a sort of a mini med or dental school. So you can guess about what their focus is on. I want to bring up the Summer Public Health Scholars Program. This one, just to highlight the fact that it's different than the others in that it's focused on public health instead of on basic science, like some or specific scientific training programs like some of the other ones are. The last one on this slide is the Alliance for Health Reform. That happens in the DC area, and this is focused a little bit more on public policy around health and health economics decisions. So what I really want to signal by using this slide is you can search for these kinds of programs at the two websites that are listed below. The nsf.gov one is the sort of more formal REU one, but I like to search by pathways-to-science.org just because it has it's a little more user-friendly. And has a little bit more numbers of filters and ways to sort of discern which program might be relevant for you. So I hope you will take advantage of those should they prove of interest. And then I want to provide some final thoughts. If you take nothing else away from this, my advice to you is don't stop asking questions. Ask more questions, explore fearlessly, ask questions of your peers, ask questions of the people directly ahead of you in this process, ask questions of me, ask questions of the people you come into contact. I wish I had done more of this when I was younger. I would have made many, many fewer mistakes, or I would have made different mistakes, but it would have saved me, I think, a lot of time. Explore fearlessly. Again, faculty members, they are where they are because they care in the next generation of people, the people who are going to sort of come behind them and take their place. So as scary as we may seem, you know, the worst they can say is no, or really just ignore you. And that's not hard to do. So you're not going to be bothering people. You just sort of need to take ownership of the direction of your maturation and ask questions and explore. Don't put yourself in a box, whether that's the kind of research you're interested in or the kind of further education you want to do. Life is too short. There's just too many different directions you can go to be doing something out of a sense of obligation or some external pressure. And then when you put yourself out there, you're making them say no. Don't limit yourself because you think you're unqualified, because you don't think you have the requisite skills, because you think your GPA is not good enough or you didn't do enough of this or whatever. You know, I was listening to some of the talks earlier, and while I thought they were fantastic, it was scaring me to death. I was thinking I didn't plan 10 years out for this particular thing or whatever. It should feel like a stretch. You should never really feel ready for your next step. If you were ready, you're not pushing yourself into new areas. So that is what I have to say about that. And we can stop now. I would love to see what questions you all have and what I can help with.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Dr. Vernon Gray, for your great presentation.
Hmm.
Now we will start reading the questions that have most votes. So students, if you have any questions, please keep posting them in the chat. Let's see, the first question says, what time of the school year is the best to find a research placement? The beginning of the fall semester, right before the summer, etc.
Okay. So the real answer to this question, I'm really not trying to be flippant, is it depends on you. So research doesn't happen on an academic schedule like coursework does. So you can start whenever you are ready, and that can depend on how much time you have available, how prepared you feel like you are, when you make your connections, all those sorts of things. Now, if you're thinking about one of these programs that I talked about, those almost entirely happen over the summer. And so that will need to happen over the summer. Having said that, the applications for those summer programs happen way sooner than you think they're going to. So you need to start looking for those things. I mean, some of them open in like October, November. And some of them also have are done on sort of a rolling scale. And so if you apply early, you actually get a preference. Not all of them, but some of them do. And so I would encourage you to look sooner than you think you need to. That would be my answer. But for if you're talking about working with a faculty member, it often doesn't matter. Now, faculty members may have a preference themselves about, some of them actually like to work with students during the academic year because it gives them a chance to work with a student for 5-10 hours a week and sort of see if it's a good fit before they sign up for a full-time summer gig. Others like to work with students over the summer because it gives them, that's when you're less distracted and you have more time to really focus on the research. And that way, when you come back in the fall, you can really hit the ground running and know better how to balance your coursework and your research responsibilities. So it wasn't a concrete answer, but I hope it really addresses the base of the issue.
Okay, thank you so much. The next question is, what does virtual lab research look like in the age of COVID-19? And how can we get involved even though we're not on campus in person?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this is a tough time, and we hope that it's not going to last forever. I think that at least at Penn, and I hear from a lot of our colleagues, right, that faculty members were really able to robustly and rapidly pivot to online sort of simulations of what it was that they would do in a hands-on laboratory situation. So what it could look like is, let's say you were already in the laboratory and you generated data previously, then you get a chance to analyze that, really dive deeper and plan out your next experiment. Insofar as, if you weren't already in the laboratory, actually, I think, with full acknowledgement that the umbrella situation of today is hard. I think that actually is a silver lining in terms of, as a scientist, as a wet lab scientist, sometimes we tend to jump into things and get started sort of just doing things maybe a little bit earlier than we really should because we can, right? And it's fun. And so I think this enforced pause can really allow breathing time to say, here's where the field is now. Here's the reading I need to do to identify a question that needs to be answered. And here's what I would do if I were in the laboratory. And that can result in, a literature review. It can result, many of our students are actually publishing reviews in peer-reviewed journals because they have had this time to really do this, what I call the thought experiment. And that's been a really fruitful area of research. It's a really great time to practice your grant writing skills and to do a proposal so that hopefully then when you hit the ground running again, relatively soon, you have a document that you can go back to so that when you're tied up in the nitty-gritty of the day-to-day things, you can go back and review that and say, oh yeah, that's why I was thinking about doing that experiment, right? Because if you're tied up in the day-to-day, sometimes you can pretty easily lose sight of the big picture.
Great, thank you so much. And I also wanted to add a little thing on top of your response. We heard from Yentli earlier that she's doing most of her research remotely, and she brought up getting technical digital skills or learning how to code and things like that. So if you're a student who doesn't have a research experience at the moment, maybe you can look into a lab and see what type of coding they need and start learning a little bit, and then reach out to the faculty member.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point, Alondra. I think there are certain types of research that take a little bit more imagination to see how they would translate into a virtual space, and some of them just do it really quite naturally. And so now is a fantastic. I mean, I've been telling students for years, right, that they need to learn how to code. They need to learn how to do some of these statistical programs, because this is the way the fields are moving. So if you don't have it, now's the great time to do it. But some of them, some fields, it actually feels like less of a transition than anything else, because, if biochemists if you're doing, sort of virtual protein modeling, for example, you're sitting behind a computer all the time anyway. So I think what's harder for people to imagine is really the running of gels and the operations on mice, or the things of that nature, the staining of slides. And I think the reality is that just at the moment, those things are not possible. So it is wise to think about what other technical skills you can learn in the interim.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much. Let's answer the next question. And this one is from our panelists. And I also want to add something to it at the end. So if I'm in a research lab currently, how would you recommend asking your PI if you could help writing a review or paper? And I want to add to that, if I already have been working in a lab, what types of things can I do to, enrich my experience as a researcher, like presenting my poster or getting a fellowship or things like that?
Mm-hmm. So again, I think this goes with, the maturation process that allows you to take ownership over your own education and the direction of your own projects. It's super scary to have, to approach a faculty member cold and say, it's scary enough to say, can I participate in your research, right? It's a whole other thing to then say, even if you've been working with them for a while, can I help write this article, or can I do this other thing? That seems maybe beyond your reach. Again, I think I already told you my philosophy is make them say no, right? So you don't want to walk in and act like this is a privilege or an opportunity that is owed to you. That's never going to come across well, right? But if you come across from a sincere perspective of wanting to learn more and get more involved, almost always the answer is going to be yes, or a modified no, right? Not right now, but why don't we work on this first? Or but regardless of the answer, it reveals to your mentor that you're eager, that you're hungry, that you want more responsibility. And I can't say enough about that either, just because we are not mind readers. People come into our groups for all kinds of different reasons. It could be, just a time filler, right? Or they're trying something out on their way to go doing something else, or they just need the money, or whatever other reasons, right? And I'm going to engage with those students. I'm happy to have those students. I mean, not if they're flippant about it, but I'm happy to engage those students. But I'm going to give them a different kind of experience than I do if I am working with a student who says, I'm planning to go to graduate school. I want to eventually, having paid my dues, have ownership over my own independent project. I want to get practice writing. I want to present at conferences. I want to attend these poster workshops, whatever it is, right? You have to let people know, or they won't know. They can't read your mind.
All right, thank you so much. I think we still have time for one question. Is that fine?
Sure.
Okay, this one says, what would a follow-up email look like after a week of waiting for the PI to respond,
Mm-hmm.
so that they don't put pressure on them or seem impatient?
Right. Right. So I think after investing the time that you need to write a good first email, the second one doesn't need to be very involved, right? So the only time I would really do something more than writing to say, dear Professor so-and-so, I'm writing further to my email, so re-forward that email. I'm writing further to my email of X date. I know this is a particularly busy time of year, or, we're in a currently, unusual situation. But I remain very interested in your work. I look forward to hearing from you either way, kind of thing. Doesn't need to be overly involved. You've probably said everything you need to say in putting in all that effort to get the email right the first time, right? Now, if in that week you've read an additional paper or had some additional interaction, maybe you talked to another faculty member and they recommended you reach out to them, or you saw them give a talk or something like that, you can always add that kind of little piece of information in there. But as a general rule, just short and sweet, again, is the winner there. Again, you're not going to be bothering them. If they're going to ignore you, they're just going to keep ignoring you, right? There's nothing you can do about that. But if they are going to respond, at least, speaking from personal experience, if I'm going to respond, I'm like, oh man, let me, go ahead and get back to that email, even if it's just to say, sorry, I can't do it right now or whatever, but at least you get a response. And I feel like most of my colleagues are in that same situation. You got to give them the benefit of the doubt and give them another ping. And far from feeling like you're annoying them or pressuring them, they're just going to be like, oh, my bad.
All right. Thank you so much. And thank you for your presentation. It was an honor to have you speak at our conference. So we're very grateful.
Good luck to everyone and be well.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
And now we will transition to our lunch break. Please join us in 10 minutes for the next presentation.
All right, everyone, we will transition into our last guest speaker presentation of the day until we end with our Research Expo Day 2. Dr. Ken Tao is the Director of MCAT at Med School Coach. He graduated from UC Berkeley with a Bachelor of Science in Engineering and a Bachelor of Arts, and is currently pursuing his PhD in neuroscience at Harvard University. Med School Coach is a medical school admissions and tutoring consulting company. They provide services such as college application preparation for high school students and college students, MCAT tutoring, interview preparation, and much more. If you are interested in learning more about their company or asking them any questions, you can visit their website at www.medschoolcoach.com. Mr. Tao will be presenting the very educational topic, How to Crush the MCAT, Chem, Phys, and Cars section. Today is going to be a recording of Dr. Ken Tao's session, so there will be no Q&A section at the end. We ask that if you have any questions, either to email mphc@nationalprehealthconf.org or visit their website and contact them directly. We would be happy to connect you with their management through MPHC if you would like to. And I will go ahead and transition to Alejandra.
All right, thank you so much, Lexi. I will start sharing my video. And I do want to apologize if there are some technical issues, but we're trying our best. But it is a recording after all. Just give me 1 second and I will share it and start playing. Can everyone see it now? Can you see it, Lexi?
I can, yes.
Okay, perfect.
Just make sure to.
All right, everyone, welcome to our MCAT webinar. Our topic today is going to be on how to crush the MCAT Chem, Phys, and Cars sections. The reason why we're going over these two sections in particular in the MCAT is because these are the sections that students have the most trouble with. So you're going to find that the tips and strategies we're going to provide you today is really going to be able to help you with these two sections. So to start off, we're going to start first with quick introductions. So as you can see, my name is Ken. I am the MCAT program director for Med School Coach. So that means I oversee our entire MCAT program, everything that we do for helping students prepare for the MCAT.
All right, and hello everyone. My name is Catherine and I am one of the tutors with Med School Coach. I'm also a master tutor with the company and I really enjoy helping students get to their goal score on test day. And I like talking to you all on these webinars, so it's great to be here.
All right, fantastic. So on this slide, we have the plans for today. We're going to start first with actually a quick introduction as to the format of the MCAT exam. We know that we have all types of students as well as some parents in the audience today. And some of you are familiar with the MCAT, some of you are less familiar. So we'll just start first by going over the exam format so everyone's on the same page. We're then going to discuss a little bit on why these two sections of the exam, the Chem, Phys, and the Cars sections, are particularly difficult. And from there, we're going to talk about tips and tricks for the Chem, Phys, and Cars sections. And as part of that discussion, we're actually going to go over a sample passage for the Chem, Phys section so you can see hands-on some of these strategies that we apply and we teach our students all the time. And finally, the last thing we're going to do is we're going to have an open Q&A where we're going to answer questions from all of you regarding anything related to the MCAT exam. Okay, so to start off, the MCAT exam has 4 sections. The first section is called the Chem, Phys section. It's 95 minutes, and the full name of this section is the Chemical and Physical Foundations of Biological Systems. It is an extremely long name, and that is the case for all 4 sections of the exam. The second section is the Cars section. This is the Critical Analysis and Reasoning Skills section. It's 90 minutes long. The third section is the Bio-Biochem section, or the Biological and Biochemical Foundations of Living Systems. And the last section is the Psychological, Social, and Biological Foundations of Behavior. You'll notice that each of these sections are about an hour and a half long, and this is just the testing time, right? So on your actual exam, you're also going to have breaks in between and some tutorials that you might want to go through if you're not familiar with the online tools of the exam. So if you put together all those breaks, you're going to find that your testing experience on test day is going to be about 7.5 hours long. This is a really long exam, and most pre-medical students have never taken an exam of this duration. So that's what makes the exam difficult. Number two, the scoring system. The MCAT has a score for each section of the exam between 118 to 132, 118 being the lowest score and 132 being the highest score. Right in the middle of that range is 125. That is the average score on each section. And this is actually really convenient for medical schools because it allows the medical school admissions committees to be able to quickly identify if a student is above average, meaning that their MCAT scores are in the 500s, or if the student is below average because their MCAT score is in the 400s. And that's simply because if a student gets an average score on all 4 sections of the exam, they'll be left with a perfect 500. Okay. Now, you also notice here that the MCAT follows, for the most part, a normal distribution. So that means most students are going to be right around that middle, that average score of 500, and very few students are going to be scoring very high or very low on the MCAT. Number 3, question types. So the MCAT is a standardized exam, and as a standardized exam, it actually has only multiple choice questions. And this is pretty interesting because if you think about a lot of the courses that you take to prepare for the MCAT, such as general chemistry, organic chemistry, and physics, you're probably not used to taking multiple choice tests for these courses. And that's because for these exams, you usually have a lot of free response questions. Questions asking, for example, how to do calculations, stoichiometry calculations for chemistry, forces calculations for physics, or even drawing out molecules and arrow pushing diagrams for organic chemistry. You won't be required to do any of that for the MCAT, but that doesn't make the MCAT any easier of an exam. If anything, as a multiple choice test, the MCAT is actually quite difficult for students because they're not used to being tested these same concepts in a multiple choice format. Some other things I also want to mention that every question in the MCAT is worth the same amount of points, so it does not benefit you to spend more time on the harder questions and not get to the easy questions, right? If anything, your goal should be to complete all the easy questions and save the harder questions for later. There's also no guessing penalty, so that means when you're taking the MCAT, you should never leave any question blank. And finally, there's something I want to emphasize here, that the MCAT has both passage-based questions and freestanding questions. The passage-based questions is really what makes the MCAT a particularly difficult exam. If you compare the MCAT with the other pre-health exams, OAT for optometry school, DAT for dental school, and the PCAT for pharmacy school, one of the reasons why the MCAT is harder than all of those exams is because of these passage-based questions. If you look at the natural science sections on those other pre-health exams, they're all freestanding questions. So it's simply, do you know the science content or not? On the MCAT, you do have some freestanding questions in that format. However, the passage-based questions will be associated with passages. These passages will introduce new information and new situations that you've never learned about before. And in order to answer the questions, you have to apply your knowledge of science to the passage information to figure it out. So you can really think of the MCAT as an applications test. And that's something that a lot of students finds very difficult. Okay. And finally, the last thing you should recognize is that the MCAT is only offered in the months of January as well as March through September. That's most of the year, but notably it's not offered in February or October, November, December. You just want to keep this in mind as you think about when you want to take the MCAT exam. And of course, there are multiple test dates available for each month. Last point I want to make is make sure that you register early so that you can get your desired test date and testing center. You might have heard of students that have had to book test dates that they didn't want, right? They were studying for a January test date, but January test dates filled up, so they ended up having to sign up for a March test date. Or other students where, because they signed up late, they couldn't even get a testing center in their city, so they might have had to travel 2 hours to their test date or testing center, which you definitely don't want on test day, or some of them have even had to fly to other states to take the MCAT. So when you're thinking about taking the MCAT, make sure you register early so you get the test date and testing center that you want. Okay, so that gives us a great overview of the MCAT. Next thing we're going to look at is the ChemPhys section and the CAR section in more detail. So the first thing you're going to see here is the question, why is the MCAT ChemPhys section so difficult, right? And we know this because we hear this from students all the time, right? That they are doing well on many sections of the exam, but the ChemPhys section, they're always struggling with. There's several key reasons why the ChemPhys section is difficult for a lot of students. The first is that it integrates a broad range of subjects. So by this, I mean, if you think about the name ChemPhys, you certainly have chemistry and physics. But if you actually look at the distribution of subjects on this section, you're going to see that it has 5 different subjects, right? The ChemPhys section is 30% general chemistry, 25% biochemistry, 25% physics, 15% organic chemistry, and 5% biology. If you think about the college courses that you took, for example, general chemistry, and think, how much of that general chemistry knowledge did you need for the organic chemistry you took the next semester? For most students, it's not much, right? So what happens in college is usually students will take a class, and after that semester, they'll forget everything they learned about that class. That's not something you want to do for the MCAT, because you can see the ChemPhys section is going to combine all of these subjects together. And it's not just you're going to have this section with questions covering all of these subjects. You're going to have passages that are going to have questions on multiple subjects. So for example, you can have one passage in the ChemPhys section with maybe a couple of biochemistry questions, an organic chemistry question, and possibly a physics question thrown in there as well. So that's something students aren't used to, but it doesn't mean that this isn't something that you can't prepare for. One way to help you with this is just as you're reviewing the science content for the MCAT, don't just review one subject at a time, as in you don't want to just read your physics book for the first 2 weeks and then your general chemistry book for the next 2 weeks. You want to constantly cycle through the different subjects so you're thinking about all the subjects at the same time. Number 2, the luck factor. Now, this is not something that students want to hear, that there's a luck factor to the MCAT, but in practice, there is, right? And one way to explain this is consider, for example, physics on the ChemPhys section. For the MCAT, it covers 2 semesters of physics. For most college level institutions, the first semester physics is going to be Newtonian mechanics. So looking at kinematics, forces, work, and energy. The second semester is on electricity and magnetism. There's a lot of concepts covered in these 2 semesters of physics. On the ChemPhys section, it's 25% of the section. There are 59 questions on the science sections of the exam. So that means you're looking at a total of 12 to 13 physics questions on your exam. And there's no way that 12 to 13 questions can cover all of the physics topics in 2 semesters worth of physics. So because of that, the specific physics topics that you see in your exam, that's where the luck comes in, right? So for some students, they might be like, oh, I'm really good at physics 1. That forces, work energy, kinetic energy, potential energy, I understand that really well. But the second semester concepts, lenses and mirrors, I never really get that, right? So if you've never really understood lenses and mirrors, if on test day you don't get a passage on lenses and mirrors, then you're going to be really happy because you're going to do well. But if you get unlucky and you get an entire passage on lenses and mirrors, then that can really throw you off. right? So there is a luck factor that all students have their own strengths and weaknesses. So it's a matter of, on test day, do you see questions on your strengths, your weaknesses, or sort of what is the ratio of the two on test day? And of course, the ideal way to deal with this is to be thorough with your content review and make sure that you don't have any weaknesses and that everything is a strength for you. Okay. Number 3, the MCAT ChemPhys section is also difficult because it requires a complex set of reasoning skills. Remember what I said earlier, it's not simply knowing the science content, because the MCAT isn't just freestanding questions. You have a lot of passage-based questions, and these passage-based questions will require reasoning skills. The specific skills are knowledge of science concepts and principles, scientific reasoning and problem solving, reasoning about the design and execution of research, and data-based and statistical reasoning. If you look at some of these topics, you'll see that they're not specifically just asking you, do you know the science content? But sometimes they're asking you to be able to think about experimental design. How was the experiment designed and how could it be altered? Or looking at data, what conclusions can you draw from the data? What conclusions can you not draw from the data? This is something that a lot of students don't learn in college, right? Often you're learning a lot of the science concepts, but this is where a lot more of the application takes place, right? It's not simply, do you understand the science concepts, but how are these science concepts applied in real life? And what you'll see on the exam is that a lot of these passages are adapted from scientific journal articles. So for those of you with more research experience, you'll find that your ability to answer these questions is probably a bit higher because your research is helping you with this. All right, and finally, this is another great reason why the ChemPhys section is difficult: math. Right, the ChemPhys section has more math than any other section of the MCAT. So math takes time. So for students where math is a weakness of yours, then of course it's going to take you more time. So that's why it's very common for students to be running out of time or running low on time for the ChemPhys section. And related to this, of course, is the memorization aspect. Sometimes the MCAT is nice and it'll give you the equations and constants that you're supposed to have memorized for the exam, they'll sometimes give you the equations and constants you need to answer the questions, but sometimes you're going to be expected to have those equations and constants memorized. So all of these reasons can make the ChemPhys section difficult. All right, same thing, but now for the CARS section. CARS stands for critical analysis and reasoning skills. First reason why it's difficult: no content knowledge required. This can actually be surprising because if you think about it, how great would it be to be tested on an exam where you're not expected to know any science content, right? At first that sounds great, but of course, those of you who have done any sort of verbal reasoning or reading sections on other standardized exams know that this isn't so easy. Right? It's true that there isn't any prerequisite science knowledge you're supposed to know, but this section can still be challenging because then it's testing your ability to read and interpret the passages and think critically about what arguments is the author trying to make, as well as what information, if introduced, would affect the author's arguments. So this is not easy for students to do, so that's why the CARS section can be difficult. Number 2, these skills can be difficult to obtain, right? So a mistake that a lot of students make is they just think, oh, well, since the CARS section doesn't test any content knowledge, there's nothing I can do to study for this section. So they're just like, oh, I just won't do anything, and my score will just be what it is. That's definitely not the case. CARS skills can be learned, and it's something that you need to put time and effort into learning. If it's not something that you're used to doing before, then of course it's something that you have to put in time and effort in order to learn. And one of the best ways in order to learn these skills is by doing practice questions and reviewing the questions and learning from your mistakes. And I'm not going to talk too much about this now because later Catherine's going to discuss this in more detail, but it's not easy to do, but it can be done. Number 3, the passages cover a variety of disciplines on humanities as well as social studies topics. If you take a look here on the right, we have all of the different topics that show up on the MCAT exam. This is where we see another common problem with students, especially if these are students that are interested in certain topics but aren't interested in other topics. These are students that read a passage on philosophy and they're just thinking, oh, this is so boring, right? Like, I don't want to read this. I don't understand what's going on, right? If you have that mindset, that's definitely going to hurt you, right? It's true that if you look at a lot of these topics, you might not have personal interest in these topics, which is why you're probably trying to become a physician and studying a completely different topic. But this is the car section. And if you're just thinking about how bored you are the whole time reading the passage, then you're definitely not going to be able to extract the main idea of the passage, which is super important for doing well in the car section. So one thing you should always try to do is when you're reading a CARS passage, try to be as engaged as possible. Remember, anyone writing these CARS passages, these texts, they wrote them for a desired audience. So try to put yourself in the position of an audience member that is extremely excited and interested in reading these CARS passages. And in doing so, you're going to be much better at being able to understand the passage and get those questions right. Okay. The last reason why the MCAT CARS section is tough is because of the time pressure. This we hear all the time. Just as we mentioned earlier that students often run out of time on the Chem Phys section, the same is true for the CARS section. There's a lot of time pressure on the CARS section. So for a lot of students, they often run into this issue where they're not able to complete all of the passages or they have to rush to complete the passages. And because they're rushing, it hurts their accuracy. Right? So pacing is another strategy that students need to learn for the exam. And again, pacing is something that can be learned. It's not just you're a slow test taker, therefore you're never able to get through all the passages and questions. It is something that you can learn. It's not easy, but again, it can be done. Okay, so now that we've discussed why these two sections are difficult, we're going to have Catherine talk a bit about how you can deal with these difficulties.
All right, great. So thanks, Ken. We'll get to some of my tips now. So we'll be starting by talking about the CARS section in particular. I wanted to give some tips of how to guide your studying to get a really high score in this section. So the first tip that I have for all of you who are either starting your studies or thinking about studying for the MCAT at some point is to start thinking about CARS from the beginning of that. Consistency is really important for building up these CARS skills. So it's not something that you can just do like a crash course in CARS the weekend before your exam and suddenly come out with a great score. Typically, I recommend for the students I'm tutoring that they even do a practice passage each day, or for some students who want a really high score increase, even 2 passages a day. So it should be a part of your study plan to say the very least. And depending on where you're starting and where you want to end up, you'll have to incorporate even more than just like 1 passage a day, for example. Okay, so the next thing I want to talk about is why this matters, why we need to be doing CARS practice, and how we should be improving from it. So a lot of these improvements that we tend to see from the CARS practice comes from, not from doing a bunch of questions, but actually carefully reviewing the questions. So I'll talk a little bit about review next, but review is something that's so important that if we just do passages and don't look at what went wrong, we're probably not going to be doing a whole lot of learning as to what strategies that we need to use to get a better score next time. And then finally, you need to incorporate some sort of section length practice. As Ken mentioned earlier, this is a very time crunch situation when you're doing these 9 passages in such a short amount of time. So doing this section length practice will get you used to that timing. So on test day, you feel very confident that you'll be able to complete the section in time. So setting off a day in the weekend, for example, where you do a full length CARS section is a great way to start working on this. I usually recommend students use the AAMC CARS. Usually closer to the test date, I encourage students to use this resource because the AMC does have the logic that is the closest to the actual MCAT exam since they're the makers of the exam. So that's about it for these general tips on how to get a top CAR score. Now we'll talk about how to review CARs. So I mentioned that this is a pretty big piece of what you should be thinking about doing after you complete a CARS passage. So if you just spent, say, 10 minutes doing a CARS passage, you don't want to just throw it aside. You want to create a system to keep track of all of the review that you're about to do. So I encourage students to create some sort of document to track their progress with the CAR section and input any review notes from their practice. What this means is that students should be reviewing every question that they've done for CARs, even the questions you got right. So for questions that you got right, you can go into your spreadsheet or Google Doc or whatever you're using to keep track and write out, for this question, I did a great job. It went well because X, Y, Z. You want to reinforce the good behaviors that you're doing that are helping you get a good score. And then for questions that you got wrong, you want to take a hard look and say, what could I be doing better? And you want to be as concrete as possible with these takeaways, as I call them. So what you take away from your review should be something very specific, not just read better, but you could, instead of put read better, maybe put read faster, don't spend so much time on the first paragraph. That's more concrete and actionable than just telling yourself to generally read better. So another tip I have for you is to be very specific about what you're saying for your review notes. And you want to review this document quite often, so it's of no use to you if you create all these great notes and then just never refer back to them. So set aside a day or two every month to just review your CARS practice. This will lead to reinforcing those good habits, getting rid of those bad habits, and then hopefully pushing you up into the top percentiles of CARS. So those are the tips for how to review CARS that I have.
Yes, and I completely agree with all the points Catherine just made. And just to really echo something she just said, which is when you do your review, having a specific point is really important. And another thing with a specific point, really try to avoid making it too focused on the content of the passage, right? A lot of times students just say, oh, I missed this question because there was this idea in the passage that I missed. But the problem is, if that's your takeaway, that's not going to help you with any subsequent passages because you're never going to see that same idea again. So instead, when you're trying to figure out why you got to answer wrong, you don't want to say, oh, I got this wrong because I missed this idea about so-and-so topic. Instead, you want to give yourself a takeaway that you can apply to other passages. For example, if there's a question that's asking, which of the following, if true, would most weaken the author's assertion about X? In these cases, if your explanation was, oh, the author made argument A, and I didn't recognize that this answer choice went against the author's argument. Well, if you're focusing on the content of the arguments, that's not going to help you. Instead, something more helpful would be something along the lines of, if I'm looking for something weaken, it has to directly contradict the author's assertion, right? It has to be the exact opposite direction. It can't just simply be something tangential, sort of, going in the wrong direction. It has to be the exact opposite direction. Okay.
All right, and I will now talk about the Chem Phys section and how to get a top score in this section. So some of the tips that I have will be about just how to set up your study plan. And the first one that I have for you is to not let material, what I call, slip through the cracks, meaning if you review something in your book and then you never revisit that topic again, that's what I would call having it slip through the cracks. You have no way of collecting that information for later review. So it depends on the student. I mean, some students love writing handwritten notes, other students like to put things in a spreadsheet. But the basis of this tip is to come up with a system personalized to you, where you can collect all of the things that you haven't yet mastered and review those topics often. So the weaknesses that you had before can become your strengths. So find a system, implement it, and most importantly, make sure that it's something that works for your specific needs. So a lot of students are liking to write things out on whiteboards, for example, a very tactile approach. Other students enjoy typing. So find something that pleases you, and then you will refer back to that strategy often. Okay, so the next thing I have for you is how to build this mastery that I'm talking about. So mastery of a topic, the way I like to define it is if you could teach this to another person, you've probably mastered the topic. So the best way to build these masteries is to use active study methods. So active study methods could be like saying things out loud, writing them out, anything that's not just like reading it off a slide or looking at a flashcard that you've looked at 50 times already. So these types of things will help you to test your recall regularly, and you'll be able to work with the material and develop that mastery that you could use to then teach it to someone else. All right, so the next tip I have for you is about practice for the ChemPhys section. So this section, while there is a lot of content like Ken mentioned, there's also a strategic part of reading these difficult passages and trying to distill out the important information. So you want to start your practice as early as possible, and you want to incorporate practice at some point into your study plan. Now, there aren't that many great resources out there for practice questions, and you definitely want to save the A and C questions for closer to your test date. Those are the ones that are made by the test makers of the exam. So we typically recommend that students take those last because they're going to be most representative. So for this type of practice that you're maybe doing while you're reading your books, for example, just to build up that mastery, I would recommend more of like a third-party question bank, and there are a few of those that you could use. All right, so my next tip is about having a unique study plan. So if you go on Reddit and look up what a 528 student did to study for the MCAT, that's not necessarily going to be the best study plan to get you there, because we're all unique and have our own ways of learning. So this means actually thinking critically about what worked well for you in your classes in undergrad, or what things didn't work for you when studying in undergrad. And also think about the time it takes you to read books. So there's a lot to be considered, and just following like a cookie cutter study plan really isn't for everyone. So I encourage you to sit down and think about what's realistic for you, while still accomplishing things like reading a set of MCAT books and doing the AMC practice questions. All right, and then my last tip is to focus on reviewing your practice questions by recording concrete takeaways, kind of just like the way we did with cars. So you want to have concrete takeaways that say, this is what went wrong here, but this is what I could do better next time. So to give an example, say you were doing a biochemistry passage and you completely missed something in the passage about an enzyme's properties. That would be a good takeaway to put down and say, when asked a question about an enzyme, skim the passage and see if that content is mentioned at all. That's something really concrete that you can take to the next question and say, oh, I see that something's mentioned here. I should scan the passage and look to see if the passage has any more information for me. So these are my tips for the ChemPhys section. There are a lot of them here, but if you can really customize your study plan to you and work in a lot of practice and mastery of the topics, you're on a good footing to getting a high score in this section.
All right, great. Thanks for all those tips. The next thing we're actually going to do is something that is will probably be more entertaining and interactive for all of you. We know that often we talk about all these tips and strategies, but we never really demonstrate how they work. So what we have here is a sample ChemPhys practice passage, so very much MCAT style. And what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and walk through this passage, and you're going to be able to see, for example, how Catherine, as a 99th percentile MCAT score, reads this passage and what she sort of takes away as the key points. And then we'll go ahead and walk through the different questions and point out various strategies and techniques that you can think about. So we have this practice passage right here, and when you're taking the exam, you do have a highlighting tool. And of course, since we're using a presentation, we don't have something perfect, but I will set up a highlighter tool so that way I can be highlighting here. So Catherine, do you want to go ahead and walk us through this passage and sort of let everyone know what you're thinking as you're reading through this passage and maybe what you might highlight?
Okay, great. So we're taking a look at this passage, so we'll get started. So reading the first intro here, chlorite dismutase is a homotetrameric enzyme that catalyzes the decomposition of chlorite into dioxygen and chloride. And we're given reaction 1 here. So since this is an intro sentence, it gives us a lot of information, particularly the name of an enzyme, chlorite dismutase, and we can see the reaction that it catalyzes down here. Okay. So as far as things that I might want to highlight is the name of the enzyme, chlorite dismutase, just so I know where I can find important information about it. So I wouldn't necessarily highlight that it's homotetrameric and all that information, because if I want info on chlorite, it'll be right here. Next, I would probably just look at this reaction and make sure that I understood what's going on. So I can see that we have the decomposition of chlorite, and then we have 2 ions, or actually 1 ion and O2 gas forming. So to me, I wouldn't spend too much time analyzing this yet because we're not asked a question about it. So I would just feel comfortable knowing that I could interpret it if I needed to later, and then keep reading the passage. All right, so reading through the next part of this passage, it's talking about to produce chlorite dismutase for stoichiometric and kinetic analysis. This enzyme was expressed in E. coli cells, and it's talking about using isoelectric focusing. Pure CLD was found to have an isoelectric point greater than 9.6, which is significantly higher than most soluble E. coli proteins. All right, I think this is a good stopping point to kind of talk about what I'm seeing here. So we're doing a stoichiometric and kinetic analysis, and we're expressing this in E. coli cells. So this gives me an indication that we might be starting some sort of experiment here, and E. coli cells are probably going to be our experimental expression organism here. So looking at this, I notice isoelectric point greater than 9.6. This is something I would definitely highlight because I know that a lot of questions would ask about maybe a specific pH, and I might have to refer back to this isoelectric point of the enzyme to answer that question. So far we're really focusing on things that I want to kind of bookmark for later when I'm going to the questions. Okay, and the other thing that is pretty important here is that it's significantly higher than most soluble E. coli proteins. So I would probably try to capture that in some way, maybe significantly higher than E. coli proteins. That would be good enough for me to refer back to. Okay, so I would continue on after this point. So after lysing the E. coli cells with sonication, the cell lysate was passed through an ion exchange column at pH 8.6, and the flow through was found to be 70% of our enzyme by SDS page analysis. Okay, so for this, I know that as a person who has been studying for the MCAT for quite a while now, that they're going to prompt me to recall some of my content knowledge. So here, we see a lot of things that we should know from our content base, such as ion exchange column. So that's one of those methods that we could use to purify something, like a chromatography assay. And then we can see SDS page analysis as well. So I would start thinking about, okay, how could they use those? How could I use my content knowledge to answer questions about these? So I wouldn't highlight anything here, but I would remember that important information about the experiment is likely found here. Okay, and then I would continue on. So reading through, it's talking about a steady state enzyme kinetics analysis, and pause here, kinetics analysis. So I'm starting to think of my kinetics content knowledge. And to read on, it says that different quantities of chlorite was dissolved in potassium phosphate buffered saline, and then it gives us the concentration and the pH to form solutions with concentrations over 800 to 1500 micromolar. Okay. For this, I would not really highlight much here, just to know that I could come back here if I needed to know specific data about the buffers. But I would move on from this and just keep in mind that I'm looking for anything that might test my kinetics knowledge. Okay, so it says that a catalytic amount of our protein was added, and it gives us the concentration. And then it says the initial rate of chlorite depletion was measured, figure 1. All right, so I would probably go over to figure 1, probably figure 2 here. So just taking a look at this graph, and I'm like, okay, this is our typical Michaelis-Menten curve. So again, bringing in some of the content that I had to know from my books and trying to just take a look and make sure that nothing looks off. And I wouldn't interpret this right away because I want to read through as quickly as possible, but I would make sure that I felt confident that I could get the kinetic data from this graph. And I feel pretty comfortable with that, seeing as we have the initial velocity and the concentration of substrate right there, which are normal axes for this kind of graph. Okay, and then we left off at where it mentioned figure 1. So just getting to the bottom of this passage here, looking, it says to determine if the products of chlorite decomposition inhibits the reaction, the researchers measured the activity of the enzyme with varying concentrations of the presence of oxygen did not have any effects, but the Kcat and Km of the protein decreased with increasing concentrations of chloride. Okay, so that last sentence does have a lot of information in it related to our content knowledge of enzyme kinetics. So looking at Kcat and Km, those are things that we should remember from our Michaelis-Menten kinetics. And we know that using Kcat, we can calculate things like our enzyme or our we'll just cut that part out.
The Vmax, right?
Yeah, Vmax, thank you. The presence of O2 did not have any effects, but the Kcat and Km of CLD decreased with increasing concentrations of chloride. Okay, so based on this, I would know that they're testing our content knowledge of kinetics. So I would be looking and seeing, okay, we have our Km, our Michaelis constant, and then we have Kcat, which we can use to calculate other kinetic parameters if needed. So this would pretty much wrap up my look at this passage. I usually try to keep it pretty brief until I see the questions. That way I'm not spending too much time reading and I have more time to critically think when the time comes.
Yeah. And just to emphasize some of the points there that Catherine made, because again, what we want to leave you with today are some of these important strategies. So you can see that the highlighting is very specific, right? She's not just highlighting everything because, too much highlighting is the same thing as no highlighting. Another important strategy that Catherine employed was that as she read through this passage, and anytime there's a reaction or a figure, anything other than text, you can see that she spends very little time on these pieces of information. And that's simply because she knows that she can wait till she gets a question on one of these reactions or figures before taking a look at them. And that's because sometimes on the MCAT, you'll have passages with 3 or 4 figures. If you have 3 or 4 figures, it's very likely that you're not going to get a question on every single figure. So in that case, it's actually not a good use of your time to thoroughly review each. And your points comes from the questions, not from reading the passage alone. So the goal is to get through the passage, identify the key information by highlighting, and then getting to the questions as soon as you can. Some other things that you'll see that Catherine did as a really high level student is that when she was reading the passage, you can tell that she's done so much practice at this point that she's able to predict, oh, when I see these terms, these are terms I should know from MCAT, like ion exchange column, KCAT and KM. There's a good chance the MCAT is going to ask me about this information. And that's really helpful to know when you're reading a practice passage. If you can already predict what parts of the passage the MCAT's going to ask you about, then that will help you a lot. Okay, so now what we want to do is take a look at some questions. So our first question is, in reaction 1, how does the oxidation number of chlorine change? All right, so for this question, this is going to be a general chemistry question, right? So we're looking at oxidation number and we're looking at reaction 1. Since it's asking about reaction 1, we definitely need to go back to the passage. So if we take a look at reaction 1 over here, they were asking about chlorine. Catherine, do you remember how to determine the oxidation numbers?
Oh, yes. So we would want to take a look at whichever one would have higher priority. In this case, it's oxygen, which would have a 2- charge per, or 2- oxidation number per each oxygen.
And therefore, what would chlorine be?
So we have to be careful with this one because the molecule has an overall negative charge. It won't be completely balanced. So we have to balance it so that there's one more negative number for the oxidation state. So it should be +3 for the chlorine here.
That's correct. And something I just want to emphasize here is that you can see here we were careful and wrote, 2 minus, 2 minus, and +3. I know a lot of students can sometimes get a little lazy. Instead of writing 2 minus, 2 minus, to just write 4 minus. And I'm 100% confident all of you know 2 minus plus 2 minus gives you 4 minus. But the potential risk of writing 4 minus is if they ask you what is the oxidation number of oxygen, you might accidentally select the answer choice that is 4 minus. So for oxidation numbers, definitely write them out separately. So then if we're looking at chlorine in our product, what is our oxidation number now?
So that would be the charge of the overall ion here because it's a monatomic ion, so it would just be -1.
Perfect. So this one is just content knowledge applied directly to the passage. So in this case, we can see that our oxidation number for chlorine went from +3 to -1. So we're looking for an answer choice that matches that. And of course, that perfectly matches answer choice D. So that has to be our correct answer. Okay, let's take a look at our next question. Number 2, which of the following amino acids most likely contributes to the stabilization of chloride in the active site of chloride dismutase? All right, so this one, again, we need passage information, but there's some strategy I want to leave you with here because this is an extremely common question you see on the exam. And there's 2 approaches to answer this question depending on the information that you're provided in the passage. The first approach is if they give you information in the text, right? So sometimes the passage will say the active site required aromatic amino acids for stabilizing the ligand. Or sometimes it says that substrate binding requires several key basic amino acid residues, right? If there's passage text, go with the passage text. That tells you which amino acids are important. Sometimes in the passages, they won't give you that information in the text. If they don't give you that information in the text, that means you have to use the structure of the molecules given to you in the passage, right? And of course, there's another case where you get both. You get text information and structure information. This is where it gets a little tricky, right? You're thinking, which one do I go with? Do I go with the text in the passage or do I go with the structure of the molecules? The answer is the text of the passage trumps structure of molecules. So if there's the answer in the passage, you always go with the passage text. And it's only in the case where the passage text doesn't give you any information about this, then you go with the structures of the molecule. And of course, Catherine, having read through the passage, do we have any text telling us what amino acids are important for stabilizing our enzyme chloride dismutase?
So I do not remember any information about the stabilization. So I think we would have to defer to the structure on this one.
That's correct. So if you're looking at the structure of the substrate, what do you notice about the substrate?
I noticed that overall charge of the molecule is negative. So it'll probably be some sort of electrostatic interaction that leads to this binding here.
That's correct. So if our substrate is negative, then you would expect what type of amino acid it would be able to stabilize that?
So we would want an amino acid that has an attractive charge for this negative molecule. So it should be positively charged. And if you remember from your content knowledge, the positively charged amino acids are the basic ones. So we would look for a basic amino acid.
Perfect. And which of these is our basic amino acid?
So this one would be arginine, our basic amino acid, so C.
That's correct. And of course, if you're looking at the other choices, phenylalanine and valine, both nonpolar, and D, glutamate or glutamic acid, acidic. Excellent. So moving on to question 3, which of the following correctly describes the chromatography used to purify chloride dismutase? All right, so Catherine, I think you noticed this when you were reading through the passage that they were talking about this technique. So do you want to walk us through this one?
Yeah, sure. So I would want to go back to the passage here and just take a look at what they mentioned for our column here. So I'm orienting myself to the passage, and they talked about this column at the last part of paragraph 2. So we'll kind of zoom in on that area. And it says particularly that the cell lysate was passed through an ion exchange column at pH 8.6, and the flow through was found to be 70% CLD by SDS page. Okay, so we're finding that our enzyme here is in the flow through, which means that it didn't bind to the column. So we're looking for an ion exchange column that would not bind our CLD enzyme. And furthermore, we should note that it's at a pH of 8.6. So if we compare that to the isoelectric point of our enzyme, it is 9.6. So right now, this is still going to be protonated rather than deprotonated like most of those other E. coli proteins. So it should have a positive charge, and the E. coli proteins would either have like a negative charge or maybe a neutral charge, depending. Okay, so if we take a look at this, I think we're good to go back to the question now and start doing some thinking about it. All right, so if we're talking about the chromatography used to purify it, since we know it's in the flow through, we know that it's not binding to the column. So yeah, we can write some notes on this. Usually that helps for these critically thinking type problems to have a few notes down. Okay. Further, we know that CLD is an enzyme and it has a positive charge. So I noticed that some of these answer choices mention normal phase or reverse phase. So this has to do with what the phase of our solvent is, or our mobile phase. So because this is an enzyme, we want it to have a polar mobile phase if it's going to be in the flow through. So that's not the normal conditions. That's actually reverse phase. So usually we have a non-polar mobile phase. So I would immediately be able to rule out A and C based on the fact that our positively charged enzyme is going to be in the flow through. Then we're left with anion exchange and cation exchange chromatography. So we have to think through this one, and students often get confused about the names for these types of chromatographies because the name is actually what they bind. So anion exchange chromatography binds negatively charged particles, and then cation exchange chromatography actually binds positively charged particles. And since we know that our enzyme is positively charged and we do not want it to bind to our chromatography setup, we know that we want it to go through. Therefore, we want it to be with the anion exchange version, because this positive charge is not going to be attracted to our stationary phase, so it will be in the flow through, just like the passage said. So this is an example of a critically thinking based type problem that involved a lot of content knowledge. So I would choose B as the answer here.
All right, so you can see some questions in MCAT slightly easier, some questions in MCAT more difficult. All right, so looking at number 4, what is the Km in micromolar for chloride dismutase? All right, so this is one of those standard questions where they either give you data to determine this or they give you the graph. And as we recall from this passage, we did have this Michaelis-Menten saturation curve. If we want to determine the Km, remember the Km is the substrate concentration at 1/2 Vmax. All right, so we're looking at the Vmax. You know, the Vmax would probably be close to this value over here. So if we're looking at 1/2 Vmax, it'd probably be around here. And then we're just looking at the substrate concentration at this point, which we can see is just slightly below 250, right? Just below 250 micromolar, right? Let's just say 200 micromolar. You can round numbers and be perfectly fine on the MCAT, right? Nothing has to be perfectly precise. So if we're looking for 200 micromolar, we can then take a look at our answer choices to see what fits. First of all, it's in micromolar, and they want it in scientific notation. So if we change this to scientific notation, it should be 2 times 10 to the 2 micromolar. So this actually makes it easy, because if you just look at the exponent, you can see it's not going to be A, B, or C because they're too large. So it has to be D, which is quite close to the number that we thought it was going to be. Okay, and finally, we have number 5, which Lineweaver-Burke plot most accurately depicts the kinetic data of chloride dismutase with and without the addition of chloride. So first thing I want to emphasize, enzymes and biochemistry in general, super high yield topic for MCAT. You definitely want to know this. Now, the key information you need to recall specifically with Lineweaver-Burke plots is to know that the y-intercept is equal to 1 over Vmax, and the x-intercept is equal to -1 over Km. So we need passage information about chloride dismutase to answer this question. And if you recall in the last paragraph of the passage, they gave this information that Kcat and Km are both decreased with addition of chloride. All right, so Kcat and Km are both decreased. So we know that Kcat is decreased, Km is decreased with chloride. And Kcat, you should recall, is related to Vmax, right? So Vmax is equal to Kcat times the total enzyme concentration. So if your Kcat decreases, that means your Vmax decreases. So now we know what happens to Vmax and Km. So if we look at the intercepts, you have to be careful because it's the inverse. So if you're decreased the Vmax, that means you're dividing by a smaller number. If you divide by a smaller number, that gives you a larger value. That means our y-intercept should move up when we add the chloride. So we can see that matches in A. If we look at B, well, this is C, it doesn't match because the y-intercept drops. Also doesn't match B because the y-intercept drops. If we look at D, we can see that the y-intercept increased, so we're looking between A and D. The second part is we know that the Km decreased. Same thing, you're dividing by a smaller number. Dividing by a smaller number gives you a larger number, but you have to notice the negative sign. So you have a larger negative number. So our x-intercept should shift to the left on our graph. And if you look at A, it does shift to the left. And if you look at D, it looks like it hasn't moved. So that means our answer is A. Okay. So that's how we would run through an MCAT practice passage for the ChemPhys section. So hopefully that gives you some of the ideas of the different strategies you can employ when going through ChemPhys practice passages. The next thing I want to talk about that's going to wrap up.
All right, everyone. Thank you so much for watching. Now we will take a very short break before starting our research expo. So hang tight. We'll be back in 3 minutes. Sorry.
All right. Welcome everybody to Research Expo Day 2. We are very, very excited to have all the audience members here and all the presenters from universities all over the country. We thank you so much for being here and supporting our fellow students who have put in so much hard work during this time of uncertainty into their innovative research projects. As a reminder, you will have the opportunity to vote for your favorite research presentation and award this audience's favorite at the end of day 3. At the end of today's presentation at 7 p.m., you'll be able to vote using our polling software for your favorite presentation. Additionally, our team will select 2 students from both days for 2 more awards called Best Presentation and Most Innovative Award. Best Presentation is awarded to the presenter who gave the most understandable, fluent, and concise presentation. And Most Innovative will go to the most innovative project that we had, such as it wasn't seen in society before and had a large impact on population health. Now, without further ado, we will go ahead and introduce our first presentation, Michelle Raja and Amal Umarani from the Telehealth Oncology Research Team. Thank you so much for joining us today, and take it away. You can share your screen whenever you're ready.
Okay. Should be sharing.
Thank you.
Right. Good evening. My name is Amal Omarani, and I am a sophomore at Emory University.
And I'm Michelle Raja, a junior at Stony Brook University.
Our presentation is on the effect of insurance type on cancer patient satisfaction with telehealth services during the COVID-19 pandemic. There is no primary data for our study yet as we are awaiting IRB approval, but the purpose of our presentation today is to shine light onto the evolution of telehealth services during the pandemic and to describe the thought process behind our study. We have performed extensive secondary analysis to support the objective of our study. However, There is much more to learn within the field of telehealth related to health insurance and patient satisfaction prior to the pandemic, which is why we are exploring this area.
So, what are televisits? Televisits are the use of technology that allow patients to have real-time virtual visits with their healthcare provider. A prevalent but valid question that comes to mind regarding a televisit is the quality and satisfaction of telehealth care the same as in-person care? According to this 2019 study at Massachusetts General Hospital, 62% of patients found no difference in the quality of telehealth visits compared to in-person, and 21% of patients said that the quality of care was even better. Cancer patients have been a popular model population for telemedicine in the past due to many cancer patients being immunocompromised. Being immunocompromised puts these patients at a high risk to COVID-19. A study in Wuhan, China showed that 75% of patients who received chemotherapy developed a severe infection, while only 43% of patients without chemotherapy were infected. Telehealth visits have been advised to reduce the risk of exposure to COVID-19 to susceptible patients.
Now the question is telehealth beneficial beyond the pandemic? As we can see from the data from a study conducted in Australia, satisfaction with the telehealth model of care was proven to be high among patients and healthcare professionals. Benefits perceived included effective communication between patients and healthcare specialists and reduced travel time and money expenditure. This data shows that telemedicine was effective before the pandemic. It is during the pandemic and can be effective beyond the pandemic.
Patient satisfaction is critical to good healthcare, regardless of its means of delivery, which is why it is crucial for us to study any possible disparities in telemedicine insurance policies, which could result in unsatisfactory and unequal healthcare. Previous studies have found discrepancies on the rate of patient satisfaction depending on the type of insurance, that is, public versus private, used in a patient's in-person visit. Our goal is to investigate telehealth satisfaction in a similar manner. We would also like to compare patient satisfaction levels between in-person versus televisits and look into whether patients have a preference for one versus the other during the course of this pandemic.
Most, if not all, private insurances are offering some form of telehealth benefits in their current plans. Many states have encouraged health issuers to cover robust telehealth services. Issuers such as Cigna and Blue Cross Blue Shield have already taken steps to promote the use of telehealth services by providing expanded access to telehealth services. Further, public insurance under CMS has recently altered its policy so that virtual visits are billed in the same way as inpatient visits.
Additional changes have also been made to Medicaid since the onset of COVID-19. These include covering telemedicine even if the policyholder lives in non-rural areas and allowing physicians to connect remotely with their patients. While private insurance companies have also been expanding services and waiving telehealth copays, most issuers plan to stop these waivers by the end of this year. For instance, Anthem waived additional copays until September 30th of 2020, while Cigna waived theirs until at least October 31st of 2020.
Telehealth reaps many benefits, and the study hopes to provide a sustainable telehealth insurance model with high rates of patient satisfaction, and to expand to those who previously could not use them because of insurance coverage while reducing the exposure of immunocompromised cancer patients. This also makes the lives of those undergoing palliative care more comfortable by decreasing their reliance on caretakers. Transitioning to telehealth can lower the volume of patients at hospitals and clinics, which can be highly beneficial to immunocompromised cancer patients. Our primary data will be collected through an online anonymous questionnaire sent to various cancer clinics where oncology patients are treated. To eliminate recall bias, the survey should be conducted within 30 days of their last telehealth visit. In the survey, we will be using a satisfaction evaluation from the Telehealth Satisfaction Survey adapted for use in the rural and remote memory clinic to compare in-person and virtual visits. The survey questions consist of demographics, type of insurance, severity/stage of cancer, etc.
According to a 2019 report, the American Telemedicine Association identified 6 states and DC as states that have adopted updated telehealth policies and have passed parity laws. These states include Kentucky, Utah, Maine, Oregon, New Jersey, and Massachusetts. When a state passes a telemedicine parity law, it means private payers in that state have to reimburse for telemedicine care in the same way they would for in-person care. We pick states similar in policies, but we will study them as individual entities in order to eliminate bias. An analysis of a 2010 study conducted by the Rutledge Taylor and Francis group showed that patients with Medicaid have a lower satisfaction score for patient-physician relationship. Specialists are also less willing to accept Medicaid patients than privately insured patients. Providers decline Medicaid insurance for a variety of reasons, which include administrative burden of navigating a state-run insurance program. Further analysis on telehealth can include possible trends within different states to deem if one state's insurance model is more effective than the others, or looking into specific telehealth services that patients wish for their insurance to cover, like phone applications, etc.
The rise of COVID-19 has forced us to examine whether a transition to telemedicine can be implemented if the right insurance policies are in place. The results of the study can lead to a sustainable telehealth insurance model that can give rise to highly satisfactory patient care. Telehealth is innovative, and it is the future of medicine. Thank you for listening to our presentation.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. You can now stop sharing if you would like. Thank you for your presentation. It was very informative, also very relevant in the context of the pandemic and healthcare, so we really like that. Now our next presenter is Sani Tripathi from the University of Arkansas.
Can y'all see me and hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so can I share my screen now? Or?
Yes, go ahead and share it now, please.
Okay, let me know if you can see it.
We can see it now.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Sani Tripathi. I'm currently a junior at the University of Arkansas studying biomedical engineering, and it's an honor to be here. The research I'm going to be presenting today is entitled Identifying Cellular Senescence in Injured Kidney Using Imaging Mass Cytometry, and this research was done at Yale School of Medicine. So primarily the disease I focused on in this research was AKI, or also known as acute kidney injury. And it causes approximately 1.7 million deaths around the world, and it's the common cause of hospitalization amongst patients, accounting for between 8 and 16%. The disease can really affect anybody, but most cases that are seen by physicians are seen from patients that are 65 years or older. And the causes of the disease are kind of in 3 broad categories. The first is pre-renal, which is basically referring to the severe drop in blood pressure in the patient. Intrinsic renal, which basically refers to a direct injury to the kidneys from inflammation, blood clots, or other harmful toxins. And post-renal, which basically refers to ureter damage. And ureter is basically a tube which takes the urine from the kidneys to the bladder. And this can be caused from kidney stones or enlarged prostate in men. So the treatment of AKI is very limited at the moment, and it really depends on the specific cause and the specific case of the patient. But as a general use, most patients are put through hemodialysis, in which the kidneys are forced to basically pump through blood and remove harmful toxins. So when I entered the lab at Yale, a novel technology that has never been seen before, known as imaging mass cytometry, or IMC, was a technology that was being investigated that basically allows for the detection of more than 14 protein markers on a single tissue section. And the main purpose of the use of this technology was to better understand the composition of a human kidney, both in a normal state as well as a disease state, and give valuable information to researchers and physicians of the localization of certain protein molecules, of where they are being localized, the number and identity of various renal and immune cells that are present in the kidney. But also at the same time answer basic science questions such as which cells are dying in the process of acute kidney injury, how do these cells die, what injury pathways are they expressing, and which cells are being regenerated in the process. So the lab was creating a large antibody panel of more than 14 markers consisting of various types of markers, including necroptosis, apoptosis, macrophages, and more. But specifically in my project, I really delved in the area of cellular senescence, and that is defined as cells that have undergone permanent and irreversible cell cycle growth arrest. And this can be caused by many different aspects, including inflammation, mitochondrial dysfunction, and oncogenic mutations. And this can be very detrimental to the patient when accumulated in the kidney. So basically the cells essentially stopped dividing in the stage of mitosis. And within cellular senescence, there are different inhibitors, but the main inhibitor I focused on in this study was P21. And through literature, it is known that the upregulation of P21 can cause cellular senescence and blockage between the G1 and S phase of mitosis. So in this study, I basically used an in vitro system to really find out more about the upregulation of P21 and how it is reacting to the kidney cells itself. So in my study, I gathered HK2 cells and cultured them in 4 and 8 chambered slides and allowed them to reach full confluency after 3 days. And the reason why I did 3 days is to make sure that the cells were not enough, there was not enough medium to where it is too spaced out between the cells, but not too much cluttering of the cells to where they're stacking on top of each other. The cells were treated then using cyclosporin A, which is a known drug to induce cellular senescence in kidney cells. And those are treated, I treated those cells for 24 hours at various concentrations, including 5, 10, and 50 micromolar. After the 24-hour treatment, immunostaining was performed of these cells using the P21 antibody at various dilutions, including 1 to 100, 1 to 300, and 1 to 500. And the results were observed using immunofluorescence imaging. So as you can see here, you see the first 2 set pairs of images. So you have when you do immunofluorescence imaging, you have 3 channels. You have blue channel, which is a DAPI channel, which indicates the nuclear staining. You have the red channel, and then you have the green channel. For my study, I only used the red channel because the red and green channel are used for 2 different markers. But for my case, I was only using P21, so I only did red channel. So these first 2 sets of images indicate, firstly, the nuclear stain that the cells were present and not dead when I took this image. And then the last 2 images, as you can see, is completely black. And the reason why that is because this image only indicates, the first black image only indicates staining of the primary antibody, and then the second image only indicates the secondary antibody. And the reason why I did this in the study and included it in the poster is to make sure and to validate that the antibody that we were testing was specific to the cell that we were targeting. And so due to this fact, it did in fact, as expected, turn all black. And then the last 2 images are comparing the control group and then the treated group after cyclosporin A had been applied. And so as you can see, there's a significant increase in the signal that was obtained, a stronger red signal. And specifically, we found that the P21 antibody was specifically localized in the cytoplasmic region of the HK2 cells, which is an incredibly important finding. And this confirmed that, firstly, that our binding was specific, and secondly, that each cell was targeted at a cytoplasmic level in the cell. And then also after this, we wanted to further confirm our findings. And so we performed qPCR as well to evaluate the expression levels of P21 that was being tested. I did not include this in the poster, but in fact, after qPCR, the expression levels were increased, which validates our study findings from immunofluorescence as well as the literature findings as well. And so looking forward, the future work that could be expanded on this is to potentially include this in the antibody panel that was being tested from the lab itself. So to do this, we could use this antibody concentration as well as treatment strategy in the IMC panel in the sense that we can apply to human kidney tissue that was being obtained from biopsies from patients. And to do this, specifically for IMC, the antibody would have to be tested firstly on the tissue and then conjugated to a heavy metal isotope and then evaluated through an imaging software tool. So as an example, you can see on the right, the left-hand side, that you can see a kidney biopsy specimen and then the various different colors of markers that are being illuminated in the kidney anatomy itself. So based on my findings, this could be also applied in the sense. And this is a very novel piece of technology that has never been done before in kidney and can be translated directly into the clinic in terms of testing a patient for multiple causes of AKI instead of one at a time and going through the laborious process of going through the pathology report and then going back and forth. And really, this could expedite the extraneous process itself. But thank you guys for your time and attention, and it's an honor to be here again.
Thank you so much for your presentation. That your project is very innovative, and we are very thankful to hear from you today. Now we are going to transition to our next presentation. Yancey Dwayne Williams II from the University of Alabama at Birmingham. Feel free to share your video and your screen and take away your presentation.
All right, thank you for having me here.
Of course.
All right, I'm just sharing my screen right now.
Your audio is a little low. Could you please speak up during your presentation?
How's my audio now?
Oh, that's perfect. Thank you.
All right. Can everyone see my poster?
Yes, we can.
All right, I'll begin.
If you're able to zoom in certain parts during your poster, that'd be great. If not, no worries.
Oh, I'm sorry, I can't, but.
That's okay.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Yancey Dwayne Williams II, and I am an undergraduate sophomore majoring in biomedical engineering in the Science and Technologies Honors Program at the University of Alabama at Birmingham, or UAB. I have been working with my mentor, Dr. Alexa Mathesis, and my graduate mentor, Tom Narwell, on this project, modeling simultaneous two-wavelength axial radiometry, or also known as STAR, microscopy, to study endocytosis. So first, let's try to understand what all of that means. Endocytosis is the internalized process of material such as nutrients and other molecules that are too large to pass through the membrane into a cell, the surface of the membrane, using coated vesicles. The main ones that we're going to be looking at today is clathrin. And these clathrin vesicles can be used to form different components of the membrane. And the pathway is very highly dynamic and versatile as to going to different parts and to cargoing on the different parts of proteins and other molecules that pass through the membrane. Nevertheless, clathrin independent entry portraits have been described as vital process, especially in mammal cells, as an intricate part of life. So one of the simplest ways in order to see the endocytosis is a process called axial resolution, which is a type of microscopy that takes advantage of the excited fields of the different molecules in the cells, and they are able to come back using different wavelengths and intensities of the light. So the aim of this project is to design a MATLAB code that will model theoretical measurements of the vessel's growth during endocytosis acquired through the STAR microscopy. Furthermore, STAR is used as a comparison between theoretical and experimental data that was performed in the lab here at UAB. It is very unnecessary to precisely understand the biophysical properties of membranes, dynamic function, and the formation during clathrin mediated endocytosis. So the first part of the project was to create the MATLAB code, which gives us the Z position, which is the position of where it is in relation to the entire cell of the protein. And with the given equations of earlier research, we were able to find the initial and final intensities and wavelengths of the fluorescence that was used to shine upon the cell to find out each certain molecule. Next, we simulated these endocytosis by recording the data of the microscopy using real-time fluorescence imaging with about 20 nanometers actual. And then we would modify the MATLAB program in order so it to reflect current and previous data of endocytosis and to record a 3D model of the protein during this entire process. And finally, in the future, we plan on modifying this MATLAB code to predict a 3D model as well as to create a different type of microscope in order to accurately get these findings. So if you look into the computational data, this is just a snippet of code that I've used in the lab to record the intensities and wavelengths of the different molecules. And you'll see positions on D1 and D2 just to see what the relation is between two different molecules within a cell. And we use that to using the theta value of how the light is shined upon the cell, and the intensity values is calculated through the equation shown in the presentation. And then you would see the DZ, which is the change in the Z position, just to see how far it moves and how does it change throughout this entire process. And the last bit shows the plotting of the graph of delta Z and the total intensities, just to see if there's a relationship, which there should be. In figure 2, you will see that there is a clear correlation between the theoretical and experimental. The red is the experimental and the green is the theoretical. So you do see that while they are close enough, that we would like to try and make our MATLAB code better in order to improve upon this. So where do we go from here? This START technique is very revolutionary because it takes a very basic concept of just looking at cells through a microscope and actually changing of how can we make this better. So what we're planning on doing with this research, instead of continuing to use a microscope by changing the theta value of the degree of how the light is shined, of using a 360 microscope in order to show the cell in its 3D form instead of just flat on a plate with the microscope in order to show just the face value. So for the implication of this research, the real-time fluorescence imaging can be used to detect the different angles of the proteins and the curvature in order to see the 3D model of the cell during endocytosis. This method employs the protein as it is tagged on by two different fluorescents and image to obtain the different ratio between these two channels. And we believe that this approach will be revolutionary to visualizing the nanoscale organization of molecules and endocytosis of the growth factor. I would like to take this time to thank Dr. Mathesis and Tom Narwell for helping me with this project, as well as the University of Alabama at Birmingham for giving me the Presidential Summer Fellowship Grant to complete this research, as well as the Department of Biomedical Engineering and the Department of Cellular and Developmental and Integral Biology. Thank you, everyone.
All right, great presentation, Yancy. You had some outstanding presentation skills and explanations, so thank you so much for that. Our next speaker is Molly Monge from Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute. Hey, Molly.
Hi, I'll share my screen.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you for the kind introduction, Alejandra, and thank you all for coming here today. I'm really excited to tell you about my research. My name is Molly Monge, and I'm a rising junior at Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute, where I major in biochemistry and biophysics. The research I'll be talking about today was completed at the Wadsworth Center, New York State Department of Health. And I'm really excited to get to tell you about bacterial genetics and regulating gene expression. Bacteria need to be able to control the transcription of certain genes to respond to environmental stressors. When we think about how scientists have mainly studied gene expression regulation in the past, they've really mainly focused on the initiation of transcription. We know that RNA polymerases can use different sigma factors and different transcription factors to transcribe different genes. The onset of genome-wide analysis has allowed us to really take a deeper look inside bacterial genomes. And in particular, we've been able to look at the termination of transcription. And my project studied the termination of transcription in There are two different mechanisms that E. coli can use to terminate transcription. The first mechanism is known as intrinsic termination. In intrinsic termination, RNA polymerase will transcribe a GC-rich region followed by a poly-U track. That GC-rich region is very affinitive for each other, and they'll fold up and form secondary structure. Secondary structure is simply RNA forming structures that are not linear. And this, let me get my pointer. Okay, this loop right here is known as a hairpin loop, and RNA polymerase's interactions with the DNA will be weakened, and that will cause RNA polymerase to come off and transcription will be terminated. There we go. And today we're going to be talking about the other type of transcription termination known as Rho dependent. Rho is a hexameric ATP-powered helicase that will bind to RNA in an open conformation at something known as a RUT site. A RUT site stands for Rho utilization site. When Rho binds, it will begin translocating along the RNA strand until it eventually catches up to the RNA polymerases. Conformational change happens, and the transcript is released and termination is completed. When we think about transcription termination of any type, we would think that termination must be occurring someplace at the end of the gene because we want a properly folded protein and we want a fully functioning gene. So normally during transcription, translation is happening concurrently in bacterial systems. So Rho is not present because the ribosomes are, and they're blocking RUT sites, so it can no longer bind. In the case of the genes that I studied, Rho was terminating prematurely someplace within the 5' untranslated region and the gene. And my goal of my project was to validate genome-wide analysis that pointed towards this phenomenon happening. And this was really exciting work for my lab because it had never been documented at this wide of a scale. And now I'm going to get into some of the experimental design on how I found the genes that were terminated prematurely. I created 2 different fusions for this project, both the short fusion and the long fusion. The reason why we had 2 different fusions was to figure out where the approximate location of transcription termination was happening. If it was going to occur in the 5' untranslated region, you would see a change for both the short and the long fusion. I'll talk more about that change on the next few slides. And if it was going to be occurring in the long fusion, you would only see that, if it was going to be occurring in the open reading frame, I have that denoted the ORF, it would be occurring only in the long fusion. And I just want to point out that we used a reporter gene in this experiment known as LAC-Z. And LAC-Z, as a reporter gene, it gives off a phenotypic effect that we can measure, and it produces a yellow color that we can quantify the absorbance. So in the wild type strain, Rho is completely functional, so it should terminate someplace in the 5' untranslated region and the gene. And when that termination happens, you would expect very, very little yellow color because LAC-Z cannot be transcribed or translated. In the Rho mutant strain, its quality is much more diminished. So the termination is going to occur after the gene, and you'd expect a lot more yellow color. So this is how we were able to determine the approximate location. There were 2 non-terminated genes within my study. As you can see for both of these genes, the activity didn't change for either the wild type or the Rho mutant. So while we expected for the wild type something like this to happen with only a little yellow, and something like this to happen with the Rho mutant, both of these had a lot of yellow both times. So that's how we know these were not Rho terminated. First classification of genes that we'll talk about are those terminated in the 5' untranslated region. For this to happen, again, determination must be occurring in both the short and the long fusion. First, we'll look at SPA. So I labeled both of the two segments S and L for short and long, just for easier clarification. So you can see for both of them in the wild type, there's very little activity, and that activity corresponds to that yellow color. You can see that when Rho is mutated, that activity skyrockets. This trend was seen for all the other genes here. And the reason why we, again, classified these as being terminated in the 5' untranslated region was because the change occurred in both the short and the long fusion. For those occurring in the open reading frame, which for those of you who don't know, open reading frame is just another way to say the coding region of a gene, we would only see that change in the long fusion. So looking at MOA-A, you can see that in the short, there's no statistically significant change between the wild type and the Rho mutant. There's that sharp increase in the long. And this was similarly shown for each of the genes here. And SUG-E is probably one of the best examples because there's very little to no change when the 5' untranslated region is only included. But when you include the open reading frame, that steep increase is shown. And again, because this occurred in only the long fusion, we know that this is in the coding region. So this was really exciting. And the lab has been trying to figure out like what's going on now and why is this happening. One possible explanation is that some type of protein is binding upstream of a RUT site, and when it binds, the RNA can undergo a conformational change and a RUT site can become exposed. Again, because RNA can form that secondary structure, perhaps there's a RUT site being closed when nothing is bound, but when that protein binds, it triggers a downstream action. And when we look at this other one, I know I mentioned in the beginning that ribosomes could be blocking RUT sites, but perhaps something called a small non-coding RNA could be binding to that ribosome binding site, and it would open up another RUT site similar to the protein, but this time in an RNA form. And with that, I'd just like to thank my lab. I really, this was a great experience for me. The environment was very collaborative and I was treated like a colleague, and everybody was so supportive of me. I'd like to thank Joe Wade, he was my mentor, and particularly my lab mates, John Flicknick, Carol Smith, and Gabby Vanny-Ulite. I'd also like to thank Matt Cohn. He was the director of our REU program, and he really organized everything for us and made this experience possible. And lastly, I'd like to thank the National Science Foundation for funding this research experience. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Molly, for your presentation. It was very understandable. I loved how you used mostly images throughout your presentation, and it was a series of slide-by-slide explanation. I thought it was wonderful. I took genetics while I was an undergrad, and they actually refused to teach this part of termination because they said there's very little research about it. So I'm very grateful to hear from you and the research you've done about this. So thank you so much.
Thank you for letting me present.
All right. And our next presentation today is Jennifer Smetanek from Arizona State University. Thank you so much for joining us, Jennifer. Feel free to share your video and your presentation whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I'll get that up right now. One second. All right, are you guys able to see it?
Yes.
Awesome. I'm really excited about this project, and I'm really grateful that I have this opportunity to share with you guys. If you have any questions along the way, definitely put them in the Q&A. All right, so my project focuses on neuromuscular diseases and a potential therapeutic application using a chemogenetic tool to aid in neuromuscular junction recovery. Now, I know I said a mouthful right there. Let me go and break that down. So neuromuscular junctions, or NMJs, are the synapse between the lower motor neuron and the muscle fiber that regulate muscle contraction. Now, what we see in muscular dystrophy is the progressive weakness and loss of muscle. Due to the degeneration and regeneration of muscle fibers during the course of muscular dystrophy, NMJs are significantly disrupted. We're interested in examining the morphological changes in the NMJ of a mouse model with muscular dystrophy. Moreover, we're attempting to develop a tool to test whether stimulating lower motor neuron activity in vivo has any therapeutic application within muscular dystrophy or any other neuromuscular disease like ALS or SMA. So to manipulate lower motor neuron activity,
we generated a G sub Q DREAD mouse model to study this. Now, DREAD stands for designer receptor exclusively activated by a designer drug. And that is a chemogenetic tool that can manipulate signal transduction pathways. So when G sub Q DREAD is activated by its said designer drug, CNO, which stands for clozapine oxide, increased neuron firing should occur. One aim of this study is to provide a proof of concept that verifies expression of the G sub Q construct within the lower motor neurons. Second, we examined whether CNO administration leads to activation of motor circuits. Just to kind of summarize that up pretty quickly, chemogenetic tools are a type of receptor that engineers create to be opened or closed by a new type of drug that's created. So this is not a naturally occurring type of receptor. And so because we can now manipulate how it is opened or closed, we're trying to determine if we open it, can we have more lower motor neuron activity that can potentially rescue muscle fiber, muscle movement, muscle contraction. I think that's such an important question to ask because so many people are affected by neuromuscular diseases, especially children. So that was something I was really interested in studying, and I'm so glad I had the opportunity to do so. Okay, so now on to methods. So to better visualize the concepts I've just discussed, we use immunohistochemistry to analyze the histology of diaphragms of muscular dystrophy mice and spinal cords of G sub Q DREAD expressing mice. These samples were then imaged on a confocal microscope and then analyzed further with Adobe Photoshop and ImageJ software. So to answer the first question concerning NMJ morphology within muscular dystrophy mice, we immunostained whole mount diaphragms of wild type control mice and then the muscular dystrophy mice. So in the green here and here are the neuromuscular junctions, and they're labeled with bungarotoxin. A typical neuromuscular junction is described as having a pretzel-like shape. So this is kind of a pretty good representative of what NMJs look like. Let's see. So yeah, and then below here are the individual representations of each genotype. So I have two pretty good representations of the wild type and then two of the double mutant. These are two, like they have the same pixel size, the number of pixels in each image. So the bigger size we see here is representative. So just from looking at these images, we can conclude that the NMJ morphology is in fact altered in muscular dystrophy mice. Mutants exhibited a fragmented and dispersed phenotype. As you can see, there's more number of particles. So further quantification of NMJ area and number of particles using ImageJ software shows a statistically significant increase in mutants compared to wild type. So the red is the mutant, black is wild type. And to be as unbiased as possible, in our ImageJ software, we use the exact same settings, brightness, number of pixels, everything to make sure it's counting the number of particles in as an unbiased way as possible. So now that we've kind of confirmed that the NMJ morphology is in fact altered, we can move on to our second mouse model that uses the chemogenetic tool. I'm gonna zoom in because the next images are a bit smaller. All right, so on to this result. So the first step is to verify co-localization of the G sub Q construct within lower motor neurons. That basically is saying that we want to make sure that construct that we are putting into the subject is going to the right location. And that right location for neuromuscular diseases is lower motor neurons. So to accomplish this, we immunostained lumbar section spinal cords. In the green here is where the G sub Q construct is. It's labeled with GFP, so these brightly lit green. And in the red is where the lower motor neuron activity is, or lower motor neurons are. That's labeled with chat. So ImageA just shows an overlay of all three. So this is all the same image. I just separated the different channels out so you can clearly see where the green and then the red is individually. The blue is just DAPI, that's DNA. So not important for this specific thing, but A is the overlay of all of them. So ImageA shows that the G sub Q construct and lower motor neurons are colocalized within the ventral horn, which is exactly what we needed before going to the next step. So that just confirms the DREAD receptors being expressed in the correct location. So now that we have that, we can go on to our second section using the same DREAD mouse model. which was to examine the effects of CNO administration in the G sub Q dread mice. Like I said before, CNO is the designer drug that is connected with this specific dread model. So on the left, we have a lumbar section spinal cord of a mouse expressing the G sub Q dread receptor. And then on the right, we have a section of a mouse expressing the construct with the CNO administration. Like before, the green is labeling for the G sub Q receptor. So you see here and here. And then red is now labeling for FOSB, which is an activity-dependent gene. So the mouse with the CNO administration has noticeably more FOSB expression. Now this is a bit smaller. I'm not sure if you can see on Zoom, but there's some sparse dotting of FOSB here without activation. And with activation, you can see it's in a much more broader area, spotting around there. So this confirms that CNO is binding to the G sub Q dread receptor and increasing neuron firing. That's really important. That's showing that this engineered receptor we created is acting accordingly to how we wanted to increase the neuron firing, especially in lower motor neurons. Zoom out really quick. So in conclusion, NMJ morphology is significantly disrupted in muscular dystrophy mice, and the G sub Q dread tool is functional because of its co-localization within lower motor neurons and increased neuron firing when activated with its designer drug, CNO. This chemogenetic tool may have potential therapeutic applications in rescuing function within neuromuscular diseases. Further directions include testing if lower motor neuron activity firing can be rescued with, what was I saying? Future directions include testing if increasing lower motor neuron firing can rescue those morphological changes seen in muscular dystrophy mice, NMJs. I want to thank my lab, Banner Research for helping with this project, as well as the National Pre-Health Conference for allowing me to speak here. If you guys have any questions, please feel free to leave them in the Q&A. I'm really excited about this research, and I think it has so much potential to help, a lot of children who have muscular dystrophy, problems, other neuromuscular diseases like cerebral palsy and that kind of stuff. So thank you again. That concludes it.
All right. Thank you so much, Jennifer. Great presentation skills. I can feel that confidence, and also you simplified everything for the audience, so it was pretty accessible to everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And now our next speaker is Jimena Colado from Northwestern University.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Alejandra.
Hello.
Let me start sharing my screen. All right, can everyone see it?
Yes, we can see it.
All right, fantastic. So thank you everyone for joining. Today, I will be presenting my research on abnormal nuclear morphology, its relationship with DNA damage and nuclear protrusions. So let me start by stating why abnormal nuclear morphology is relevant for us and why it is very crucial for us to understand it, especially within the field of health and medicine. So abnormal nuclear morphology is characteristic of many diseases, including heart disease, diabetes, and several different types of cancer, to name a few. It is a very well known and very recorded phenomenon, yet it is it's not very well understood. It is in fact used as a pathological marker in diagnostic tests, such as the pap smear, which is this image that you're seeing right now on your screen. And the pap smear is used to detect cervical cancer. It's used as a diagnostic test. And in this test, they observe whether or not your cells present a nuclei with abnormal morphology. So this is just one of the examples of how abnormal morphology is very prevalent in health and medicine. And two key components that I focus on regarding abnormal morphology in a diseased cell is the chromatin organization, the chromatin compaction, and blebs, which are a form of abnormal nuclear morphology. So let me give you a little bit of background on how chromatin is compacted so that you're able to better understand this research. So chromatin can be compacted in two ways. Remember that the DNA is wrapped around a histone core 1.65 times, and there is going to be histone tails popping out, as you can see in this images right here. And these histone tails can either be methylated or acetylated. If they're methylated, then they're going to be, you're going to get this chromatin compaction. So it's going to be low gene density, very high compacted form of chromatin, and this is going to be termed heterochromatin, which we have right here. On the other hand, we can have the decompacted form of chromatin, which is acetylation on certain histone tail areas, and this is going to be euchromatin. And this is going to be very gene rich because the DNA is accessible. So now you may be wondering, well, how is chromatin organization and chromatin compaction related to morphology? Well, it was recently proven by my mentor, Professor Stevens, that you can decompact chromatin and induce blubbing. So you can induce blubbing solely by decompacting the chromatin. And as you can see here, this is a bleb nuclei, and bleb are these nuclear protrusions coming out of the nuclei as shown here. And a way you can induce blubbing is through treatment with valproic acid. And valproic acid is a drug that decompacts the chromatin and increases euchromatin, as thus it's going to induce the blubbing. And we can see that in this graph right here. Another thing that we observed in these bleb cells is that these showed significant amounts of DNA damage. And this is as we measured by gamma H2AX, which is a marker for DNA damage and repair. And we also observed that the nuclei, the bleb nuclei, were very likely to rupture. They were 80% more likely to rupture than normal cells. So we are observing these three phenomenon in this nuclei, right? We're observing DNA damage, we're observing blubbing, we're observing rupture, but yet we don't really know how these are related. It could be that DNA damage is inducing the blubbing. It could be that the blubbing is then inducing the rupture, but we don't really know for sure how these three things are related. So that's what my research is about. So it's going to test this, is the DNA damage inducing the blubbing? And my hypothesis was that an increase in DNA damage will cause an increase in nuclear blubbing. And this is because the DNA repair machinery needs to access the genome in order to repair it. So you may be thinking that the chromatin needs to be decompacted for the repair machinery to do so. And as we previously saw, the repair machinery, if the nucleus is decompacted, then that's going to induce blubbing. So in order to test this hypothesis, we induced DNA damage with DNA replication inhibitors, hydroxyurea and ampicodylin, which are two drugs, on mouse embryonic fibroblast cells. And then we used immunofluorescence to visualize DNA damage and nuclear blubbing. We again used the gamma H2AX foci. The gamma H2AX again is the protein, DNA repair protein that tells us where the DNA damage is. And we use a Hoch stain on the nuclei to be able to visualize the blubbing, as you see here. So how did we quantify these sites of DNA damage? So we used an imaging software, ImageJ, and and all of these bright dots that you see here, all of those bright dots are a site where the gamma H2AX protein is actively repairing a DNA damage site. So that's how we know there's DNA damage there. And we can pass an intensity plot for one of these foci, and we're going to get a graph that looks similar to the one right here in the middle, which follows a Laplacian distribution and a Gaussian function. So then we can calibrate the software to automatically select all of these points on the image that follow this same distribution, this same function, and the software can automatically count all of the DNA damage foci in the nucleus. So what do we find after measuring all of these nuclei, its blubbing and its DNA damage? We found that DNA damaging drugs do not induce blubbing. So here you can see that the two drugs that induced the DNA damage did not cause a significant amount of blubbing. So if our hypotheses were true and DNA damage did induce blubbing, then we would expect APH, which is the one that caused the most significant DNA damage, to also cause the most significant amount of blubbing. But it did not even produce a statistical significant difference in blubbing. So what this tells us is that the most likely pathway and relationship between these three components looks like you get the chromatin decompaction, which induces the blubbing, which is going to induce the rupture, which is then going to induce the DNA damage. And we have correlational data corroborating that DNA damage is inducing the rupture, that the ruptures are inducing the DNA damage, but we need to prove this causation. So we can do so by live cell imaging with nuclear ruptures with NLS-GFP, which stands for nuclear localized GFP. GFP is a green fluorescent protein, and we can also use the the DNA damage marker mCherry53BP1, which can be endogenously expressed in the cell. 53BP1 is another protein of the DNA repair machinery, and mCherry is just a red fluorescent tag. So we can be able to see here the NLS GFP is what's shown in these videos. So you're able to tell when the signal is being spilled into the cytosol. So when is the nuclear rupture happening? Right here, you can see it. And then you're able to measure these sites of intensity, the 53BP1, and determine whether the DNA damage increased before or after the rupture. We most likely expect it to be after the rupture. And in fact, it makes a very much sense that the rupture is the one inducing the DNA damage, because once you rupture, you basically lose the entire purpose of a nucleus, and there's DNA damage repair factors spilling into the cytosol, and your ability to repair DNA damage is of course impacted. You also have proteins coming into the nucleus, interacting with the DNA in ways that they were not meant to interact, so that can also cause DNA damage. So this is most likely what we think the pathway looks like, and our future directions are proving that it is the rupture that's preceding the DNA damage. So thank you, everyone. And I would like to thank especially my research mentor, Professor Stevens, who is currently at UMass, my PI for this project, Professor Marco of Northwestern, my academic mentor, Luke Flores, and and Dr. Bennett Phillips for providing the funding to make this research possible through the program Physical Sciences in Oncology. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jimena, for your presentation. It was very, very intriguing and interesting. And it was very interesting how you could visualize that chromatin decompaction and compaction. So thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you. And I'll answer any questions on the chat right now.
Perfect. Up next is our last presentation before we vote. We have Amesh Sarecha from Columbia University. Thank you so much for joining us today. Feel free to share your screen whenever you're ready.
All right, could you guys see my screen?
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much for the kind introduction. My name is Amesh Sarecha. I'm a junior at Columbia University studying biochemistry and mathematics, and my project today is the role of the hepatic stellate cell on metabolic diseases. So you may ask, what are hepatic stellate cells? So in the liver, there are 4 types of major cells. We have hepatocytes, which are the chief functional cells of the liver, and they comprise of about 80% of the cells. We have Kupffer cells, which are specialized macrophages, which perform the phagocytic duties, so they help break up toxins and molecules that the cells doesn't need. We then have the endothelial cells, which they form the blood vessels and carry blood throughout the liver. And finally, we have the cells that are of interest to us today, which are the hepatic stellate cells. And these are mesenchymal cells that play vital roles in liver physiology and fibrogenesis. And they contribute about 5% of the cells in the liver. So why we chose to study the hepatic stellate cells is because hepatocytes, Kupffer cells, and the endothelial cells from past literature we saw have largely been studied in the progression of diabetes, a major metabolic disease. So over here on the right is just a stain of all the 4 cells I just mentioned. And what is diabetes? So we all may know a loved one, friend, family that has diabetes. It's basically a metabolic disease characterized by high blood sugar levels over a prolonged period of time. And this is otherwise known as hyperglycemia. Why hyperglycemia is such a serious condition is because it can cause defects in our vision, our heart, and all of our major organs. And diabetes consists of a few categories, but it can basically be broken down into 2 categories. First one being type 1 diabetes, which results from the pancreas failure to produce enough insulin. And this is because the beta cells, which are the insulin producing cells in our liver, they're basically wiped out. And this is an early onset of a disease, which usually occurs in childhood. Then you have type 2 diabetes, which is a later progression, and it results from insulin resistance. What this means is that the body fails to respond to the insulin, and that leads to the sugar being able to stay in our bloodstream and not being absorbed by the cells, leading to hypoglycemia. So to give some statistics, this diabetes has a really big impact on population health. Currently, last year in 2019, it's estimated that there were 463 million people that had diabetes, and that costed us $825 billion. And there's epidemiological studies that show that this number is projected to increase by 2030 to a total of 578 million, and then in 15 years later to a total of 700 million people. Needless to say that this is a chronic metabolic disease that everyone would benefit for if there was a better cure or better treatment. Because to be quite honest, with the current treatment now, and even if there is treatment, diabetes leads to sometimes death. So what we did, we wanted to study more about the disorder, and we wanted to take a look in particular at how hepatic stellate cells would have a role in diabetes. So from prior research, we know that they're non-parenchymal cells of the liver, and they have an established role in fibrosis and tissue repair. We also know that they express multiple stem cell markers, and they can differentiate into various cell types. In the past few decades, stem cells have been a large interest for people because they can basically regenerate tissue, and they can be determined by their potency, which they can be totipotent, pluripotent, or multipotent, which means that they have the capability of, that means that basically accounts for how capable they are to differentiate into cells. So from literature, we saw that the hepatic stellate cells can successfully differentiate into insulin secreting cells in vitro. So we found that to be very interesting, because if beta cells are the cells that produce the insulin, and if we can have our hepatic stellate cells produce the beta cells now, our body could get rid of this condition known as hyperglycemia. But based on this, we want to tackle the problem on a larger scale now. We wanted to answer the question, how is paracranial communication altered when you remove the stellate cells? So in order to do this, we basically had a knockout mice model where we removed the stellate cells, and we compared that with normal mice that were fed under a controlled diet. They had normal pancreas pathology, and all the mice were maintained under normal laboratory conditions. They were fed at the proper time. We were able to monitor their body weight, the water intake, and they had access to clean drinking water throughout the study. So the mice tissue samples were formalin fixed, and they were put in paraffin embedded blocks, and we were able to take those whole cell extracts that we had and subject to a simple BCA protein assay, which was able to determine the protein concentration of our protein of interest at the time. And we then were able to resolve the protein extract using SDS page for immunoblot analysis, otherwise known as Western blotting. And we were able to estimate the protein levels, and we compared the protein levels that we found to a housekeeping known as beta-actin. What this means is we use beta-actin as a control to compare our enzymes and proteins to see how the values changed. And our most significant find after many trials was that liver de novo lipogenesis decreased in the hepatic stellate cell depleted mice. And what this means is that the liver synthesizes new fat from mainly carbohydrate resources. Before we were like proud of this and happy we found a result like this, we wanted to make sure we actually did a proper knockout of the hepatic stellate cell. All the way to the right, it shows that we have over here a marker called desmin, which is present in the hepatic stellate cells, that was completely knocked out, because from here you could see it was present here and not present here, which led us to see that our knockout was good. ATPCL in the middle is a key enzyme of liver de novo lipogenesis, and we found significant levels of reduction in the mice. We also saw that a protein over here, ChRABP, which stands for carbohydrate response element binding protein, decreased as well. And that's a glucose-mediated transcription factor that strongly regulates glycolytic and lipogenic pathways. So we had to wipe out 2 of our samples because they were not working properly and there was some problem, but we also wanted to test for more key enzymes. So we tested for a bunch of these enzymes all the way here at the right, and we saw another significant find that ERK decreased in the hepatic stellate cell mice. Again, since we were using the same samples, we had to wipe out these 2 columns. And what the ERK signaling pathway was, it seemed to play a role in kidney fibrosis and accelerated by blood glucose fluctuations. So we saw that this could be a very interesting find. We had additional findings such as the enzyme AKT473-FOS decrease, we had PPAR alpha decrease, and PPEC increase. While before I told you what the findings were for those key enzymes, these key enzymes are part of many pathways downstream of different things. So we were unable to correlate what this would do. However, one thing that we did find that helped to corroborate our finding of liver de novo lipogenesis is that ATGL increased, which is very good because since ATGL increased, it basically means that lipolysis increased, which is the opposite of liver de novo lipogenesis. Over here is just a graph of the quantification of the Western blot we had, and it's normalized to beta actin with all the genes. And in conclusion, what this meant for us was that increased rate of liver de novo lipogenesis, it appears to be combined with a multitude of metabolic diseases. And the most prominent of that is non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. And that's basically where fat builds up in the liver, which shows evidence of hepatic steatosis. And why this is a very important disease, and a lot of people all over the world have undergone this disease, it progresses into something known as NASH. So that's fibrotic hepatic inflammation, and that can worsen into cirrhosis, which leads to carcinoma and cancer. And our results help to show that reducing de novo lipogenesis through the stellate cell deletion may reduce the chances of contracting non-alcoholic fatty liver diseases, because typically de novo lipogenesis believes to contribute to the pathogenesis of this. So our future directions help to point at the better understanding of if it could really be a good candidate for reducing non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. So we decided to perform qPCR in the future to account for the DNA differences, which would support our Western blot data. And we plan to do immunohistochemistry, or iDisco, which is basically where we check for the localization and presence of fatty liver on a 3-dimensional level. And finally, we are interested in doing a glucose tolerance test where we would monitor the glucose of the mice over a certain period of time. And this would point to maybe other metabolic diseases that we would be interested in too. And I would like to give a special thank you to my PI, Dr. Christopher Buettner, and my amazing mentor, Dr. Kenichi Sakamoto, and the Icahn School of Medicine at Mount Sinai. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much, Amish. Great presentation. And now it is time to go into the polling. So I will turn that feature on and make sure that all of you guys vote for your favorite presentation of today. And this is based on what the audience decides. And we will let you know who won at the end of the conference. So at the end of tomorrow. All right. So I launched it. Please answer it as soon as you can.
How many voters are we at?
Right now we have 46%, so I'm gonna wait just a few more seconds. So everyone who is still voting, deciding, please do it as soon as you can, because we will finish this quickly. All right, I think I'm gonna go ahead and end it now. Perfect. And this concludes our research expositions. So I just want to say that I'm very proud of all of your guys' research, and it just makes me really excited to know that we're all here. We're the future of healthcare, of medicine, and we're doing great things already. All of your research projects were outstanding. And I want to say it again that the application process was competitive this year. So you should feel proud that you got the chance to participate, even if you don't win one of the awards. It's still a great honor to have had you participate in our conference. Well, many people were watching both here and on the YouTube, and they will also watch it in the next couple of days because we'll have the YouTube video running. Yeah, so that's all I wanted to say. Thank you so much. I'm very proud of all of you.
Now we are going to transition into our closing statement, a final say from both of us about the event logistics of today and of our last day for tomorrow.
Perfect. I'm gonna go ahead and share some slides. Sorry. So please remember to subscribe to our social media. Like we've mentioned several times, we have Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, and also YouTube, which is where many of you are watching us right now. Please subscribe. We want to stay connected to you after the conference. So yeah, and feel free to reach us at our email if you have any specific questions. And we also have the emails of each of our student leaders. So if there's someone that you want to connect to specifically, you can also send us an email and you can find all the information on the website. Our social media contest is still going on, so please remember to post your participation in the National Pre-Health Conference. And we do want to emphasize that you use the hashtag NPHC 2020 because we will be looking at posts that have this hashtag. Otherwise, if you posted and you tag us, we might not look at it when we're choosing the winner. And I also want to bring up that it is a contest that will take place in the United States. So if you're outside of the country now, you could provide us an address in the US if you go to school here, or if you have a family member or anything, if you end up winning the contest. And also follow us on the social media if you want to participate in the contest. And yes, thank you. And I think the only thing I have left to say is that I'm very excited about everything that we've been learning together in this past couple of days. I personally have learned a lot. I know most of the speakers that I contacted were already mentors of mine, but just listening to the presentations they prepared was very enlightening because they really put a lot of effort into them, into ensuring that we have everything we need to know. And also that this information is freely available and will be available on our YouTube channel. So thank you so much for being here. Tomorrow we'll be here again on our last day. And it's crazy to think about how long the conference has been going on for. Right now, at the end of this video, we would have about 20 hours of video recordings. So we're very excited about that. And yeah, I think that's all I have to say. Now, my co-president.
I'll just go ahead and say this one thing. Thank you so much for everybody for coming and supporting our conference and learning this. The most important part of our conference and what we want you to take out of this is to learn something that supports your academic career in your life. So thank you so much for joining, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Tomorrow, our theme is diving into study techniques and achieving your professional goals in a time of uncertainty. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow at 9 a.m.
All right. See you, everyone.
Have a good night.